4:52, and we continue to track Hurricane Ian this morning, keeping you up to date on its path. But you know, Lehigh Acres is already seeing impacts this morning. Many yards, well, their front yards are already flooded with water.
Already seeing some damage there. We're hearing that perhaps a tornado may have touched down, to give you an idea, right behind the Dollar General that's there on Joel Boulevard. That's where we find Anissa Bohannon. She's joining us live from there now. Anissa, what is it looking like this morning?
Jen, Allen, good morning. You were right. This is about East 5th Street and Truman Avenue behind that Dollar General here in Lehigh Acres. I want to show you guys a little bit of the damage that residents say they were seeing. As you can see, there's some of these downed tree branches here. This is Kimberly Rosado's home. She says that normally this tree does not go into the fence like this, but after, she says, a tornado ripped through this area. She said it was about 12:45, 1 o'clock this morning that it was looking like this. And here, I want to show you guys some more of the yard over here. Watch your step, Josh. Here's some more branches down on the ground that fell from this tree. They said they put this tarp up out here this morning, or late last night rather, to try to protect things. And that actually got blown over as well. And I want to show you guys, before we have to go, over here, this downed fence. They said the entire fence got ripped down in that, what they say was a tornado. Chairs absolutely thrown all over the place. They said it was very sudden, came out of literally nowhere. Let me take you guys back into the backyard super quickly as well. They said that their prized possession, it was a tree that's back here, this big tree. I don't know if you can see it where I have my flashlight pointed. They said normally it stands up nice and tall here, but as you can see, it is almost horizontal to the ground now. Kimberly, that I was talking to, again, is the one that owns this home. She said it sounded like a freight train came literally out of nowhere. She said she just came outside and all of a sudden all of her things were strewn all over the yard. Another resident that I spoke with in this area along East 5th Street said that when she went outside, she had shingles from her roof also all over her yard. We're going to be here in Lehigh Acres all morning, getting you the latest on any more damage that we might see. I'm Anissa Bohannon, live in Lehigh Acres.
All right, Anissa, thank you so much. We do have our crews throughout Southwest Florida, and they've been sending back some video for us to get an idea of what different communities look like. This obviously taken on I-75 heading south. This is on the way to Naples near Hertz Arena, and you can see the road there, the rain coming down kind of in sheets, and it comes and goes. But I can tell you from my own experience driving in, there's definitely some ponding out there. We're seeing some areas where it's, you know, deeper than you may expect. And obviously this is why their authorities are telling us stay home, stay off the roads. Now is the time to stay safe.
Absolutely. So that's some great advice, Jen. Also, take a look at this video here. This is in Fort Myers near Briarcliff Road and 41 near Gymnastics World. Take a look at that water there. It is ankle deep in the parking lot. Crews, they tell us that they are keeping a very close eye on those flooding conditions right now. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. 40% of Americans don't have $400 saved in case of an emergency. People are working harder and harder, but falling further and further behind. That's why at our firm, our fee is free. You don't pay us anything unless we win your case. When you're injured in an accident or hurt on the job, choosing a lawyer will be the most important decision you'll have to make. For the people isn't just a slogan. It's what we do. It's who we are. Injured? Call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Your AC breaks down. You stand in front of the open fridge just to take the edge off. Ice cream melts, shorts out the compressor, power surge, trips the breaker, triggers a statewide blackout so big they named it after you. Now, best case scenario, you call Best Home Services. So many specialized technicians, we have a total disaster fixing AC expert. We fix your old unit and it works great. You stay refreshed, ice cream stays frozen, and your kids think you're the coolest dad ever. You know, for now. Best case scenario.
Here in Florida, storms can come in a hurry, but if you have the NBC2 weather app, you'll never get caught off guard. Just choose which alerts you want to receive. Then we'll give you the heads up before bad weather heads your way, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
now at City Furniture, we'll give you 60 months special financing with no down payment and free shipping. Why? So everyone can live like this.
It's Ford Truck Month. America, you know what to do. Now's the time to get after the best deals on Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks, 45 years straight. Also, great offers on Ford Ranger and Ford Maverick. Ford Truck Month is here, so let's get after it. Don't miss 2.9% financing for 72 months and no payments for 90 days on a 2022 F-150.
A few minutes before 5 o'clock, and we have some big information with this 5 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Not necessarily what we wanted to see. Hurricane Ian is now a Category 4 hurricane. The winds right there now up to 140 miles per hour. As of the most recent update an hour ago, 120 miles per hour. And I'm joined with the whole team here from NBC2 and ABC7, and meteorologist Jim Dickey. The hurricane hunters have been in there constantly, and they were able to find some of those peak winds at 140. That's likely just in one pocket. That doesn't mean that this is surrounded with winds up to 140 miles per hour.
And it's probably right there.
Right there.
Right there. That's my guess of where those winds are.
And, you know, one trend that we hope continues, too, is the fact that you can see that the hurricane force winds, the strongest winds, at least, on the northwest and western side, not the eastern side. So that would be good news for us as far as the wind threat, if we can keep this over here as it moves farther to the north and northeast. And I notice here with the latest movement, still moving at 10 miles per hour. We have gusts up to 165. One thing we're curious to see is the forecast track. Jim and I were talking earlier about how we would not be surprised if we saw a little bit of a shift.
And there you go.
To the north. Yep.
That's a market shift. I mean, earlier on, it was a little closer to here. So I don't know what that is distance-wise.
Punta Gorda before, but
now we're back to Charlotte County. No. As we went back to the last couple days, as we looked at the different models, everything that came in, you know, we looked at a million models. The general story they told, the stronger the storm is on approach, the further north it would go.
Yep.
If the storm's weaker, it feels the pull of the front a little more, that pulls it in. Now, this isn't that much of a change, right? So I don't want you to think this means, you know, storm over. This actually, a northern motion, maybe even worse for storm surge.
Especially in Charlotte Harbor.
Yes.
Yep.
But for wind, if we can keep that going north, it means less of the area gets into that major hurricane wind core. The breakdown over central Florida, still holding it as Category 1 all the way up into Polk County. So that's a stronger storm overall. I believe the last one had it down to tropical storm by this point.
Right, and you can see those winds holding at 140 miles per hour, at least that's the forecast, by 2 o'clock this afternoon as it gets ready to make landfall, likely somewhere close to the Charlotte County coastline. And something else, Jim, I'm noticing is that it looks like the storm might not be moving as slowly as we were thinking a couple advisories ago. And going back to yesterday, we were concerned that the storm would kind of almost stall out right along our coast.
Right,
you can see it maybe.
They're definitely not buying that.
Yep.
I'm trying to go through all the different times, all the different cones in my head, but I would say at least on this, they're holding it at that, 10 mile per hour-ish movement, and it would certainly be ideal if we could
move
this through. Let's not stall this and keep it here for a day.
Yeah.
That would be ideal.
Yeah, for those of you watching, and of course in Lee County, we have seen some of those storm surge numbers. So with this slight shift up to the north, I mean, that does not mean we are not going to see bad storm surge, obviously, here in Lee County, because we're going to be on that eastern and southern side of the storm.
Yeah, but you guys are going to go over it. Those maps have been showing you worst case scenario. Every single location we show you has a different worst case scenario, a slight move north. Now we're back in that worst case scenario for Charlotte County. Maybe we don't get that worst case scenario for Collier County. So, again, minor movements, improvements for some.
Yeah. What's good news for somebody, bad news for somebody else is kind of the situation that we're in. So we're going to continue to update you on this. Let's go, if we can, and go over to the Doppler One source at the wall. And we've got, again, a full team of meteorologists analyzing the storm, tracking its every move. There's the latest update from the National Hurricane Center at 5 o'clock. And those winds up to 140 miles per hour, making it a Category 4 hurricane. So we have seen some significant strengthening with hurricane Hurricane Ian. Here's the way it looks on the NBC2 First Alert Live Doppler radar. And as the meteorologist Jim Dickey and I kind of pointed out here, this little area, this swath where you see the reds and the yellows, that's where they're finding those 140-mile-per-hour winds, and we can hope this stays on that northern and western side and doesn't try to rotate around over toward the eastern side. That would be much better news with respect to the wind threat here across southwest Florida. We'll watch it, we'll monitor it, and of course we'll keep you updated every step of the way. We are also going to track here the leading edge of where those hurricane force winds are. This is, again, the eye wall. Remember, the eye, the actual core right there in the inside, it's literally completely calm. This is where the worst of the weather is. And as this continues to move up in this general fashion to the north-northeast, assuming we don't see any deviations, this is the timeline of when we can see some of the worst of the weather arrive over parts of Lee and up through Charlotte County. So I've adjusted the times a little bit. So that would be Shell Point closer to 9:42. That can change a little bit, but just want to give you a rough estimate of when the weather's going to start to go downhill. Iona McGregor, 9:53, so we'll say closer to 9:30, 10 o'clock. Rotunda up through Charlotte County around 10 o'clock this morning. Cape Coral also right around that same time frame. Fort Myers, let's say between 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock this morning when those hurricane force winds will start to move in. North Fort Myers, also the same time frame around 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and then Port Charlotte up into Punta Gorda as we get closer to lunchtime today. And I think early to mid-afternoon is the most likely time when we're going to see this start to move ashore, depending on exactly how it tracks. And, you know, the way that the Florida coastline is shaped, because the storm is almost moving parallel to the coast. You know, if it stays a little bit farther to the west, it can make landfall later. If it comes a little bit farther to the east, just tens of miles can make a big difference. This is some of the winds that we're looking at right now. Notice our winds coming in offshore. So we're getting what we refer to as reverse storm surge at this point. You might remember if you were here during Hurricane Irma, we were looking at the view from Fort Myers Beach. Remember, you see the pier view where the water was actually going out. And we were concerned that, okay, the water's going out. At some point, it's going to come back in. Well, it did, but not in a fierce way that was a big concern with storm surge, because the winds never switched onshore. So we've got our winds coming in offshore right now, onshore over sections of southern Collier County. So from Marco Island, Everglades City, the storm surge threat will increase for you first now that we've got those winds coming up from the south. But you can just see some of those current wind speeds now up to tropical storm strength. This is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. We're going to monitor for more updates. Hopefully, we'll be able to tell you these numbers will come down. But right now, this is significant, life-threatening storm surge for Lee, Charlotte County, 8 to 12 feet, 6 to 10 feet farther south. And if the storm does take a track a little bit farther to the north, let's say up around Charlotte County, that we can start to bring down some of these numbers for those of you in Naples and Marco Island. So that would be good news if you live a little bit farther south. We are going to dive into the storm surge potential coming up a little bit and just give you a better visual of what this would actually look like. 8 to 12 feet of potential storm surge in a reasonable worst case scenario. But for now, I want to send it over to my colleague again, meteorologist Jim Dickey, who is analyzing the storm. And also, we've seen a lot of comparisons to other storms, Jim, Charlie, and Irma, but this storm is completely different.
Yeah, and I get it. You know, we've been through a number of hurricanes here in southwest Florida. The two of the most recent, anyway, Charlie and Irma, two of the more impactful storms in the area. So I know many of you are likely saying, hey, you know, I went through Charlie and X, Y, and Z happened during Charlie, so I'm not worried about that. Or I went through Irma and this didn't happen, so I'm not worried about that. Every hurricane, every storm is different. There'll be some similarities. Some spots will say, hey, you know, Ian produced damage, sort of like what I saw in Charlie or like Irma, but every storm has a different story when all is said and done. Charlie, this is a radar imagery from when Charlie was making landfall. It moved on shore in around Cayo Costa as a 150-mile-per-hour Category 4 hurricane. So the winds a little bit higher than what we're talking right now with Ian. Only a little bit, unfortunately. But note, the width of the eye of Charlie was only 10 miles wide. This was a very small-scale extreme wind event. Some of us, including the Punta Gorda area, right on up through DeSoto County, got into that core of extreme winds and the wind damage was extensive as a result. But compare that, 10 miles, the entirety of the eye, meaning the hurricane force winds only extending about 5 to 10 miles out from the center, to what we're seeing with Ian. The wind field, the hurricane wind field, is about 6 times that. So you have to be within 30 miles to get those winds, but it's going to be a much larger extent of those hurricane force winds, of those major hurricane force winds with Ian as it works its way onshore. Now, as I project this out, I take that wind field and I move it to the coast, making landfall as the current track from that hurricane center shows, going into western Charlotte County, near the Inglewood area, near the Sarasota and Charlotte County line. The highest chance to get those major hurricane winds would be in the western end of Charlotte County, would be in the Lee County Islands here, south through Captiva. The high-end threat for winds would be a little bit lower then. For our inland areas, there would still be hurricane force winds extending deep inland, though, towards LaBelle and Immokalee, and that's why we are under a hurricane warning now for the entirety of the area. Something else I want to talk about. I've been watching the path closely, and there's no indication now that this is going to, say, take a path similar to what Irma did as it cut its way into southwest Florida. In fact, as we just talked about a few moments ago, indications are there's more of a due north movement than the north and east at this point in time. So I think we can safely take out, at this point, any type of landfall into Collier County with this. No, in all likelihood, here, there's the forecast track, which goes up along the Sarasota and Charlotte County line. There's what Irma did. So I know many of you watching this morning likely were watching our coverage leading up to Hurricane Irma, which, just like we were talking about with Ian, was very focused on the threat for storm surge, especially in Lee and Collier counties. However, in the lead up to Irma, the thinking was the landfall would be here into the Lee County Islands. It came in off to the east, about 20 miles off to the east of that, into Marco Island, then of course cut right up 75, and that made all the difference in the world as far as the storm surge we saw from Irma. Ian is going to make landfall north of us. And when we talk about the threat for storm surge in southwest Florida, what we look for, a large, slow-moving, major hurricane making landfall along or north of the Sarasota and Charlotte County line, as that is how you get into the onshore winds, which forces that water onshore. When you look at the European forecast model, which shows an intensifying hurricane making landfall right around that location, there you go. By 3 o'clock, the entire stretch of our coastline seeing intense onshore winds, steady onshore winds, which is going to move that water onshore. Compiled with that, it's slow to move out, so we keep those onshore winds locked in right on into and through the evening, meaning the water will be pushed in and will be slow to escape, slow to start to wind its way down. So that's why we're focused so much on the storm surge threat, the high threat for storm surge across southwest Florida. Stick around. Meteorologist Jason Dunning will be back with a breakdown, county by county, town by town, of what you can expect for storm surge in your location.
All right, Jim, appreciate it very much. And, of course, continuing tracking Hurricane Ian this morning. Always great to be with you, everybody. Thanks for allowing us to be part of your routine today as we get you more information. Roads are really starting to see some flooding in some areas all throughout southwest Florida today.
And, I mean, we've been talking about stories for few days, maybe even weeks. Yeah. Cape Coral, very susceptible to flooding, very saturated right now. We're actually on the road in the Cape right now. Chandler Blackman joins us live near the Midpoint Bridge this morning. Chandler, the bridges are what a lot of people were talking about, because once those sustained winds hit 45 miles per hour, you're not supposed to be crossing them. So what are conditions looking like as of right now at 5:11 this morning?
Yeah, good morning, Southwest Florida. Chandler Blackman here, giving you another live and drive here in Cape Coral. The time now is a little after 5, and all of a sudden, Lisa, we are seeing a strong shift here on the Midpoint Bridge. Now, earlier around 1-ish, we were riding across the bridge, and there was some slight rain and even a little bit of wind that was nudging our first alert storm tracker. But now it is a much different scene. That wind and rain, they are both starting to work hand in hand. Now, we still aren't seeing that many cars, if any, out here on the road. I mean, if you look at it now, I don't think I can pan this camera, but I mean, if you look on the other lane, you can see it's just us out here, you know, and this is a positive sight. And with that, we want to continue to advise people to stay indoors, stay dry, and let this hurricane do what it's going to do without you in its way. Now, we're going to continue rolling around the Cape, and we will provide more updates throughout the morning. But the update as of a little bit after 5:13 a.m. this morning is the wind and rain picking up. We're going to take it to break.
Well, Daniel, with something different. Our showroom experience is unlike anything you're going to see in any other store in any other market.
We're not just a furniture store. Interior design is what we're all about.
The idea of our showroom is to start the inspiration and give the designers the ability to create some incredible magic from there. We've never been afraid to try something different. It's led to our success, and it's why we celebrate our decade of design.
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
Wells Fargo lets you know where you stand with your FICO credit score. What if you knew where you stood with everything, like your future in-laws?
Hope you like cats.
I hope your parents like me. They're whispering.
The kitty's like.
Can they tell I'm allergic? Tears of joy.
Welcome to the family.
Like knowing where you stand? When it comes to your credit score, you can with Wells Fargo.
My generator from Generator Supercenter is a great investment for my house. A power transformer blew in the subdivision and all my lights were on. Everything in my house was working. There's 2 or 3 other neighbors that are putting in their generators now because of mine. It's a great peace of mind knowing that when power goes out, it's not going to affect us at all.
Get peace of mind with a Generac automatic standby generator with solutions starting at $125 per month. Only at Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer.
Welcome back at 5:14. I'm Stacey Defamo. We continue our team coverage here. ABC7 and NBC2 teaming up here to give you the most comprehensive coverage of what's happening all over our community. I want to give you a live look right now at the conditions on Fort Myers Beach. Sat 30 gives us a view of what is happening now. This is a live camera that is set up at the Pierside Grill and the famous Blowfish Bar. Now, if you are not familiar, this is near the Times Square area. Many of you have probably been down there in better conditions with your family and friends. It's right near the Fort Myers Pier there, and that light in the middle, they've closed that gate. Obviously, nobody's out there, but they've closed that to prevent anybody from walking out there as the conditions here, the rain and the winds, certainly picking up right now on Fort Myers Beach. You can see here this live camera from this restaurant right on the edge next to the pier at 5:15.
Yeah, and here at 5:15, if you're just waking up this morning, we just got an important advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and Hurricane Ian now stronger, winds at 140 miles per hour, so it is a Category 4 hurricane. If you're asking, hey, is there any chance this is going to become a Category 5 hurricane? Because I know it sounds scary, a Cat 4 pointed toward southwest Florida. I doubt that will be the case based on what we're seeing, because as this continues to move north and gain latitude, it's going to move into a less favorable environment. And there's even been some indications this morning that the storm is going through what's called an eye wall replacement cycle, which is a very natural cycle for tropical systems. And so what tends to happen a lot of times is with these cycles, you get the eye wall, the inner eye wall that will eventually collapse, and then the outer eye wall becomes the new eye. And usually that tends to lead to sort of a steadying off of strengthening. Well, we haven't seen that. We thought we were going to maybe see that earlier, but those winds obviously at 140 miles per hour, movement to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. So if you can just sort of extrapolate, I know you see a lot of wobbles here, and that's just kind of how hurricanes and tropical systems move, they're going to kind of move like this, but you kind of look for just the overall trend. So if you can kind of follow this up like this, the National Hurricane Center has this center line, looks like just over extreme northern portions of Charlotte County. Could even go farther north. Could it go farther south? Yeah, that's still in the realm of possibilities, although we do not expect this to move in to Collier County. But remember, this is a big storm, and a lot of times we focus on that center point. And rightfully so, because that's where the hurricane force winds are. But when it relates to storm surge, that extends far outside the center of circulation. And even if we don't see this part of the storm move right over where you are, those hurricane force winds extend about 40 miles from the center of circulation. So that's would be right about here. So even if you have a storm that goes like this, we would still get hurricane force winds over portions of Lee County. So I just want to update you on the overall track. The worst of the weather for us will come as we get into the late morning hours, closer to lunchtime, and into the afternoon. Conditions will really start to deteriorate. I want to talk about the biggest threat by far from this storm. We've always told you this is going to be a storm surge event. The numbers, you know, pretty scary, 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. And that is the winds essentially from the hurricane kind of piling on that water up against the coastline as soon as our winds turn on shore by late this morning and as we get into the afternoon. So those numbers here from Lee and Charlotte County, very concerning. And I think, you know, based on the current track, Charlotte Harbor could see really substantial storm surge. The numbers farther south, a little less, but I mean, that's still very serious, life-threatening storm surge for Collier County and up through Bonita Springs. What I want to do now is a little demonstration, and I'm going to call in Lisa Spooner and Greg Parker. And you can see sort of the timeline, too, when we expect to see the worst of the surge. I'm supposed to go through this before, but basically the afternoon into tomorrow morning, and then hopefully it alleviates by Thursday afternoon. But we did this a little while ago just to kind of illustrate how bad the storm surge can get, because I know sometimes it's kind of hard to picture exactly what 8 to 12 feet of surge looks like. So you've got a tape measure, so I'll take one end of this.
Okay.
And we'll just stop whenever we get to, let's say, 6 feet. Let's stop at 6 feet.
Okay. All right, right there.
Right there. So you saw the storm surge totals for Collier County, right around 6 to 8 feet, right? So, I mean, that is a significant amount of water that would be above normally dry ground. So that's 6 feet of storm surge.
And one of the things we keep talking about, this is not just your typical flooding water that's still water that rises. This is basically the Gulf or like an ocean.
Yeah, and you have hurricane force winds moving this water. So it's quickly moving water, and it's really hard to survive if you are stuck in storm surge like that. I mean, that's the #1 killer when it comes to hurricanes, storm surge and flooding. So that's 6 feet. I mean, that would be water above all of our heads.
Yeah.
So it was 6 to 10 was the first one, right?
Yeah,
okay,
6 to 10 feet, and then 8 to 12 feet for Lee and Charlotte County. So that's 8 feet to give you a sense of what the surge would look like there. And let's take it out to, well, we'll stop it at 10 first.
Okay, well, here's 10.
All right, 10 feet. And just to give you some more perspective, if we can have maybe the camera operator, if we're able to zoom out a little bit more on this shot, and the reason I'm doing this is because our huge monitor, we have a nickname for it, we call it Hercules. Anyway, the top of the monitor is 10 feet. I just measured it a little while ago.
Right.
So if we see over, you know, anywhere from 10 to 12 feet of storm surge, which again, I want to reiterate, that is not the official forecast. This is what we call a reasonable worst case scenario. This is what we have to prepare for, and we hope for the best. But I mean, just imagine water at that height. That's how high the water could get in a worst-case scenario here, 10 to 12 feet.
It's kind of staggering when you see it visually how tall 10 feet is.
Yeah. It was really scary. We haven't seen a storm surge event like that. That was 10 feet that we were just stopped at.
That was 10 feet. You want me to go back to 12?
Let's just go.
Okay.
I mean, let's go. I mean,
Lisa will walk off the
I will.
Back to
There's
12.
You're going to be all the way in the newsroom. So, I mean, the intent here is not to scare anyone. We're just really trying to get the point across why those evacuations were so important and why Southwest Florida is one of the most vulnerable coastlines to storm surge. So that's 12 feet.
That's 12 feet.
It's remarkable. And quite alarming.
It is. And imagine that much water above normally dry ground getting pushed by those hurricane force winds.
I did have a question because I saw a lot of people and viewers asking this. What if I'm above sea level? How does that affect the storm surge?
That's a great question. So the way they do these maps, and I'm going to take a moment to actually go neighborhood by neighborhood with you to show you, really dial in there to show you at street level what we're looking at. But to answer your question, elevation has already been taken into account with these maps. Now, the way they used to do it back when, Hurricane Charlie, was back in 2004, elevation was not taken into account. And so, you can imagine that led to a lot of confusion. We don't have to continue holding this.
I got it. Won't let it snap
I'll make
back.
sure I won't let it, snap it. There you go. But with Hurricane Charlie, that's not the way they did it. And so the National Hurricane Center changed it. And so all of this takes your elevation into account. I remember going back to Hurricane Irma, that was the question we got over and over again. Well, my house is at this elevation, my street is at this elevation. None of that matters when we're looking at these maps. So let's dive into it. Let's go into Cape Coral. I know, Lisa, you live in the Cape.
I do. I was in evacuation zone A.
Yep. So we're looking at some of these colors. I know it's a lot to see, but I put the road names on there. So there's Beach Parkway, there's Cape Coral Parkway, here's Pelican Boulevard, Gleason Parkway. So we're looking at
and Veterans, which is the big
There's Veterans Parkway. So the initial evacuations were just south of Veterans Parkway. So you can see the oranges and the reds. So that is somewhere in the neighborhood of about 6 to 9 feet of storm surge. Again, reasonable worst case scenario if the storm were to slow down, if it moved in at a particular angle that pushed the water like this up the Caloosahatchee River. So, that is a scary situation for Cape Coral. Think about all those canals.
And one of the things that I was noticing, it sounds so, but it seems like Cape Coral, because it has water kind of like on all sides with that peninsula, it just has nowhere to go. I mean, right?
That's exactly right. Yeah. So you have water going up the Caloosahatchee River, so that's why you see these areas shaded in red, because you have spillover from the Caloosahatchee as the hurricane drives that water up into the coast, and some of these canals, not all the canals in the Cape, but some of these canals are fed by the Gulf of Mexico. So that is, Cape Coral, you can see pretty much a good portion of the Cape in the flood zone, and so that's why they called for this evacuation. But you can see it all the way up through North Fort Myers. So we'll zoom in once again. Have to go through the South Cape. We'll go over the midpoint and the Cape Coral Bridge. This is a very populated area over South Fort Myers, the Cypress Lake area, Daniels Parkway out toward Bell Tower. Worst case scenario, which I don't believe this is going to happen, but water can get pushed so far inland that it goes across Cleveland Avenue. Here's 41 there, and here's 6 Mile Cypress out along Daniels Parkway. Gulf water getting pushed that far inland, that's pretty scary. And we tell people you don't have to go, evacuation stuff, and that's already done. You should be where you're going to be, obviously. Lehigh Acres. Notice how there's no storm surge threat for Lehigh Acres.
Right.
That's, you don't have to go far. Lehigh is one of the highest points in Lee County, and you can see some of those storm surge details across Charlotte County. I think we have to go to break for in just a moment, but I just wanted to kind of give you some of those details around Punta Gorda. Same thing as across Lee County, and 6 to 9, even closer to 12 feet of surge possible there. Some of this water could make it all the way up to Highway 41 into Charlotte County in a reasonable worst case scenario. And then we'll make one final stop. I don't want to leave anybody out because, what about Naples? What about Marco Island? If the storm does go a little bit farther north, then the storm surge would not be quite as bad here. But this area in particular, look how far those colors go past Highway 41. There's 41 right there. This is an area that got a lot of storm surge during Hurricane Irma. And you can see the potential there for about 6 to 10 feet of surge over southern Collier County. I'm hopeful that these numbers will come down, though, as the storm maybe goes a little bit farther to the north.
It's a lot to digest.
A lot to digest, and it's scary. But, the thing is to stay calm. We'll be here with you every step of the way, and we'll keep you updated.
All right. We'll be right back.
NBC2's First Alert Live Doppler Radar is sponsored by StormSmart. Call 855-365-SMART. StormSmart. Smart is beautiful.
In the eyes of the law, all men are created equal. Whether your case is worth $5,000 or $5 million, it doesn't matter. This is your big case. Our principles and our fight remain the same. At Farah & Farah, it's all about you.
El Dorado Furniture is expanding, and we're celebrating with exclusive offers coast to coast. Enjoy a unique showroom experience and save on endless styles. Don't miss our grand opening celebration online and at all El Dorado Furniture showrooms.
My name is Nick LaFountain. I'm an attorney with Farah & Farah, and I am a medically retired United States Marine who proudly served this country. I have the opportunity to represent veterans, Marines, sailors, and their families to pursue the justice that they deserve and they have earned while serving at Camp Lejeune and being exposed to the toxic water. Marines are the first to fight. Marines are the tip of the spear. And now, Farah & Farah has that opportunity to fight for them and be at the tip of the spear to present their claims to the United States government.
Our middle son left to go to work, and a twice deported illegal ran into him and he killed him. This is what happens when we have open borders. We were able to go and meet with Governor DeSantis. He said, I want to hear your son's story. And to see the compassion in his eyes, he wanted to make sure other lives were protected. He's been very strong on safety. He's been very strong on law and order. He has made our state one of the safest states to be in. There's no greater leader than Governor DeSantis.
This news segment sponsored by Lusk, Dresites, and Tolosano, your local personal injury attorneys for over 35 years. Visit us on the web at ldtlaw.com.
See live weather conditions anytime, anywhere with the area's largest network of live network cameras. The NBC2 View Network, sponsored by Cape Coral Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Southwest Florida's Jeep headquarters.
Just shy of 5:30 on this Wednesday morning, the day we've been anticipating. Thank you very much for joining us today as we continue to track Hurricane Ian.
I've done that all morning.
A lot of slips there. Good to be with you, everybody. I am ABC7 morning anchor Greg Parker.
And I'm NBC2 News Today anchor Lisa Spooner. As you can tell, different pairing this morning on the anchor desk. Alan Campbell and Jen Stacy were in earlier. That's because we're working together here at NBC2 and ABC7. We are combining forces to bring you the latest and most up-to-date and the most extensive storm coverage in Southwest Florida. So let's hand it over to our team of meteorologists from ABC7 and NBC2 this morning. Good morning, you guys.
Hey, good morning, Lisa. Good morning, Greg. Yeah, you know, we just got the 5 o'clock advisory in. I think the big takeaway from that, well, 2 big takeaways. Category 4 now, 140-mile-per-hour winds sustained. They found flight level winds, 145 knots. That's why they upped those wind values. And the track has shifted a little bit to the north, but we're so late in the game now, those little shifts aren't going to do much to really bring down our impacts.
Yeah, we're still going to see significant impacts, storm surge being the #1 impact. So what we'll do, I'll kind of first show you exactly how far the storm is away from Southwest Florida, and I'll measure from the hurricane force winds, and we'll measure it from, let's say, Sanibel. So we're at the point now where it's 40 miles away from Sanibel. It's moving at about 10 miles per hour to the north-northeast. So we're thinking, you know, mid to late morning is when those hurricane force winds will start to pick up. Let me draw something else in here that Jim and I and the team of meteorologists were kind of expecting based on some of the data that we were looking at is now the center line, and I'll try to draw it as accurately as I can, is kind of more something like this, maybe a little bit farther there to the north, but we have seen a little bit of a shift to the north and west, but you know that's the center line. The storm does not follow the forecasts always. You know, we could see it move right up into Charlotte Harbor. We could see it even go farther north up around the Venice area, but that's just one point on the map. We're still going to see hurricane force winds likely for a good portion of our viewing area.
Oh yeah, wide hurricane wind field. We kind of talked about this back at the top of the hour when we broke down the models over the last couple of days, the last week. Most that showed a storm intensifying up to the coast went a little more north, followed more of a little more northerly track. So we'll see if that trend continues. Another trend I'm tracking, it looks to be the worst. The winds right now are on the northwest side. That doesn't mean it won't close off its core here, as it looks like it's trying to do. There you go. We just jumped over to the winds. And you have to note, too, that we're only seeing what's going parallel, or perpendicular, rather, to the radar. So you're not going to have a full picture there. But there is that clearing spot on the southeast side of the eye. It's
right there.
Something I'm watching closely. And when I get back over to our side, I've been diving into our model. Our storm tracker model has picked up on that. And it holds that open-end of the southeastern side of the eye, which if there's one, you know, something we're looking for, something to hold on to, as far as something, you know, that could be a better outcome in this case. If it can stay weak on that southeastern side, that would be the side that's going to clip by our coastline. So maybe that brings down our wind threat a bit. That is in our model. I'm going to show you that in a little bit.
Yeah, let's hope so. You know, it's interesting because normally we talk about the east side of the storm as being what we phrase as the dirty side. The bad side. And normally, most of the time, you see the hurricane force winds, especially the worst of the surge, are on the eastern side, and the surge will be on that southeastern side. But as Jim was saying, let me try to get back the telestrator here. So this is essentially where those strongest winds are, where they measured 140-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds in that outer eye wall.
Right.
So as we go through the morning, we will keep you updated on the track as it continues to get closer and closer to our coast. We'll break down the timeline, the impacts. I'll be very interested to see, you guys, when we get closer to sunrise at 7:15, we have cameras all throughout Southwest Florida, what Fort Myers Beach is going to look like, what Marco Island's going to look like, and along the Caloosahatchee. So, all right, we're going to send it back over, I believe, to Greg now and Lisa.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Only 5:33 in the morning. Things are already starting to get a little dangerous out there on the roadways. Many areas already reporting downed power lines.
So areas that are near Roanoke Drive, Marsh Avenue, and Fort Myers. Joshua Cole is joining us live from that area this morning with a message from first responders. Joshua.
You see Fort Myers Fire Department leaving here just behind me off of Roanoke Drive, just off of Marsh Avenue. A power line fell because of the wind behind this neighborhood, behind these homes here, and that charged the entire fence line. Now, I spoke with firefighters out here, and they say expect a lot more power outages throughout Southwest Florida as we get farther into Hurricane Ian being here.
This type of issue we get a lot in the summer with the regular storms. So what's going on with the bigger storm, more wind, we'll see this a little bit more prevalent now. Yeah. They anticipate with the high winds, the power lines going down. So typically they shut the power down, even if the lines don't go down, because they just anticipate these lines going down and stuff.
And how are you doing?
Oh, fantastic. This is this is not my first time. So stay dry, stay inside.
Thankfully, there was no fire behind this home, but you can see me, FPL is out here now just to make sure that the electricity is shut off from that power line, to make sure that fence is no longer a danger for the residents here. But that's something fire officials are really stressing. If you don't have to be outside, stay inside because of the threat that wind is projecting of knocking over our power lines. We're going to see FPL at a lot more neighborhoods around Fort Myers, Southwest Florida, and all over the place to shut off power because of that threat of power lines falling. And you can see the wind is picking up here with me right now. So I'm going to go ahead and get back in the car. We're in Fort Myers right now. I'm Joshua Cole.
And you heard that firefighter, you heard Joshua emphasizing, and if you don't have to be out, don't go outside. Our conditions are going to continue to get worse before they get better. Our team of meteorologists are tracking this storm, Hurricane Ian, as it spins off our coastline. We'll be right back.
Grout Magnificent has been serving Lee and Collier County since 2003. Please give us a call today for a free estimate. We are your tile cleaning and grout sealing experts. Please check out our 5-star reviews on Google. We hope to hear from you.
Stanley Steamer's been cleaning homes and businesses in Fort Myers, Naples, and Southwest Florida for over 40 years. We're prepared and equipped to meet all of your cleaning needs. From carpet, upholstery, and area rug cleaning to tile and grout cleaning and more. You can trust our trained technicians to get your home looking and feeling great. We can also clean your air ducts for greatly improved indoor air quality. Call and ask about our manager specials.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
When our middle son, Brandon, left to go to work, he was only 21 years old. And the last words I said to him is, I love you. And a twice deported illegal ran into him and hit him so hard that he caused Brandon's car to flip. And he killed him. My child's killed by someone who should not have been here. This is what happens when we have open borders. We were able to go and meet with Governor DeSantis. He said, I want to hear your son's story and to see the compassion in his eyes. And I saw the concern. He wanted to make sure other lives were protected. And as a governor, he truly has been upholding the oath that he took, which is to protect Floridians. He not only talks a good talk, but he walks it. He's been very strong on safety. He's been very strong on law and order. He has made our state one of the safest states to be in. There's no greater leader than Governor DeSantis because he didn't just listen. He put action behind it.
Grout Magnificent has been serving Lee and Collier County since 2003. Please give us a call today for a free estimate. We are your tile cleaning and grout sealing experts. Please check out our 5-star reviews on Google. We hope to hear from you.
Time now 5:38. If you were just waking up and trying to get the latest information on Hurricane Ian, in case you missed it, it is now strengthened to a Category 4 hurricane with winds sustained at 140 miles per hour, gusts up to 165 miles per hour. Over the past few updates, we have not seen that forward speed slowing. That is some good news because the slower this storm moves, the worse the storm surge and flooding threat becomes. Here's the latest forecast cone. This is also different. If you have been keeping up with the forecast the past couple of days, you know we were hoping for wind shear to cause some last-minute weakening. That is not going to be the case. This will be a major hurricane landfall in southwest Florida, likely in Charlotte County, potentially even as far south as Lee County into the early afternoon to even early tonight. So by the end of the day today, we expect Ian to make landfall. We also expect it to still be maintaining those hurricane force winds up toward the central peninsula, and that track continues off toward the north. So our biggest threat as you're waking up this morning, the winds and the rain, but also an isolated tornado risk. Conditions are going to continue to deteriorate. And I want to make note that since 1950, 6 Category 4 or 5 hurricanes have made landfall in Florida. And today we expect Ian to become the 7th on that list. So far overnight, we've picked up anywhere from 2 to 6 inches of rain across the region. We're already starting to see some reports of some flooding in different pockets and very slick conditions out on the roads. Winds are certainly continuing to pick up as well, but still really waiting on sustained tropical storm force winds, which should be coming in the next few hours, and then hurricane force winds by the late morning hours. On live Doppler radar, you can see that the eye is popping up on radar. We're actually seeing this less than 60 miles off of our coast, and we're really dealing with some nice breaks in the rain farther inland, back toward Hendry and Glades County, where we are still under a flash flood watch. You are getting a nice let up from some of these outer feeder bands. As we take you down toward Collier County, especially near some of our populated communities, Estero, Naples this morning, waking up to light to moderate and eventually some more heavy bands. Our Lee County, you're dealing with some light to moderate rain, seeing a couple lightning strikes popping up at times as well. And I know that Charlotte County, you are dealing with some very heavy rain, but we're seeing these bands moving through very quickly. We're talking about over 50 miles per hour, so whipping through the region. And you've got more batches of moderate rain heading your way. Pirate Harbor again, 543, Rotunda West, 553 as well. Punta Gorda, 555. Harbor View, 558 this morning. So we're seeing some of the heaviest pockets in those places. So don't be surprised if things let up and then you start to see more rounds of tropical feeder bands coming on through just behind that. Murdoch into Northport, Tarpon Point, Englewood, Rotunda, those areas dealing with some of the heaviest rain this morning. Up toward DeSoto County, we are seeing light rain, and into Arcadia, it's going to continue to get breezier. Across the region, mainly this morning, the concern becomes that flood threat and that isolated tornado risk. Storm surge, the biggest impact across the region, really kicks in into the afternoon and into tonight. That flash flood watch is in a place across the entire peninsula. I want to take you hour by hour through what you can expect throughout the rest of the day today, as all eyes are on that landfall from Hurricane Ian. So throughout the late morning hours, continuing to see some heavy feeder bands, the outer bands associated with Category 4 Hurricane Ian filtering through the region. It won't be a washout. We'll have moments where things could let up, but we will likely be watching for breeze brief spin-up tornadoes, and we're also watching for the worst of the damaging wind coming on in associated with the eye wall of Hurricane Ian by the early afternoon. Look at the timing of this, 2-3 o'clock. Landfall expected by tonight, and then we'll see those feeder bands continue to filter through the region even into Thursday. It's still soggy, and we're still looking at flooding concerns as well as that storm surge threat still in place. And then by Thursday night, conditions are going to be calming. So from here on out, conditions across the region expected to continue to deteriorate. With more analysis, we are going to send things over to meteorologist Jesslyn Ferencz.
Hey, Lauren, and yeah, like you were just talking about, we're seeing those bands pushing through some of our coastal communities. So I want to take you a look outside. I know it's still dark, still have about an hour and a half or so until we start to get some light out there. But you can really see the palm trees going crazy. Definitely seeing some of those strong wind gusts into Punta Gorda, some really strong rain bands into Fort Myers as well, into Naples. So yes, we are not done yet. Still seeing a lot of that rainfall and some of those heavier winds pushing across southwest Florida. So current winds right now, this is sustained. We are seeing anywhere upwards of 20, 30, upwards of 40 mile per hour winds, gusts upwards. Take a look at that into Naples, 60 mile per hour, just under at 411 at the airport there, 55 into Fort Myers, 50 also into Edison Grand there in downtown Fort Myers. Now, what can we be seeing as we go throughout the next couple of hours? So this is our wind gust forecast. So over the next couple of hours, like we were just talking about, we're going to continue to see those conditions deteriorate. As we get to the afternoon, going to start to see some of those heavier gusts start to push on shore. But like we were mentioning at the top of the hour, it's really looking like the heaviest of wind gusts are going to be staying to the north and to the western side. So we're definitely hoping for that because southwest Florida, with the approach of Ian, we're on that east side. Are we still going to be seeing some hurricane force gusts? Absolutely, but it's not looking like we're going to be seeing those major hurricane force wind gusts as we get later on into the afternoon. So that's some good news, but we're just hoping that this really plays out. But again, going to be seeing those winds anywhere upwards of 60 plus miles per hour, continuing in 70 miles per hour all the way throughout the evening hours. And then once Ian continues to push off to the north, it's going to start to weaken a bit, move out of the area, but we're still going to be left with those gusty conditions all the way really until tomorrow morning. Now, when we talk about these winds, that number one impact we've been talking about the last couple of days is the storm surge. So what exactly is that storm surge? Well, obviously, what we've been talking about, it's the wind that's pushing up all of this water on shore. So it's that prolonged onshore wind pushing all those Gulf waters onshore here in southwest Florida. Now, our worst case scenario is a large, slow-moving storm making landfall to the north. That's exactly what Ian is going to do. So let's take a look at the storm surge forecast. This is going to be a really bad situation for southwest Florida. So take a look at this. We're going to be seeing flooding all the way upwards of 41, Tamiami, into Collier County, anywhere upwards of 9 to 12 feet of surge in the 10,000 islands, up to 3 to 6, all the way up to Tamiami there. As we head into Lee County looks like we're going to be getting the worst of that storm surge. You see all of that pink, that purple there, anywhere upwards of 15 feet of surge into Fort Myers Beach, into Estero also, and all the way up the river. Again, it's not just the beaches, it's not just the coast. That water is being pushed up the rivers as well. So that's going to continue into Charlotte County. Now, yesterday we were seeing high numbers into Charlotte County, but now that that cone or the track of Ian is starting to adjust a little bit, we've dropped that down slightly. But yes, we are still going to be seeing significant storm surge into Charlotte County, anywhere upwards of 6 to 9 feet there as well. So yes, I want you to keep this in mind. We always stress this when we get those floods. So we're going to be getting, obviously, a lot of heavy rainfall over the next couple of hours into the afternoon, the evening, even into tomorrow, upwards of 10 plus more inches of rainfall for our rivers. And then we have the storm surge. So if you're seeing flooding, first of all, I do not recommend driving in these conditions, but if you are, find a different route. 6 inches of water can reach the bottom of most cars. That's going to make you lose control of your car, and 1 foot can float many vehicles. So yes, we're going to be seeing many impacts from Ian as we go throughout the next 24 hours or so. And flooding rain, storm surge going to be our main impacts, but also that chance for some damaging wind and that chance for spin-up tornadoes as well. So stick with us. We're going to be keeping you updated on air and online.
All right, Jesselyn, thank you. We're over here in the NBC2 Alert Center, and I have 2 live cameras I want to show you. Jesselyn was mentioning the wind, and you're going to see in 2 different counties here. I want to start with our FDOT camera. This is in Lee County, Business 41, just north of the Edison Bridge, and you can see on the right-hand side of the palm trees and that power line. I've been watching this here. There it goes. It's starting to shake there. So conditions right now at 5:47 in the morning in Lee County. And if we could switch over to our Meadow camera here. This is the live camera. This is Charlotte County, the King Fleet Fisher. This is Fisherman's Village. This is, if you take Marion near the Isles Yacht Club, PGI, those homes there, these folks, a lot of people evacuated this area. This is the red zone in Charlotte County. This is their live camera here at Fisherman's Village right now. You can see the palm trees there, the wind picking up here. And I'll continue to watch these live feeds here for you in the NBC2 Alert Center. We will be right back after this.
Anything you'd like to say? Roads are shut down. Several communities have been evacuated. We are taking you along on a relief mission to the Bahamas. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kelly Burns.
At Fair & Farah, we represent the cheated, the neglected, and the abandoned.
That's why we treat every client with honesty, dignity, and respect. For the last 40 years and today.
We'll always be here for you.
Farah and Farah.
We have incoming.
What do we got?
Let's hit it. What's going on here? We're all good. Can't do that. That's impossible.
Clearly not. The ground is energized. Carver, you good?
Did you illegally plant that gun? Absolutely not. You are a liar. You gotta start believing in me, kid.
Your AC breaks down. You stand in front of the open fridge just to take the edge off. Ice cream melts, shorts out the compressor, power surge trips the breaker, triggers the statewide blackout so big they name it after you. Now, best case scenario, you call Best Home Services. So many specialized technicians, we have a total disaster fixing AC expert. We fix your old unit and it works great. You stay refreshed, ice cream stays frozen, and your kids think you're the coolest dad ever. You know, for now. GetBest.com. Best case scenario.
Charlie Crist is increasing costs, hurting Florida families. He voted for inflationary spending that exploded the cost of gas, groceries, and housing, costing Florida families $500 per month. Crist voted to increase taxes on gas and opposes affordable American energy. Charlie approved the largest increase in taxes and fees in Florida history. Charlie Crist, he wants to raise your taxes.
I don't like to raise taxes. I did it as governor. Would you do it again? If necessary, I would.
10 minutes till 6. We continue to track Hurricane Ian. This is a live look behind us at the radar of it spinning off our coast. The Island Park area in Lee County is ready for Ian. This area was hit hard by Hurricane Irma 5 years ago.
Yeah, that's for sure. Many businesses in the area taking an impact. Derek Hopp joins us this morning from the area. Derek, how are things looking this morning?
Yeah, good morning, guys. I'm out here on Island Park Road and 41, just in one of these business parking lots right up along the road. But I want to show you all this water that's starting to puddle here. We started to see the rain start to pick up slowly but surely over the past probably hour or so in the area. And if you look over here, you can start to see where it's puddling and where it's going to. It's going towards a lot of these ditches that are on the side of these roads. And as we've driven up and down these roads, those ditches are getting more and more full. Now, luckily for some of these businesses, they've been through this. They saw this during Hurricane Irma not too long ago. So they've put up their sandbags. They've boarded things up. And again, that is something that we've seen kind of as a constant at a lot of these businesses that we've passed all on this road. A lot of homes, when we drove through the neighborhoods, they were also boarded up. They also had the sandbags. Because I think the most concerning thing that we're seeing is those ditches or those ponds that are next to these neighborhoods. They are slowly beginning to fill up with water. As you can see, the rain's picked up even after we've started this, and it's starting to puddle up right here in this parking lot. But we're going to continue to monitor the area and going to continue to update you here throughout the rest of the morning. For now, reporting in Lee County, Derek Cobb.
Yeah, not surprised to see all the ponding.
No, that's an area that floods on a good day with just a summer storm.
It sure is. Derek, thanks very much. We got to go to a quick commercial break, everybody. It is just shy of 6 a.m. Jim, right now as we get a little closer and closer to starting to feel the major impacts of Hurricane Ian throughout Southwest Florida. We're back with our meteorologist in just a moment.
Want to see what a storm looks like before it hits your neighborhood? With the 2View network at NBC-2.com, you can check out live weather conditions anywhere in Southwest Florida anytime. It's your first look at what's headed your way, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
If you overdraw your account, Wells Fargo gives you an extra day grace period to avoid the overdraft fee. What if everything came with a grace period? Like accidentally parking where you shouldn't.
Hey, what about this one? Nah, that one gets an extra day. Somebody got lucky.
Like having an extra day grace period? When it comes to overdrafts, you can with Wells Fargo.
I'm Marco Rubio, and I approved this message.
Val Demings. She'd be Florida's most liberal senator ever. Demings votes with Pelosi 100%. She supports amnesty and gave stimulus checks to illegal immigrants. Supports taxpayer-funded abortion until the moment of birth. Demings even voted to allow transgender youth sports and teach children radical gender identity without parental consent. Val Demings. She's not just liberal. She's dangerously radical.
Just outside of a town called Basic is Basic Lake, where families gather together for some basic fun. And if you have the 2022 Nissan Rogue with a VC turbo engine and 5 drive modes, you can climb above Basic and find a trail where no one else goes. The 2022 Nissan Rogue, anything but basic.
Get 1.9% financing for 36 months on 10 models, like Rogue, with best-in-class fuel economy.
540, something just into our NBC2 newsroom. They warned that this would happen once winds get to 45 miles per hour, but emergency services citywide in Cape Coral have now been officially suspended. They say they will resume normal operations after winds reach below that 45-mile-per-hour threshold, which is why they were encouraging people to evacuate, because in case of an emergency, they would not be able to respond to you. And Cape Coral is starting to see areas where that water is already building up on the roads.
It sure is. I mean, we've been showing you video all morning long of that. Many areas of Cape Coral have been having issues with flooding as it is. We talked before going to commercial break, even just during rainy season. Yeah. Areas of Cape Coral will flood. So factor in Hurricane Ian on the way. Let's go to Lacey Lee, who's joining us this morning from Chiquita Boulevard. And Lacey, how are things looking so far?
I am in Cape Coral this morning, specifically on Chiquita Boulevard in Southwest 18th Lane, and this is the harsh reality right here behind me. This is right in front of someone's home, and even this is right in front of when you are trying to exit out this neighborhood, and this is just a harsh reality for the families and people that decided to stay back and just endure the impacts of Hurricane Ian. This is what you're going to have to deal with this morning. Again, I will be out here in the Cape Coral area, keeping you all updated with the latest flooding updates.
And you could hear that wind with Lacey already whipping, and you know, it's not even 6 o'clock yet. When our first alert team of meteorologists have been tracking Ian and kind of doing that storm track, it was looking like, you know, mid-morning, like 10 o'clock when they would see the worst.
Yeah, well, when you and I first went on air at 1 o'clock this morning, I mean, just in the last 5 hours or so, we've seen conditions really start to deteriorate without question. In fact, Florida National Guard, they're prepared to help everybody in the state that's impacted by Hurricane Ian. They will be positioned at armories all over the state. They will be mobilized when needed.
Also, more than 300 Florida troopers are working right now to keep our area safe. So those troopers are set to help anyone who we hope you're not even thinking about getting out on the roads, but for some reason you have to. They say they will be able to help anyone who may be stranded on the roads or the highways. And, you know, the 5 a.m. advisory came in, and our team of meteorologists have been talking about that, yes, the track is going a little more north,
a little bit,
slightly,
teeny tiny. But
what is better for one area of our community is not as good for another area.
Almost a lose-lose, it feels like.
Yeah.
And I mean, you try to find the upside and the bright side to situations like this, and there's a couple of them moving north just slightly, also maybe a little break just slightly on that southeast side of the storm. There's no guarantees here on what it's going to be doing. So obviously we're keeping a very close eye on it. I know if you're watching from home or listening right now, you're keeping a close eye on things. That's why we're encouraging everybody to take video, take pictures of what you're seeing.
Do it safely.
Do it very safely, yes, no question. And send those pictures to us. We'll be more than happy to take a look at them, show them to our meteorologists, put them on air. These are the kind of days where everybody is a reporter.
Well, and what it allows us to do is allows you to stay safe, not get outside, but we can bring you the images that you need and want to see to, you know, some people are evacuating, they're watching on the live stream. Some people are, you know, hunkered down and want to see what's going on outside and do it safely.
It's literally news in real time going on in your neighborhood.
Yep. All right, so we're going to be right back. Our team of meteorologists are joining us once again for our team coverage with ABC 7 and NBC 2. Stay with us.
Ram Power Days at Galliana Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. New Jeep Compass, just $299 per month. Or get 2.9% financing. We sell more, you save more. At Galliana Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and GallianaCars.com.
We all get knocked down, but slipping and falling on a wet floor can keep you down and out. At Farah & Farah, we'll investigate if unsafe conditions caused your injury, and we'll fight to hold those responsible accountable. You may be down, but that doesn't mean you're out. Farah & Farah.
Grout Magnificent has been serving Lee and Collier County since 2003. Please give us a call today for a free estimate. We are your tile cleaning and grout sealing experts. Please check out our 5-star reviews on Google. We hope to hear from you.
Poolside patio is your personal oasis. Don't let trip hazards get you down. Raise it right with Seal Tight, and we'll guarantee it for life. Visit us at SealTightFlorida.com or call 844-RAISE-FL.
Ready? It's happening right now at Rooms to Go. Pick from 100 beautiful rooms, each under $1,500. Picture it, your home, fully furnished in your style, with living rooms under $1,500, dining rooms under $1,500, bedrooms under $1,500. So many stylish options, each under $1,500. And it gets better. Finance for $30 or less per month, interest-free for 50 months. Furnish your home to perfection. Now at Rooms to Go.
Over $21,000 in finance savings at Galliana Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. New Wagoneer, Ram, or Gladiator. All with 0% financing for 72 months. Saves you over $21,000. Galliana Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and GallianaCars.com.
All right, good Wednesday morning, everyone. We are continuing to track Hurricane Ian's path as its sights are set on Southwest Florida. What you're looking at right now is a live camera from the Kingfisher Fleet, which is set up in the Fisherman's Village of Punta Gorda. If you look right there on the bottom of your screen, you can see the water already starting to pool there. And then you can really see that palm tree whipping around. And again, we keep talking about this. It is going to get worse before the conditions get better here for us in Southwest Florida.
Got a long way to go.
We sure do.
As it's 6 o'clock in the morning right now, we know we are expecting more impacts mid-morning to late morning as Hurricane Ian is really starting to get a little bit closer here to us in Southwest Florida. Thanks for allowing us to bring you that information, everybody, as we track Hurricane Ian. I'm ABC 7 morning anchor Gregory Parker.
And I'm NBC 2 News Today anchor Lisa Spooner. You can see we are joining our forces here at Waterman Broadcasting to bring you the most extensive and complete Hurricane Ian coverage. Ian could make landfall in Charlotte County. It's going to bring those strong hurricane force winds, that storm surge that we've been talking about, and potential flooding as well. So we have our team of meteorologists on standby right now to give you a look at Hurricane Ian.
That's right. But first, we want to take you live to Punta Gorda this morning. We have Rachel Anderson joining us at Ponce de Leon Park right now. How are conditions looking up there right now, Rach?
Good morning, you guys. So we're actually inside the van right now in order to save audio for you guys and kind of give you a glimpse around. But first I wanted to let you know we're actually back at Lashley Park. So this is right off of the Peace River. And it's really interesting just how fast conditions can change here. Just about 30 minutes ago, we couldn't even see the water because of how hard the rain was coming down. The wind has been whipping all morning, but another really interesting thing is all morning this morning we've been shooting video of the water coming up against that seawall, splashing up against it and onto land, and now the water's kind of moved back. So that's a little bit of a spooky kind of thing that's going on this morning. But Daisha has our handy dandy wind gauge this morning. Daisha, what are you getting?
And it's actually coming at 27 right now.
27 miles an hour, but we've seen gusts up to 38 miles an hour right here at this spot this morning. So things have been absolutely crazy. We've actually seen a couple of cars driving up to take pictures, and we have to say, let us do that for you. Don't leave your house. Stay sheltered in place because this is no joke. There's trees down here at Lashley Park. There's limbs flying in the road throughout Punta Gorda. And it's all around just a mess. We're absolutely drenched, but glad to give you guys this update. I wanted to ask also if you guys have any questions on what we're seeing here in Punta Gorda this morning.
So, Rachel, you know, we're seeing how strong the rain is out there. Are you seeing that band effect where it'll be almost deceiving and look like it's calming down for a little bit? Because I would think that's when people are going to think they're okay to go outside.
It's interesting you mentioned that because Deja and I were walking around getting video, going to the other part of the park just to see what we could see, and it was pretty calm then. Then we ran back to the van as it's just dumping rain. Now we're kind of in a little bit more of a less heavy rain section, but regardless, it's wild how in just a matter of minutes things can change twofold.
And I want to emphasize, too, because I worked out in the field when Hurricane Irma was here. Our bosses, our team, they emphasize that you guys are to be safe. And so once it gets to a certain point, you guys will not be out on the roads.
Right.
Correct. Oh, yeah. I mean, so far this morning, we haven't felt too much of a push, but we're in the big news van. You know, when the winds hit, we really have a lot of surface area for that to kind of grab us and blow us all over the road. So, yeah, at the end of the day, you know, once we find a spot, we'll stay here. We'll report here live. We'll get you guys all of the information that we have as soon as we can, but also safely.
All right, Rachel. Thanks so much. Stay safe out there. That's a great point, Lisa, about our news management.
Yeah.
We try to make sure our kids stay safe out there. And here's Stacey Devenbaugh right now in the Alert Center. Hey, Stacey.
All right, Greg, Lisa, I want to give you another look here in Charlotte County, just down the road from where Rachel was talking to us. If we could pull up the FDOT camera. Again, this is a live look as we watch that truck go by there, I-75. This is northbound 164. Right on the heart of downtown Punta Gorda. This is the exit you take to get there. Rachel would have gotten off here to get to where she is. And Marion Avenue, very close to here. That's in downtown. And that floods. There's businesses, the post office there, a lot of those businesses. I was just up there yesterday, and those businesses, boutiques, nail salons, restaurants boarded up because they know it floods when it rains a lot in that area. So a lot of concern for this area. PGI, a lot of homes in that area, Punta Gorda Isles, a lot of those folks have boarded up. Fisherman's Village, we've been talking about that and showing you live cameras. But this is very close to where Rachel is right now. We can see the rain bands, a lot of rain, as some cars there. Probably not a good idea to be out on the road unless you absolutely have to be. But I'm going to keep looking at these cameras, live images. I'm also checking social media as well. Greg?
Okay, Stacey, thanks so much. 6:05 is the time. If you are trying to get to a shelter in the Charlotte County area, you need to do it right now. Emergency management says once the winds hit those tropical storm force speeds, we're talking 45 mile per hour or greater, they're going to be shutting the doors and they're not going to be opening them until the storm passes.
So we want to hand it over now to our team of meteorologists. Again, we're joining forces because that allows us to use the most up-to-date technology between the ABC7 and the NBC2 teams. They've got both of their computer systems working. We have the most, experienced team of meteorologists in Southwest Florida. And then when you combine them together, it just increases the knowledge.
And utilizing all the technology we have in the building. In this studio as well as our ABC7 studio.
All right, so let's go straight to Jason right now.
Yeah, so we're getting hourly updates now on Hurricane Ian. I know a lot of you are probably just waking up this morning. You probably hear the wind howling, and it's a scary situation. I just want to kind of get you up to speed on what the latest is with the storm. You can see where the position is right now. It's almost due west of Naples, but the motion is to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. Here's the big takeaway, and this happened at 5 o'clock this morning, and this is the biggest change here that we've seen. Notice the winds now. Hurricane Ian is a Category 4 hurricane. Earlier this morning, we had winds at 120 miles per hour, but the hurricane hunters have been constantly flying into the storm and collecting that data, taking observations, and they did find maximum sustained winds at 140 miles per hour. So this is an incredibly powerful major hurricane that we're looking at heading toward our Southwest Florida coastline. I'm trying to find some news that is not as bad, and I'll point out a couple of things here if you'll kind of follow along with me. Notice on the eastern side of the storm, this is typically what we refer to as the dirty side, where most of the bad weather is. And that's definitely true with respect to the surge. But you'll notice that there's more breaks in the rain bands here. Notice this huge swath where it's actually dry for a good portion of our inland areas out closer to LaBelle. So most of the rain now is over Collier, Lee, and Charlotte County as this big hurricane passes by to our west. And the hope is that maybe some dry air will get kind of entrained into the system so that we see more breaks in the rain. So I think the heavy rain, the flash flooding threat has diminished somewhat, but the storm surge threat is still very, very serious. I want to take a closer look at the winds from some of our live weather stations, and we mentioned that the bridges, the overpasses, don't cross those once winds get up to 40 miles per hour. And we're kind of at that point now where we're looking at tropical storm winds, 40 miles per hour in Bonita Springs, 45 in Cape Coral. I was actually looking at a weather observation out on Sanibel, and they've seen some wind gusts get up closer to 55 to 60 miles per hour, which makes sense because they're closer to the coast. But you can see that center of circulation right now. Again, it's moving to the north and northeast, so kind of moving in a motion about like this. So let's look at the latest trend with the National Hurricane Center forecast track, and there has been a subtle change. Okay, so we look for any kind of slight deviations in the track because these storms, any kind of tropical systems, known to have what I like to call wiggles and wobbles. So you're going to see some shifts. And with the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, again, some not as bad news is that the track has shifted a little bit farther north. It's still going to be a very, very bad situation for most of Southwest Florida, from Lee County up through Charlotte County, especially as it relates to storm surge, which is the most deadly aspect of the hurricane. But before, and usually I don't like to show this little middle track line, but the reason I put it on there is to show you the difference. Before, that track line was here going through Punta Gorda, and now it's here. Just showing you that subtle shift back to the north and west. Now, could we see it shift again to the south? Yes, but I just kind of want to show you what the trend is. But also remember that a hurricane is much larger, as we saw there on our live Doppler radar, than one point on the map. And those hurricane force winds go out 40 to 50 miles from the center of circulation. So even if you don't see this red swirling icon go right on top of you, we're likely going to see hurricane force winds, again, going at about 40, 50 miles. So that would be it right about here, the swath of those hurricane force winds. There's the timeline. And another piece of good news, we'll actually call this good news, not so bad news, and that is that the storm is likely going to continue moving more quickly through Southwest Florida. If you've been with us for the last couple of days, we were concerned about the storm slowing down. Some of our forecast models even had this stalling out over Southwest Florida right along our coast. It appears now that that is not going to be the case. So that is some good news. We'll be able to get this storm out of here faster. But unfortunately, it is still going to bring some major impacts as we expect to see some pretty catastrophic storm surge possible in parts of our area, particularly from Lee County. It looks like now even more so up into Charlotte County around Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte. I know you see something on your screen that might look a little odd, so let's explain what this is. What we've done here as we've been tracking Hurricane Ian's progress once it moved across the western shore of Cuba. Every step of the way, sorry, I'm just pausing because I hear the winds picking up outside the station, so that just got my attention. It looks like we have one of those heavy rain bands coming in. Every step of the way here along the track, I've drawn a circle around the eye. So this just gives you an idea of the overall track, how the hurricane is moving. And we're going to continue to do that here as we go through the course of the morning. Now, because of the shape of the coastline, because of the geography of Florida, you have a storm that's moving parallel to the coast. And the reason why it's really tricky to pinpoint where that landfall is going to be is because a slight wobble to the east, even 10, 20 miles, can make a difference in whether it makes landfall in Lee County, Charlotte, or maybe even up over toward Sarasota County. We know it's coming toward the coastline of southwest Florida. That's pretty much locked in. And the latest trajectories, the latest trend in the model has these, well, basically has a center heading up into Charlotte County or just north of there. But still some very bad conditions, hurricane conditions expected across Lee County. I paused a moment ago because I heard some of the winds howling outside of the station. So there's the location. This is where we are in Fort Myers here, Waterman headquarters with the teams of NBC2 and ABC7. And I can see why the winds are picking up, because we have some of these bands, some of these pockets in the yellows and the reds. And this is where we're looking at some of those stronger wind gusts, even closer to 40 to 50 miles per hour. So those are those tropical storm force winds that go outward from the center 140 miles. So we're pretty much all going to see those tropical storm force winds, even if you're not looking at some of the rain here where we have this dry slot, LaBelle. Even out toward Clewiston, Arcadia, we're going to see those tropical storm force winds as well. And as we take a closer look at how strong the winds are, and we're able to actually analyze this with our NBC2 First Alert Live Doppler radar, you're going to see some of these odd blue shadings on the map. And so what I've switched it to is a velocity mode, or what we call the rotation detector. And this gives us an idea of how fast the winds are moving based on how quickly the water droplets are moving through the air. So as we look at some of the wind speeds right now, and this is a little bit higher up in the atmosphere, so I think this is an overestimate, but already winds in the neighborhood, according to our live Doppler radar, around 60 miles per hour. I think more realistically, we're closer to 40 to 50 miles per hour because this is a bit above the ground. One thing I want to remind you of as well is that we still have a tornado watch in place for all of southwest Florida, but some more good news is that tornado threat will be diminishing as we go through the morning. We don't have any current tornado warnings. And then the main focus will be on this right here. And this is going to be the focus pretty much all day today, the storm surge. That is at a level 5. I mean, that's as bad as it gets in terms of our threat tracker level. So when will we see the worst storm surge? That normally coincides with the tide cycles. So high tide for most of southwest Florida is going to come during the afternoon, starting as early as around 2 to 3 o'clock across Collier County, mid-afternoon across Lee County, around 3, 4 o'clock for some of the barrier islands, and a little bit later in the afternoon for Charlotte Harbor. So that's when we expect to see the worst of the storm surge, late afternoon. The heavy rain threat, we have at a level 4, but I'm going to consider dropping this down here in a little bit as I just kind of look at some of the new information coming in. I showed you how we have some of these dry slots forming on the eastern side. So perhaps the flash flooding threat will be able to lower that just a little bit, but we're still going to have some flooding. The wind threat will keep it at a level 4 because we're going to have those hurricane force winds. I don't think, at least most of the area, that we're going to get those 140 mile per hour winds that we're looking at right around the eye wall. We'll continue to track it and see if that changes, but definitely, well, we will see some wind gusts and sustained winds even up above 100 miles per hour. The tornado threat dropping, the power loss threat tracker level, that's at a 4, and anytime you get any kind of hurricane force winds, that is going to be an issue. I want to take a moment, before I send it over to my colleague, meteorologist Jim Dickey, I just want to take a moment to just say a couple of things. Number one, we're going to get some images here in the next 45 minutes as we get closer to sunrise, which is after 7 o'clock. better visuals of what it's going to look like along our coast. So we're going to be really looking to see what it looks like for places like Fort Myers Beach, and we'll be able to see what the water levels look like, especially even more so getting into the afternoon. So that's the first thing that I want to say. The second thing I want to say is it relates to the power loss. Remember to make sure you have your phone charged. Hopefully you're okay with that, but we are live streaming on NBC-2.com. We are live streaming on YouTube. We are live streaming on our digital platforms if you have the NBC2 weather app and the NBC2 News app. That's another way that you can watch us. Let's say that you lose power. We're also simulcasting on several radio stations across Southwest Florida. The Beasley Media Group, Sunny 106.3, B1039, ESPN Radio, and K-Rock. So you can find us there if you lose power. You can also listen on your radio. That becomes a very important source of information if you're not able to watch us on TV. And we know we're on radio too, so we're going to try to be descriptive as possible to try to get you that critical, life-saving information, okay? All right, so for more about the timeline of when we can expect to see those hurricane-force winds, I'm going to send it over to meteorologist Jim Dickey, and he is tracking where those hurricane-force winds are and when they're going to arrive in your neighborhood. Jim?
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Actually, real quick, guys, in the booth, if you want to put up Doppler 2 full, on the screen so we can take a look at the current power outages right now. The number's still fairly low. They're starting to tick up. 4,000 Collier County, estimates 3,000 Lee County, 2,000 in Charlotte County. Look at the East Coast, Miami-Dade at 20,000. These numbers are really going to start to pick up as we head through the next couple of hours as we track the core of those hurricane winds working toward the coast of Southwest Florida. Go ahead and bring it back to me, guys, here in the studio. So, as Jason just talked about, the track has shifted a little bit to the north. If this continues on, this north-northeasterly track, which I've been watching very closely, you know, as we continue to get those updates from our live Doppler radar, where the center is in relation to the track forecast, right now we are still very much right in line with what the Hurricane Center is saying. That track forecast right along the center of where the storm is. So it's continuing on that north-northeasterly path for now. You see it's been wobbling. For the most part, though, this is a change if you're just waking up. It did take more of a due northerly course overnight. That's why the shift a little bit to the north and northwest, which will matter when we talk about who sees the worst of the winds and how much of the area sees the worst of the winds. You know, you think back to Irma. Irma's core moved in Marco Island and moved right on up through Southwest Florida, basically cut right up 75. Just about all of us got into the core of Irma. Even as it was breaking down, we saw those powerful hurricane-force winds across the area with a more sort of scraping path going through coastal Charlotte County. That means we sort of take off the table those major hurricane-force winds for our inland areas for sure, and less of us get into those extreme winds. But we're still, again, talking a Category 4 hurricane. And now that it's in range of our radar, we're talking the center of the storm is only about 70 miles off to the west of Marco Island now. And again, tracking to the north-northeast. If we keep it on that course, and I'm tracking the leading edge of the eye wall. Remember how the structure of a hurricane sets up those big numbers, that 130-mile-per-hour wind. If that wind is out there, it is in this ring of heavy thunderstorm activity around the center. So as we track the leading edge of that, and note, it won't extend, say, east of the Caloosahatchee. It won't extend east to 75. But along the coast in Lee and Charlotte, you are in line to see some of those higher-end winds sometimes for you here. If this holds on its current speed, which isn't a guarantee, because models have been suggesting this slows down a bit as it works towards the coast. So think of these times I'm about to go through here as sort of the reasonable expectation of when the hurricane winds could really start to arrive in your neighborhood. Boca Grande, so Port Boca Grande, that's right by the lighthouse. That's at 11:47 a.m. The Venice area by 12:16. Inglewood, 12:18. Northport by 1:40. So generally speaking, the winds will be picking up throughout the morning. We have tropical storm force winds now. They give way to the hurricane force winds as we go into the afternoon. I think the worst winds in time from about 12 noon till about 7, 8 o'clock tonight. Now, something I've been watching on the radar, a trend in the radar, and Jason alluded to it as well. In this case right now, the heaviest of the rain is showing up on the northwestern side of the storm, and there's still sort of that cutout in the southeastern end of the eye wall. Now it's trying to close itself off, and I'll be watching this closely as we get closer in time. Does this set up that perfect ring around the eye? That would bring more of those major hurricane winds. But right now, there's that cutout that has been there in the southeastern side of the eye, going back through the early morning hours into the overnight, since what's called an eye wall replacement cycle took place overnight. And then I want to show you this. This is our in-house storm tracker model, which looks pretty similar to what I just showed you there on the radar, right? It has the heaviest rainfall. It has the most enhanced reflectivities on the north and northwestern side of the eye. It has a little bit of the southeastern side trying to form up, but it keeps that fairly weak. Now, I have some faith in what this model is saying. I have to pay attention to what this model is saying because this was one of the first models out there that picked up on the southern shift going back 2 days ago. Also, when we look at a model and we try to figure out whether or not it's onto something, we look at how a model has initialized. So how does what the model is presenting at a given time work out with what you're seeing in real time? And yeah, this lines up really closely with what we're seeing right now. So our model, as this works its way northward, keeps the intense winds, the intense western side of the eye wall in place, but it keeps that southeastern side fairly weak. Continues to lift it northward. It does not redevelop that southeastern side of the eye wall. These would be intense winds over the Gulf of Mexico. We would still be seeing hurricane force winds. Don't get me wrong here. When you have a sub 950 low sitting out there to your west, you're going to get that hurricane force wind field. But we're going to be tracking going forward this eye wall. That is where the worst of the winds will be. That is where the extreme wind threat is going to be. And on our model here, it keeps those extreme winds, for the most part, off to the north and west. As we look at the numbers here, clearly this is by 8 o'clock here this morning. You can think of those winds to 130 in that bright white that is showing up on your screen here, that sort of donut around the center. I have the peak wind gusts on Captiva marked on this map to give you an idea, because that's one of the spots that'll be leaning out towards that eye wall. Look what the model does. It keeps that core of those major hurricane winds mainly offshore. It does clip towards the coast at times, so you see those numbers coming up. There's 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts now by 12:30 this afternoon. We continue on. Again, our model continues to suggest the worst of the winds stay out to the west, but still, even that being said, 100-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts on Captiva at this point in time. And those strong winds stay in place as we go to the evening, but at this point, the storm is starting to make landfall. It's really starting to feel the effects of the front to the north, and that core of major hurricane winds is really starting to break down. And so fewer of us, certainly not inland, will be seeing those major hurricane winds. Another trend I'm watching. The northwestern side is where the bulk of the rainfall is, where the heaviest of the rainfall is. Jason alluded to it. I think the threat for freshwater flooding, for flooding rainfall, especially areas east of 75, is definitely diminishing at this hour. Now, we still have our rain bands wrapping around the center of Ian, lapping their way in out of the south, and they will continue to do so at times. But, you know, the coverage of the rain, once you get east of the interstate, is fairly low. It does pick up offshore, and especially along the coast where you keep those rain bands whipping in, you can really pick up some heavy rainfall fairly quickly. But even as we go through the next hour, those rain bands lifting in, it's off and on rainfall here. It's not a steady torrential rain. That would be more in the core and points to our north, where the sort of circulation around Ian is interacting with that front to the north. I've been watching the rain rates closely. We're still seeing in these bands rain rates 1, 3, 4 inches per hour, but these downpours are moving fairly quickly, so you're not going to see 4 inches in an hour in all likelihood, unless you get some training to go on. But you can, in these tropical rain events, drop some very heavy rainfall in short order. Still, you look at the rain totals. This is additional rain on top of what's already on the ground. Our models show a broad 2 to 4 inches. This is something we'll be watching. You see this corridor, 19 inches of rain being put out by our model. in Manatee County. The northern side of the storm, where it's interacting with the front, and we're already seeing again on the radar right now, that's where the heaviest of the rain is going to be. There is going to be a corridor of some very, very high rain totals here, but at this point, looking like those high rain totals do stay just to our north. Regardless, this will be a historic, impactful storm for Southwest Florida with the extreme winds, especially at the coast. And then with, of course, the threat for storm surge. We will be with you throughout the duration of the storm, so be sure you're staying tuned here to ABC 7 and NBC2 for the latest.
All right, you just heard our team of meteorologists breaking everything down that you need to know. So again, Ian, bringing those strong winds, some flooding to our coastal communities, already starting to see, as you can see behind us in this live imagery of our Doppler radar here, starting to come ashore with those bands.
We're getting closer and closer, aren't we, to more impact. We're going to take you to Cape Coral coming up after this commercial break. Stick around. We'll be right back.
As Ian approaches Southwest Florida,
What will be a major storm surge event.
count on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team to keep you ahead of the storm.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
With live updates on air, online, and on the NBC2 weather app. All powered by the NBC2 First Alert Live Radar.
We're going to be here tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
When dangerous weather threatens, count on NBC2.
Moran Wealth Management offers investment solutions tailored for high net worth individuals like you. Call us and learn how we can help you achieve a diverse portfolio, strategically managed to care for your family, today and in the future.
Falling wasn't my fault, but I lost control of my life.
I needed medical attention.
And the bills were piling up.
I want to take back control.
Our family wants to take back control.
I do too.
I'm Eli Anajar from the law offices of Anajar and Levine. If you've been involved in a slip and fall accident and are not sure of your options, call us at 1-800-747-FREE for a consultation and take back control of your life.
Stanley Steamer's been cleaning homes and businesses in Fort Myers, Naples, and Southwest Florida for over 40 years. We're prepared and equipped to meet all of your cleaning needs. From carpet, upholstery, and area rug cleaning to tile and grout cleaning and more. You can trust our trained technicians to get your home looking and feeling great. We can also clean your air ducts for greatly improved indoor air quality. Call and ask about our manager specials.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
Count on the experience of NBC2's Rob Dunn.
At Fair and Farah, we do big things. We take on the tough fights. For over 40 years, we've proven we can win the big cases.
It is 6:29 on this Wednesday morning. All eyes, of course, on Hurricane Ian. Lehigh Acres already seeing some impacts this morning. Many yards already starting to see that saturation and that flooding.
Yeah, and one of the big concerns about Ian is the tornadic activity. A tornado allegedly touching down right behind Dollar General on Joel Boulevard. That's where Anissa Bohannon is right now with more information on that. Anissa, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Greg, Lisa, we're here on East 5th Street and Truman Avenue, just next to Joel Boulevard here in Lehigh Acres, where residents in this area say they did feel a tornado touch down this morning about 12:45 or so. We're here at Kimberly Rosado's house this morning. She said they took a lot of damage. I actually want to show you guys a little bit of it. This tarp here, they had put up last night ahead of Hurricane Ian. They said they wanted to block things off, and then they said when that suspected tornado came through, according to them, it got completely knocked down. I want to also take you guys over here towards the backyard. You can see these chairs. They got completely thrown around, knocked down over there, just absolutely tossed. And these are not light chairs by any means. These are pretty heavy and solid chairs. And then take a look at this. The entire gate ripped down after that happened. Kimberly said that it came through so quickly, nobody was expecting it.
It was like a freight train, is what it sounded like. And I just heard a loud bang. A lot of trees came out. For it to come out like that and that fast out of nowhere, it was pretty scary.
And I want to show you guys just one more part of the backyard here. I don't know if you can see this tree. Kimberly was telling me that it's normally upright and blooming and looking absolutely gorgeous. And she said after what she thinks was a tornado came through here, it's basically laying down on the ground. Another resident that I spoke with this morning, also here in the East 5th Street area, said that they also had shingles from the roof all across their yard. Now, we're going to get you more this morning across Lehigh Acres with any other damage we might see. But for now, I'm going to toss it back to you guys in the studio. I'm Anissa Bohannon live here in Lehigh Acres.
All right, Anissa, thanks so much. 6:31 a.m. right now. Viewer video from Rachel De Silva. This is just outside of her home in Fort Myers. See the winds really picking up with rain coming down. So thanks to Rachel for sending us this video. And as we've been talking about since Lisa and I have been on air at 1 a.m., if you have pictures, if you have videos, please send them to newstips@abc-7.com or newstips@nbc-2.com. You can always post them on ABC7 Southwest Florida's Facebook page as well as NBC2's Facebook page as well.
Just make sure, the key here is make sure you're doing that safely.
Right.
You know, don't be going out into the danger in order to get it. But as you could see from Rachel, looked like she was under her porch, was able to shoot it safely. This is really important just into our newsroom. Emergency services have now been suspended in Cape Coral. And just minutes ago, the Lehigh Acres Fire Rescue District said that they have also suspended their emergency services. Now, they warned that this would happen when those winds get above 45 miles per hour, and that's what they're seeing. A prioritization list is going to be made for those who do call 911 during this time. Citywide services will resume, but only when it's safe. So at this time, they say it is important that you get ready and you shelter in place. Your time right now is 6:32. It's going to be a long day for us as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. We'll be right back after this break.
Honda SUVs and trucks give you more. Save thousands more with 1.9% financing. Get more legroom, more cargo room, more power. In stock and available with 1.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today.
It's an incredible 4-day sale at Bears Furniture. Save up to 50% or more, including 50% off all Tommy Bahama for one final weekend. Own this customer favorite for 50% off. Want genuine leather? All Natuzzi editions, including special order, now 50% off. We have thousands of items in stock and ready for immediate delivery. All the name brands, all the style, all marked down this weekend, only through Sunday. Wear Bears.
Hi, I'm Joe Pavich Jr., and I've been serving clients in Southwest Florida since 2001, so I know that buying or selling a home can be extremely frustrating, especially without the right support. I'm a seasoned agent with boots on the ground every single day, and I can make this easy for you. I can tell you what your home is worth in minutes and be able to time the sale properly so you can find the next home. No matter what the value is or the location, I'd love the opportunity to work for you. Give me a call.
Imagine the perfect home. Exquisitely designed. A place to entertain, unwind, or simply relax. At the Norris Furniture and Interiors Fall Home Event, come explore our newest collections from Tommy Bahama. Let our design team turn your dream into your reality. Norris Furniture and Interiors, where beautiful homes begin.
Get more with Honda. Hondas are more fun to drive, give you more value, and are in stock with more arriving daily. I'm coming for more. Search your local Honda dealer today.
6:35 is the time right now. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. I'm ABC7 anchor Greg Parker.
And I'm NBC2 News Today anchor Lisa Spooner. Again, we want to remind you that we're bringing you live team coverage on ABC7 and NBC2, and that allows us to join forces with a team of meteorologists, arguably the best in Southwest Florida, hands down. Yeah. And so then when you combine their forces, you combine their technology, they're able to give you the most up-to-date, complete information on Hurricane Ian. Because, Jason, everyone's talking about it. Everyone's concerned. Doesn't matter where you are in Southwest Florida.
Yeah, because we're all going to be impacted by a major hurricane. If you're just waking up, the latest news in terms of strength is not good. Winds at 140 miles per hour. That is a Category 4 hurricane right along our coast. And just to give you a better indication of how far it is away from us, I'll use our measuring tool. So we'll measure the distance from Naples, and those hurricane force winds, they're about 40 miles away from Naples. Now keep in mind that the movement of the storm is to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. So let me give you an idea of how the storm is moving. So right now it's on a trajectory about like this, assuming we don't see any more wobbles or deviations in the track. And even 10 to 20 miles can make a big difference in terms of impacts. But here's the takeaway. We are going to see storm surge here in southwest Florida. I think at this point that is unavoidable just because of the direction that we're on. Whenever you're on the eastern side of the storm, the winds around the storm, let me clear this and I'll kind of illustrate that for you. So the winds go counterclockwise around a hurricane. So you can see basically pushing in like that. So currently the way the winds are now, they're pushing onshore along the coast of Collier County. At some point here as we get closer to about, let's say midday today, around 12 o'clock, as the eye continues to go farther and farther north, like this, that's when the storm surge threat is going to increase for southwest Florida, because let's say that the storm by that point is right about here. So you can just kind of picture this visually. That's when the winds will start to come around like this and up into portions of Lee County, and that's going to pile that water, push that water, kind of like a bulldozer up against the coastline. And that's the worst aspect of a hurricane. And the water doesn't have anywhere to go. So where does it go? Well, it's got to go up the Caloosahatchee, some of the canals in Cape Coral, up over Fort Myers Beach, up over Sanibel. So this is kind of the stage once a storm makes it to this latitude that we're concerned most with storm surge across southwest Florida. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. As we zoom in, and we'll focus here on the coast of Naples and just kind of work our way up the coast. And we're looking at some of these outer rain bands. These are the feeder bands that have tropical storm force winds, and they continue to quickly move on ashore. To give you a better sense of how they're moving, we'll go into lapse mode, and we'll look at this through about the last 30 minutes. And you can see these rain bands pushing up closer to Naples. So Naples, North Naples, you're going to start to see some gustier winds with those heavier pockets of rain. Let me take you a little bit farther here to the north. We'll go up through Bonita Springs and Lee County. We've got some pockets of heavy rain coming in there for Lehigh Acres and parts of Cape Coral. These are fast movers. Look how quickly they're racing off to the north and to the west. So Lee County right now dealing with some pretty rough weather, but let me just tell you, it's going to get worse here as we go through the day as those hurricane force winds continue to get closer, and it's going to come very, very close to portions of Charlotte County and Charlotte Harbor. Right now, you can see the rain, the way it's moving back up to the north and to the west, the way things are looking right now. So there's the wider perspective. We're going to be tracking this eye very, very closely. The eye really is large if you compare it to some other storms historically that we've had to deal with across southwest Florida. The diameter of the eye with Hurricane Charlie was 10 miles wide. Charlie was a really compact storm, and we often tell you that each storm is different. Ian is not a Charlie, and it's not an Irma. It's an Ian, and just to give you an idea of the diameter of how big the eye is with the storm, so let me measure the distance across there. So that's about 30 miles. The eye with Hurricane Charlie, again, was 10 miles across. So this is a much larger storm is the point that I'm getting across. Big eye just means a larger area of influence, a larger impact, and more of us will see storm surge. So we're going to continue to track this eye, every movement, and watching for any kind of wobbles as it heads up toward our coastline. But it looks like the worst of the weather will come closer to the late morning, midday, and into the afternoon. We'll continue to track some of these outer rain bands. And I believe I'm going to send it over to meteorologist Lauren Hope. Lauren, did we just get Oh, it looks like we have a special update now from the National Hurricane Center, and you have that advisory. She's kind of looking through it right now, but I can just tell you what I'm looking. Let's go to Doppler 2. Let's go to the Doppler 2 source, and I'll just talk over it until Lauren Hope will break down what she's seeing. But we have seen an increase in winds. Now, this is getting close to Category 5 strength based on the latest estimates from the National Hurricane Center. Winds up to 155 miles per hour, still moving to the north-northeast at 10. Wind gusts up to 165. So this is a special advisory here at 6:35. Lauren, not looking good in terms of the strength.
want to be seeing. We did just get that new information, and the only good thing about this update is that we still are seeing the movement up to the northeast at 10 miles per hour. So this is now nearing Category 5 hurricane strength here. Since the 1950s, we have seen 6 Category 4 or 5 hurricanes make landfall in Florida, and this, within a matter of hours, will be the 7th on that list. So not the trend that you want to see. Here's satellite imagery from last night, and we could already see that this was an intensifying Category 3 storm. You can see all of the lightning flashes very close to that eye, that sign right before it underwent that eye replacement cycle. Once that happened, we woke up to Category 4 hurricane strength, and now we are nearing Category 5 hurricane strength here. We're about 30 minutes out from sunrise. The live view from Fort Myers Beach. Once we're able to get a little more sunlight for you, we'll be able to actually see and grasp the magnitude of what Hurricane Ian is doing to southwest Florida. As far as those wind speeds, this morning we are nearing tropical storm force winds sustained, and overnight we're getting damage reports from likely tornadoes impacting the region. Again, not an uncommon thing to see with a tropical system. A lot of this damage reports coming on the east side of the peninsula. All of central and south Florida is under a tornado watch. This is one of those biggest impacts you'll see in the coming hours as we continue to monitor those outer feeder bands with Hurricane Ian. On live Doppler radar, you can see we're still getting a little bit of a break for some of our inland communities here. We also have no active tornado warnings at this point, and you can see that very well-defined eye still located just under 50 miles off of our coast, continuing to inch closer and closer to a likely landfall for Charlotte County. You'll see that these outer feeder bands are whipping around that eye. In fact, a lot of these feeder bands are moving at over 50 miles per hour. Why is there that perfect environment for tornadic development throughout the morning? Well, really, as we see those feeder bands come in, we've got wind shear. The winds at the surface typically are not going to be moving as fast as aloft. We've got moist air and we've got instability here. So throughout the morning, as we continue to watch as Hurricane Ian lashes our coast, we are going to also be watching for brief spin-up tornadoes. So in case you missed it, again, if you're just waking up, we now have winds sustained at 155 miles per hour. That is a strong and Category 4 hurricane nearing major hurricane strength. Here are the biggest threats we are expecting from Hurricane Ian. A lot of this hasn't changed. Storm surge is still going to be the biggest impact by far from Ian. We're projecting 8 to 12 feet of storm surge for Charlotte and Lee counties. Down toward Collier County, up to 10 feet of storm surge. Heavy rain this morning. We're already seeing flooding concerns along the coast. High wind also going to be a concern. If a producer could let me know where exactly we're heading next. Again, we're just getting in that new information. Hurricane Ian,
tell her,
new information coming in. It looks like we're going to take a Doppler 1 as we digest some of this new data.
Yeah, you know, obviously not so good news. Now we're on the verge of a Category 5 hurricane moving towards southwest Florida. And what I want to do is give you an updated timeline of when we can expect to see the hurricane force winds to impact your neighborhood. I'm over in the NBC2 First Alert Hurricane Tracking Center, just kind of running the computer for a moment. And let me adjust some of these times. So in terms of when you can expect to see some of those hurricane force winds, Sanibel closer to just after 9 o'clock this morning. South Seas Island Resort 9:12. North Captiva after 9 o'clock. So basically the Lee County Islands between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock this morning based on its current path. And you're really going to see those winds ramp up. Punta Gorda after 10 o'clock. Bokeelia around Pine Island, Shell Point, Placida, and Charlotte County around 10 to 11 o'clock this morning. And let me take this track off, and I want to draw another track just to basically track a different aspect of the hurricane. So I'm going to draw a line here around the outer edges of the eye wall. And remember, this is where those hurricane force winds are, right around the eye wall, not in the center of circulation. It's moving to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. So just give me a moment. I've just got to make some adjustments here within the weather computer. So I'll give you some new times to look at, and I'll extend this a little bit farther into the future. And I will do that there. And so here's some more times. We already saw Sanibel there, Matt Lachey around 10:30, Shell Point closer to 10:40, Fort Myers Beach around 10:30 to 11 o'clock. Some of those hurricane force winds will start to move in. Again, if you're just joining us, we got a special update from the National Hurricane Center at 6:35, winds up to 155 miles per hour. The biggest threat, not the wind. I know you might think that, that's serious wind, and that is a threat, but the biggest threat for us is storm surge as it gets closer and closer to our coast. So we're going to send it now, I believe, to a break, and we'll be right back with continuing team coverage. No, we're okay. We're not going to break. We'll go to Greg and Lisa.
Yeah.
I'm going to go check out and see what happened in Key West.
Yeah, Key West didn't. It certainly took a major hit from Ian.
Yeah, and as the storm, of course, is moving to Southwest Florida, and we're getting updates, some of them not what we want to hear.
Right.
We're starting to see some of the destruction that Hurricane Ian left behind, and as mentioned just a moment ago, the Keys were no exception.
Yeah, Alex Howard is down there for us now. Alex, you've been down there since yesterday afternoon, so what does it look like now at 6:47 in the morning?
Well, what's interesting is yesterday at around 11:30 last night, it was high tide and the storm surge was significant. This whole parking lot was under about 2 feet of water, as was the road. That water has since receded. We've still got pockets of flooding, but right now we're just seeing the aftermath of that. Lots of debris, and I want to show you this right now. We've got downed power lines right here outside our hotel room. This is in Key West. And as you can see, winds have really done their toll on this island. Right now, we just checked, they're at about 30 miles per hour, but late last night we were seeing them much, much stronger, upwards of 50 miles per hour and even stronger in certain gusts. But we're about to drive around Key West. We're going to take a look at some various spots and see what the damage was. We've seen, again, downed trees, power lines, but surprisingly, we haven't lost power. We've seen street lights go out, but for the most part, people in the hotel here, fairly comfortable, did not lose power. We saw a lot of locals actually staying here to get out of their own homes in the event that we did see some catastrophic flooding. But fortunately, it doesn't seem to be a total disaster, but again, we are seeing lots of debris, a lot of down power lines. There's definitely going to be some damage that crews are going to have to clean up once things calm down a little bit here. But we're going to toss to break now. Thanks for watching, and later on, we're going to go around Key West, and we're going to show you a little bit more about what downtown's looking like. Reporting live, Alex Howard.
Ram Power Days at Galliana Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. New Dodge Challenger, just $399 per month. Or get 0% financing. We sell more, you save more. At Galliana Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and GallianaCars.com.
Demand for backup power is at an all-time high. Lockdowns, record-breaking storm activity, and more people working from home than ever before. People are concerned they can't rely on the grid when they need power the most. Your home is your sanctuary. Controlling your power starts with a free estimate.
Get peace of mind and protect your home from power outages with a Generac automatic standby generator from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Call today for a free estimate.
At Leaders Furniture, we're about quality furniture that lasts. Local hands customize your furniture at our headquarters in Clearwater. And because we're nearby, we'll be delivering to your home before you know it. Leaders Furniture. Quality that makes it easy to care for. Prices that make it easy to own.
Crist is increasing costs, hurting Florida families. He voted for inflationary spending that exploded the cost of gas, groceries, and housing, costing Florida families $500 per month. Crist voted to increase taxes on gas and opposes affordable American energy. Charlie approved the largest increase in taxes and fees in Florida history. Charlie Crist. He wants to raise your taxes.
I don't like to raise taxes. I did it as governor. Would you do it again? If necessary, I would.
Ram Power Days at Galliana Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. New Jeep Compass, just $299 per month. Or get 2.9% financing. We sell more, you save more. At Galliana Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and GallianaCars.com.
6:50 is the time right now. We are anticipating impacts from Hurricane Ian as the morning progresses. In fact, major impacts as we get closer to mid-morning and late morning. Let's go to Claire Lafosorio right now. She's at the Isles of Capri. She's checking on current conditions at this time. Claire, what's going on out there?
I want to bring you this live report from inside our news truck. It's just too dangerous to go outside from where we are now in Collier County. We're in the Isles of Capri neighborhood. We actually followed an FPL truck into this neighborhood, and we were wondering what they were doing here. The entire neighborhood is dark. It went completely dark the second we arrived here. That truck was checking power lines, and I can tell you there are plenty of low-hanging power lines in this area. It's also a big reason it's too dangerous for us to get outside of our truck right now. And also the wind, the signs are bending in the wind. The wind is shaking our news truck right now. So we're going to continue to hopefully get to a safer place and bring you a report from a safer location. But we also are seeing debris all over the road. We did step out for just a second and heard loud snapping noises. That's actually trees that are breaking in this Isles of Capri neighborhood. So the wind, probably the big story right now. The rain has died down in this area of Collier County. But again, looks like they're dealing with some power issues here as well as some low-hanging power lines, which poses, of course, a risk of its own. I'll continue to bring you updates from this part of Collier County as soon as we move to a safer location. Back to you.
All right, Claire, thanks so much. Check this out. Both harrowing and reassuring.
Yeah.
The cavalry, if you will. Florida Power and Light setting up for a rapid response after Ian, especially at Punta Gorda Airport. Thousands of trucks and crews are hunkered down until after the storm passes. FPL has 16,000 people ready to respond to power outages as soon as the hurricane passes. And you just saw from Claire that some workers are already responding there to the Isles of Capri neighborhood.
Well, and I've been seeing the emails come in from our newsroom that there are now thousands without power already. And again, it's going to be a long couple of days. Some of those workers, by the way, they're also staging at the Lee County Civic Center. All of these trucks are ready to move on a moment's notice to begin restoring power. So earlier in the evening, when Greg and I first joined you around 1 this morning, I guess this morning, not the evening, 1 this morning, we showed you those power outages. The East Coast was already seeing like more than 6,000 between Fort Lauderdale, Miami, and Palm Beach, and we're starting to see our numbers go up as well, and those numbers for power outage, they're just going to continue to go up as the day goes on. It's inevitable.
It's inevitable at this point. I mean, we had our fingers crossed a couple of days ago that maybe we could avoid some things, but at this point in time,
it is what it is.
We'll be getting major impacts there. All right, Roanoke Drive. Marsh Avenue in Fort Myers is seeing a little bit of activity in regards to down power lines. They've electrified a fence. It's actually locked people inside of their homes, and firefighters are warning everybody to be careful. Let's go to Joshua Cole right now, who's out there in that location.
You see Fort Myers Fire Department leaving here just behind me off of Roanoke Drive, just off of Marsh Avenue. A power line fell because of the wind behind this neighborhood, behind these homes here, and that charged the entire fence line. Now, I spoke with firefighters out here, and they say expect a lot more power outages throughout Southwest Florida as we get farther into Hurricane Ian being here.
This type of issue, we get a lot in the summer with the regular storms. So what's going on with now with the bigger storm, more wind, we'll see this a little bit more prevalent now. Yeah. They anticipate with the high winds, the power lines going down. So typically they shut the power down, even if the lines don't go down, because they just anticipate these lines going down and stuff.
And how are you doing?
Oh, fantastic. This is, you know, this is not my first time. So stay dry, stay inside.
Thankfully, there was no fire behind this home, but you can see me, FPL is out here now just to make sure that the electricity is shut off from that power line, to make sure that fence is no longer a danger for the residents here. But that's something fire officials are really stressing. If you don't have to be outside, stay inside because of the threat that wind is projecting of knocking over our power lines. We're going to see FPL at a lot more neighborhoods around Fort Myers, Southwest Florida, and all over the place to shut off power because of that threat of power lines falling. And you can see the wind is picking up here with me right now. So I'm going to go ahead and get back in the car. We're in Fort Myers right now. I'm Joshua Cole.
All right, thanks, Joshua. 6:56, continuing to track Ian. Now, these are the power outages as of 5:30, but I have the numbers pulled up right in front of me, and I can tell you that the numbers compared to this have gone up significantly. So we're going to continue to update these numbers. It's a lot of math for me to do right now. So again, these were the numbers as of 5:30. Charlotte County had 1,100, Collier 930, and Lee County also a little more than 1,100. But I'm looking at the zip code of 33922. That already has 1,700 out. Wow. So that gives you an idea of how much power outages we're starting to see in our area.
Well, have a look at this. Ian, of course, tracking to the northeast a bit, just out of Cuba. And obviously Cuba dealing with landfall late yesterday, the storm completely knocking out Cuba's power grid. 11 million people, we can tell you, are in the dark right now. The island's electric union is working to restore power, but, you know, there's no timetable for when that's going to be happening. It's 6:57 in the morning. We got to take a quick break, but we're back on the other side with more Ian coverage.
Yeah, stay with us.
Ready? It's happening right now at Rooms to Go. Pick from 100 beautiful rooms, each under $1,500. Picture it, your home, fully furnished in your style, with living rooms under $1,500, dining rooms under $1,500, bedrooms under $1,500. So many stylish options, each under $1,500. And it gets better. Finance for $30 or less per month, interest-free for 50 months. Furnish your home to perfection, now at Rooms to Go.
At Farah & Farah, we want you to know that if you suffered property damage from Hurricane Ian, we're ready to get to work on what you need right now. Insurance adjusters will tell you that they're there to help you. But make no mistake, their job is to help the insurance companies save money. They have zero incentive to find hidden damage like a ruined roof. Let us review your claim for free. Farah & Farah, we're ready to take action. Call us.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the protection of Security Edge, and the most reliable 5G network. Whether your business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business.
Simplicity and savings, all from one provider. Get internet, advanced security, and voice for $40 a month for 12 months when you add Comcast Business Mobile. Plus, enjoy free installation. And ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call today.
As Ian approaches Southwest Florida,
what will be a major storm surge event.
Count on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team to keep you ahead of the storm.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
With live updates on air, online, and on the NBC2 weather app. All powered by the NBC2 First Alert Live Radar.
We're going to be here tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
When dangerous weather threatens, count on NBC2.
Good morning. Thanks for staying with us. I'm ABC7 anchor Jen Stacy.
And I'm NBC2 anchor Alan Campbell. ABC7 and NBC2 are joining forces to keep you informed with the very latest information on Hurricane Ian. Our experienced meteorologists are keeping a very close eye on the path of the storm. Let's not waste any time and hand it over to the well-experienced meteorologist right now. Guys, what's the latest? We just got a recent update at 6:35.
And we have a new one here at 7 o'clock, and hurricane hunters are inside Hurricane Ian, and they're finding, at least in one part of the eye wall, winds at 100, and 55 miles per hour. So that's a high-end Category 4, close to a Category 5 hurricane. And you can actually see, if we can take Doppler 2 for a second. I know we've got to get to a meeting with Lee County Emergency Operations here in just a moment, but let's take Dop 2 and
NBC Doppler 2.
Yeah, I'm sorry, NBC Doppler 2, and we zoom in on that. You can see that brightness on the northwestern side of the eye right there. There's those purple shadings. And we have seen some indications of intensity looking at the enhanced satellite. And so, yes, this has been intensifying here over the last couple hours, unfortunately.
Yeah, and we'll talk about it at length here coming up after we get to the meeting. But, you know, we were showing you just a few minutes ago, and now things are changing minute by minute here, guys. That southeastern side is really starting to fill in. This is really closing off that eye, and as such, those winds are really picking up. Again, it's in that area of pink you see on your screen, would mainly be offshore, but at this point in time, all you can say is that the threat for extreme winds, coastal Lee County, coastal Charlotte County, increasing.
Yeah, and as well as the storm surge. And we're going to break down the timeline of all that coming up, but the first phase of this will be those hurricane-force winds for the first part of the day, starting around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock for portions of our coast around the Lee County Islands in particular, then up through Charlotte County. And then after those hurricane-force winds start to move out of our area, it's all about the storm surge, which is really the worst part of the storm once we're on that southeastern side. If we have time, and the producers in the booth let us know as soon as we have to go to that meeting. But, okay. Jim, you were pointing out the fact that the eastern part of the eye wall is starting to close in a little bit more. Let's go to Doppler 1 if we can, and I think you can see that here as we look at the time lapse over the last couple of hours. Let's take Doppler 1 full and notice at first how all those bright bandings around the eye are on that western side, but now we're starting to see some wrap around to the eastern side, so the storm is becoming more symmetrical. Not what we want to see, but of course the fluid situation, and it is changing, and it seems like every hour.
Yeah, what I want you to be thinking about now, especially those of you west of 41 in Lee and Charlotte counties, is as these winds pick up in the next couple of hours, and we'll get that track on this in a second here if one of you want to run back
and do that while we have some time
and get the timing, that northeast movement at 10 miles per hour. I want you to think about where in your home you're going to go as the winds pick up. And what you want to do is treat it like you would a tornado. I want you to get to the most interior room of your home that you can. I want you to be away from doors, away from windows. I think, to my home, myself, where I would go, I have one of those water closets in my bathroom. You have the door you can shut. Now you're surrounded by 4 walls. I want you to try to put as many walls between you and these winds that you can. In the next couple of hours, we will be tracking these extreme winds headed toward the coast of Southwest Florida. Jason alluded to it. This now is the extreme wind threat as we go forward through the next 6-8 hours. Then we transition to the surge threat. Those times are too far away for me to see, Jason, if you could read some of those times off.
Yeah, it looks like around the Lee County Islands, South Seas Island Resort, Sanibel, let's say between, just to be on the safe side, let's bump it up a little bit, and let's say 8:30, 9 o'clock. Basically, around 8:30, 9 o'clock, you need to be where you're going to be to ride out the storm, because the conditions will just be too dangerous outside as we start to see some of those destructive winds move into Southwest Florida. St. James City, 1026, Rotunda West and up into portions of Charlotte County, closer to 10 to 11 o'clock this morning. Pine Island around Bokeelia, St. James City, closer to 10 o'clock and 10:50. Punta Gorda around 10:50 this morning. Now, these are not precise times, but we're just trying to give you an idea of when we're going to see the worst of those hurricane-force winds move into Southwest Florida. And, that's going to last for, let's say about 4 to 6 hours here, where we're going to see some of those really strong winds, perhaps even longer than that. Then it switches to the storm surge threat as we get into the afternoon. One more thing I want to illustrate here And Jim and I have been talking about this throughout the morning, as well as the rest of the NBC2 and ABC7 storm teams. I just want to show you the importance of the wind direction, and we're also looking at those current wind speeds. Now, the hurricane force winds are right around the outer edges of that swirl. I've got a question earlier for folks up in Charlotte Harbor. They say they're noticing the water move out instead of in, so that's what we call that reverse storm surge, and you can see why that's happening. Because
we saw that during Irma.
Exactly, exactly. We saw that at Fort Myers Beach. The water almost went out to the end of the pier. So the situation we have now is that the winds are going offshore, but eventually, as the hurricane continues to head farther and farther north, and once it gets just to the north of Lee County, those winds will start coming in onshore. And that's the concern with storm surge, as it piles and pushes that water up against the coastline, and it just has nowhere to go except above ground and up into the bays, the rivers, and waterways.
Yeah, I mean, you notice how the water is moving, right? You're watching the water in Charlotte Harbor draining out. It speaks to these water levels are far from a permanent fixture. So when these winds shift, instead of the water going out, now it comes in, and now the water levels begin to rise, and that's the surge. So again, the near term, now through the early afternoon, we're tracking the winds for you. The storm surge threat is only going to increase after the strongest winds begin to lift northward once we get into that core of the onshore winds.
Yeah, let's break down the timeline, and our model has done a fantastic job with, kind of pinpointing where this would come ashore over the last couple of days. So you can see this is the current view at 7 o'clock, has a pretty good position on the storm. What I want you to focus on is the wind, and if I can, I'll walk up to the weather wall, and then I'm going to send it over to Jim Dickey. If we don't have a meeting scheduled, and I'm told that the meeting has been put off, is that correct? With the okay, so Lee Emergency Operations, they're going to meet just a little bit later on. So I just want to get up here so I can point out how the day is going to unfold and really break down the threats, and then we'll send it over to meteorologist Jim Dickey. There's 11 o'clock this morning. Our winds are still coming in from the south for the most part here across Collier County. So there's that onshore wind. That's going to be the storm surge threat for those of you from Marco Island, Everglades City, and then also Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. We've got our winds coming in from the water, so you don't want to see the winds coming in from the water. That's when the storm surge threat begins. Unfortunately, in the situation we're in, is that by the afternoon today, that coincides with high tide for most of Southwest Florida. High tide across Lee County is going to be right around 2 to 4 o'clock in most spots. And as we look at that timestamp right at 2 o'clock, where's the storm going to be? Right along our coast with those hurricane force winds. Where are the winds going to be? The winds are going to be pushing the water up to Caloosahatchee and up there through Estero Bay, Bonita Beach, up into the canals of Cape Coral, and then even by this point, by the middle of the afternoon, up into Charlotte Harbor. So again, this is kind of the scariest aspect. I know it's a stressful situation. This is not the scenario that we wanted to deal with, but it looks like this is what we're going to have to handle here with the storm surge threat getting into the afternoon. Now, the hurricane force winds will start to subside by the second half of the day, so it's not going to sound as scary out there with those winds howling, but you'll notice 7 o'clock this evening, where are the winds coming from? The winds are coming in onshore right off of the Gulf of Mexico as we hit high tide. Now, Charlotte County is actually going to hit high tide a little bit later based on some of the tides that I've seen. And we'll go through this county by county and look at the high tides as we go through the coverage here over the next couple of hours. But you can see those winds coming in right through Charlotte Harbor with their high tide closer to 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock. If I can find a little bit of good news to share with you, because we've delivered a lot of bad news. We are dealing with a high-end Category 4 hurricane winds at 155 miles per hour. It looks like the rain bands will not be quite as intense on that eastern side, and the rain's really going to let up as we head through the day on Thursday. There's early in the morning tomorrow. But unfortunately, we're still going to have some of those tropical storm force wind gusts, even as the storm exits up to the north. And pay attention again to the wind direction coming in from the west, right off the Gulf of Mexico. So as long as our winds are coming in like that, at a pretty high velocity and pretty powerful, the water doesn't really have a chance to recede back into the Gulf of Mexico. So the storm surge threat, again, this is going to be the big one. It's always about the water. as the #1 threats when it comes to hurricanes, the storm surge #1, and then the flash flooding, which that part of it has lessened a little bit, thankfully, for Southwest Florida. And I'm going to send it over to meteorologist Jim Dickey in the ABC7 Weather Center there. And Jim, what are you looking at as you analyze Hurricane Ian?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Jason. So we've been watching the core of Ian here throughout the morning. And, you know, I've been talking about all morning long that it went through something called an eye wall replacement cycle, which levels off intensification for a time. But in the last hour or so, Ian has been able to fully reestablish its core. And with that, the winds have come up. You can see it on the satellite presentation. By the time we get to the end of this loop, you once again have a near perfect circle. Furthermore, note the lightning flaring up all around the eye wall. That's a sign of intensification. Now, the hurricane hunters are flying around there right now. Jason and I just pointed out the fact that the worst winds are likely going to stay offshore. That's where they're clocking those 155 mile per hour sustained winds right now. But this core is organizing itself, and therefore, in the near term, we face an extreme wind event along the coast of Lee and Charlotte County in particular. That is our concern in the near term. Again, it's this ring of intense thunderstorms. As I track this for you, let me go ahead and dive back into this graphic. I'm tracking the edge of the eye wall. I'm keeping this on its current trajectory to the north and northeast at 10 miles per hour. Just some times that you should think of when you need to be in your safe place. This is when the threat for those major hurricane winds will begin to arrive along the coast. Wolford, 926, Captiva, 923, St. James City, 1015, Boca Grande, 1020, Sanibel, 1040, Punta Rasa, 1045, Inglewood by 1110, Fort Myers Beach, right around 11 o'clock. So you sort of see the timeline here. From 9 to 11 o'clock is when especially the Lee County Islands and coastal Charlotte County are going to be getting to your safe space. Again, what is that safe space? Where do you want to go in your home? You want to put as many walls between you and the winds as possible. So go to an interior room with no windows, if you can manage it, as few doors as possible, perhaps an interior closet, perhaps an interior bathroom, and you stay there till the wind threat is done. So here's how this is going to work out as we get into the meat of this, as the wind threat picks up. We'll be tracking the edge of the eye wall, we'll be tracking the strongest of the winds, and we'll be telling you town by town when it is you need to be sure you're getting to that safe space. I want to jump over and take a look on the radar. We can sort of pick out some of these stronger winds here right now as I get back in to velocity mode. I do believe this is live. Yes, it is. And this is coming from Tampa Bay's radar. So it's a ways out. So it's sampling the upper levels of the atmosphere, or at least the middle levels. By the time the beam gets down to us, it's a little higher up. So it doesn't necessarily exactly represent surface winds. But on the eastern side of the storm, Tampa's radar is clocking 132 mile per hour winds. There's 120 on the western side. So again, as we track this for you, and I want to put a new track on this just to make sure I have the latest update. As far as I can tell, those extreme hurricane winds right about there, extending about 50 to 60 miles out from the center of the storm, 30 or so to either side. As I put this track on, let's go back into this one as I draw a new track for you. Just want to make sure I have the latest data coming in, and I want to get these times for you. I want to get them as precise as I possibly can. Moving to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour, the edge of that eye wall. This is where the strongest of the winds will be. Storm moving at 10 miles per hour to the north and northeast. Here's a whole bunch of times for you once again. Wolford just before 10 o'clock. Captiva, 10:09. South Seas Island Resort, so that's right on the northern end of Captiva. If you've chosen to ride out the threat for storm surge in Captiva on Sanibel, now you face, first, you're going to face the wind threat here in the next 3 to 4 hours. and then the waters will start to come up after that as we go into the later part of the afternoon. But South Seas Island Resort just after 10 o'clock. Boca Grande, that's right by the lighthouse, 11 o'clock. The Inglewood area, 12 noon. We go up towards Venice, towards Northport, 12 noon, 1 o'clock. So we're talking, again, we will be watching this corridor of very strong winds closely. That's what we'll be tracking most closely for you, and we'll be making the call here in the next couple of hours exactly when it is that you will need to head to that safe space in your house. Once again, I want to reiterate what you're looking for in your safe space, in your sort of shelter where you're going to ride out the worst of these winds. It would be in an interior room, away from doors and windows. Try to put as many walls between you and the hurricane as possible. One last note, too. There's a fairly wide eye with this storm, an area of clear conditions. We don't always see this with landfalling hurricanes in southwest Florida. We will with this one. Now, I'm not convinced at this point many of us get into that eye as we're scraped by the eastern eye wall. But if you do get in that area of clearing, you might be tempted to leave your, safe space, your interior room. But as the hurricane continues to lift north, yes, it's calm for a moment, but then that back edge of the eye wall moves in too, and the winds will pick up just as strong as they were before. So again, we're going to be tracking this extreme wind threat for you closely, all of the widespread threats and impacts that we face from Ian throughout the morning here on ABC 7 and NBC 2. So stay tuned for updates.
Hey, thanks, Jim. We talked about the hurricane hunters, and we're able to actually get the live data on what part of the storm they're flying into. This is the flight path, and from this point forward, the hurricane hunters are going to be inside the storm. So this is going to be fed into us in real time. So you can see this is a model of the plane that they have, and I want you to watch right here. These are the current wind speeds they're sampling. Now, when the winds were lower, they were actually right in the eye. So they're dropping weather instruments down into the eye of the hurricane to collect that information. So what I want you to watch here are the wind speeds as they move along that flight path. So we're looking kind of back in time over the course of the last hour. And what I'm really interested in seeing is once they move on the eastern side of the eye, that's of course the part that we're going to be closer to, what kind of winds are they sampling? Now, some of these winds are at flight level, so they might be a little bit higher compared to what they're looking at on the surface. But at least at that position, they're sampling winds at 160 miles per hour. It looks like on the southeastern side of the eye. Lauren, let's go a little bit more in time. Okay, so you can see 148, 155. The surface winds estimate, at least out of the last advisory, was 155 miles per hour. I know you're probably going to see some higher wind speeds pop up on here. I don't want that to scare you because a lot of those higher winds are at very high elevations. And you can see that's the current location right now of the hurricane hunters. So they're on that northeastern side, and winds are at about 94 miles per hour. We're also monitoring the pressure with this. Really great tool to be able to see exactly what the Hurricane Center and the hurricane hunters are collecting here. And they're going to make several passes back along the storm. I suspect what's going to happen next is they're going to take a flight path right back through here. They might even make another pass into the eye of the storm. As this approaches southwest Florida, it'll be really critical to monitor some of those wind speeds. And Lauren, if we could, can we go back just a couple of hours here to the beginning of the flight path, because I just want to walk you through this one more time just so you see it. And I also kind of want to see some of these wind speeds that we've been looking at. You're going to see the plane. I mean, the plane is not obviously doing that. It's just making circles inside the eye of the storm as they continue to collect. What they do is they drop sail drones. They drop actually drones down to the water. That's one way to collect information, and then drop sons. And that sends back by radio what the data is looking like. So as they approach the eye wall, you're going to notice the winds go up, and then the winds are going to go down as they're inside of the eye. Remember, the eye of the storm is completely calm. And during the daytime, if the eye passes over you, you'll even see clear blue skies and sunshine, but then the other part of the eye wall has to go on top of you. So as they circle that eye, yeah, you can see those winds are around 20, 23, 30 miles per hour. But again, one more time, let's just make one more pass to see what the hurricane hunters are observing, and let's go on that eastern quadrant. This is the part, of course, that we expect to brush by southwest Florida across Lee and Charlotte County. Again, the 155, that was the latest advisory. Those are the maximum sustained winds that they were observing as they were flying into the storm. and they're making a pass now to that northern side. So we'll continue to monitor the hurricane hunters as they get that information. I tell you, it feels like this has been changing every 30 minutes, every hour. We saw a jump in wind speeds from 120 up to 155. The storm looks very well organized. The hope, and we're talking about best case scenarios here for Southwest Florida, is that we see this keep going a little bit farther north. Some of the new forecast models, which we'll show you in just a little bit, do have the core of the storm going up, something like this, and we'll give you a better visual of that coming up. But I just wanted to share with you some of the information that the hurricane hunters were finding right now. So let's, where are we going next here? Remind me, where are we sending it to next? Okay, I think we're going to go back to the desk with Jen and Alan.
Charlotte County bringing deadly hurricane force winds. Obviously, they're concerned about storm surge as well as flooding.
Yeah, Rachel Anderson is near Marion Avenue right now. How are conditions out there, Rach, for you? I know that you're inside the live truck right now.
Yeah, we are inside the live truck right now, and the winds are actually shaking us in here. We moved back on over close to the river at Lashley Park because I wanted to show you guys this reverse storm surge happening right now. Earlier this morning, we got out here probably around 2 o'clock this morning, 2:30 this morning, and the water from the Peace River was slamming against that seawall coming up onto land, and now just in a matter of hours, that water has gone out far, far away from the seawall in terms of splashing against that. You can see some sailboats moored out there in the Peace River as well, just kind of rocking all over the place. If I've taken one thing away from being here at Lashley Park, it's that this wind is absolutely no joke. Right now, we're kind of in a time where it's not raining very hard, but at times this morning, the wind was pushing those raindrops so fiercely, it would sting your face as the raindrops hit you. So that's just another really good thing we want to remind you is don't go outside. The rain hurts. Don't go outside. There's limbs that are falling from trees. At least one tree we've seen here in Lashley Park that has fallen over. Deja actually has the wind gauge that we've been using this morning. And I don't know if you guys can hear of all of the wind, but we were just on Marion Avenue, and as of right now, they're getting some serious gusts of wind as well, but no serious flooding or anything like that. There's some standing water on the sides of the road, but that's about it. We're actually heading back to the station now to hunker down for cover, but we'll be back with your wall-to-wall coverage in just a few minutes.
It's a tragedy. A family forced into bankruptcy because of medical bills caused by another driver's carelessness.
A child who will need constant care for the rest of her life because of a medical mistake.
An injured worker denied workers' comp because the system isn't working for him.
Mistakes happen. Negligence happens, and the system doesn't always play fair, but you shouldn't have to pay for it.
Protecting you and your family is what we say, because it's what we do.
Now is the perfect time to shop City Mattress during the fall clearance event with savings up to 40% on mattresses, adjustable beds, and bedroom furniture. Choose from the best brand names at the best prices and get free delivery, free setup, and a sleep guarantee that assures you have the right mattress at the guaranteed lowest price. The fall clearance event on now, only at City Mattress.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. As millions flock to the metaverse, many are experiencing unnecessary pain and suffering, terrible car crashes, frightening trip and falls, and on-the-job injuries. Our army of over 800 attorneys and 4,000 support staff have recovered billions for clients just like you. Injured? Just dial #law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America, and now the universe's largest injury law firm.
As Ian approaches Southwest Florida,
what will
be a major storm surge event.
Count on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team to keep you ahead of the storm.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
With live updates on air, online, and on the NBC2 weather app. All powered by the NBC2 First Alert Live Radar.
We're going to be here tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
When dangerous weather threatens, count on NBC2.
We continue to track Ian, and as the storm moves closer to southwest Florida, we're starting to see really the destruction that the storm is leaving behind in the Keys right now.
NBC2 and ABC7 have crews all over the state. NBC's Alex Howard is in Key West right now. Alex, what are you seeing there? It looks like the conditions have really worsened. There's fire trucks behind you.
Well, the wind has died down from what it was last night, as has the flood waters, but the aftermath is definitely pretty obvious. We just woke up and left our hotel room. We wanted to drive around Key West to see what kind of damage we're seeing, and we stumbled upon this, an active fire. You can see flames shooting out of that building right here, and I'm told that this fire has been going on for several hours now, and firefighters here in Key West just haven't been able to get it out. Now, I was talking to people who live around here. They believe this is a chiropractor's office, and the fire started early this morning. We saw firefighters and police going to door at neighboring buildings to try and get people out. This is a very, very active fire right now. They're keeping us a little bit back, but they're definitely struggling to get a handle on this. As we've been going around Key West, we've seen a lot of debris, a lot of flooded out areas, and definitely the aftermaths of this storm are being felt. And this fire, despite the incredible amount of water it's being doused with, only seems to continue to grow, and now there seems to be some concern that it could spread to adjacent buildings. So this is a very active scene, very dangerous scene here in Key West that we're keeping an eye on. And we're going to try later on in the morning to get a better idea of some other damage throughout Key West. But this road being blocked off, a major artery in Key West, it makes it very difficult to get around. So for right now, just emergency crews out here struggling to get a handle on this fire. We're going to continue to follow this and other stories here on the island as Ian makes its way closer to southwest Florida. Reporting live in Key West, Alex Howard, NBC2.
Alex, thank you. Here in the Alert Center, I'm Stacey Defenbaugh, and I want to give you another live look here in Charlotte County. This is at Fisherman's Village, the Kingfisher Fleet live camera now that the sun is coming up. Now, this is, if you've been to Fisherman's Village, there's lots of great shopping and restaurants there. This is parallel to where you walk down that center there. If you're walking down the middle, this is to the right. Those bricks, you can see the water covering that. I just saw somebody walking by, and I could see his boots, and it was you know, calf level, the water there. So this is what it looks like right now at 7:27. This is if you pass downtown Punta Gorda off of Marion, very close to PGI. A lot of folks there evacuated yesterday when the council and the commissioners gave that order for the red zone. This is right in that area. The Isles Yacht Club, if you're familiar with any of those landmarks in Punta Gorda, as we look live at the Kingfisher Fleet camera from Fisherman's Village in Punta Gorda.
All right, thanks, Dick. On Hurricane Ian. This is out of the 7 a.m. update. We've now got winds sustained at 155 miles per hour. So that is just a couple miles per hour shy of a Category 5 hurricane. We've got gusts, look at this, up to 190 miles per hour. Another thing that has changed within the past few hours is we had that movement at 10 miles per hour. That forward speed is showing signs of slowing down now to 9 miles per hour. This is a worst case scenario for southwest Florida because of a slowing moving storm could create worse storm surge and unfortunately flooding concerns down the road. Let's take more live looks for you. Now the sun is up, we finally are able to grasp a little bit more of the magnitude of the impacts here. The live view from Fort Myers Beach from the Diamond Head Resort, you can actually see that we're starting to see that angry Gulf, but I want you to remember that we still aren't seeing those onshore winds. The storm surge
surge peaks later tonight. You can have storm surge before, during, even after a hurricane makes landfall. And we expect that landfall to be sometime this afternoon. Another live look for you over the Caloosahatchee River just near downtown Fort Myers. You can still see lots of really rough seas out there, and down toward Naples in Collier County, where we are still expecting significant storm surge here. A little bit harder to depict. Again, as we see a little bit more light, we'll be able to show you more live looks here. And eventually, later today, the storm surge threat, as that increases, we'll be able to show you what exactly we're looking at. Please stay inside, hunker down from this point on. Let us be kind of your eyes and ears for the storm. 8 to 12 feet of storm surge expected for Charlotte and Lee counties. These are also the communities that are expecting to see the worst of the winds. The winds could be catastrophic. Again, we are seeing a nearing Category 5 hurricane, Ian, coming closer and closer to our coast. 6 to 10 feet of storm surge is the projected amounts for Collier County. At this point, we are going to only see conditions further deteriorate. We are already starting to see tropical storm force winds sustained across the region, hurricane force winds within a matter of hours by the late morning. But this storm surge, that is what we want you to continue to pay attention to. That is the deadliest part of a hurricane. It is the biggest threat by far to your life and to your property. Storm surge threat only intensifies as we take you into noon. And then we'll continue to see as finally the onshore winds are at play into tonight and overnight. So the landfall threat comes with the worst of the wind and, of course, the worst of the rain. But later today, that's when we'll really see that water drudged up. Let's talk about those high tide times, because that makes a difference, making storm surge even worse. For Charlotte County, Englewood, Lemon Bay, 4 p.m. tonight. Punta Gorda, high tide, 6 p.m. tonight. Lee County, Fort Myers Beach, we showed you that live camera there. We're not necessarily seeing that storm surge threat increase quite yet, but it only will as we take you into the afternoon. Fort Myers Beach around 2:50 p.m. for high tide. Port Ebel and Sanibel, 3:11 this afternoon. 5:56 p.m. for Little Hickory Island. High tide times for Collier County. For the Naples outer coast, 2:45. That's when you can expect to see that biggest threat. Big Marco River heading into the afternoon as well at 3:21. So there's a lot to focus on. Storm surge poses that biggest risk throughout the day today. We're seeing a more likely consensus that catastrophic wind damage is also going to be a big factor for Lee County and Charlotte County. Heavy rain and flooding could actually at this point be dialed back. And really the biggest impacts are going to be the wind. The worst of it, of course, for those communities that take that direct landfall threat. At this point, that could be Lee County, Charlotte County, or perhaps even just farther to the north. And we're also still watching for that isolated tornado risk throughout the morning, as well as power outages. We know we already have power outages across the region. I want to bring in meteorologist Jesslyn Ferenc, who has more analysis on Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, Lauren, thank you so much. Let's go back over Hurricane Ian. Again, we're getting those updates every hour of the new location of Ian, and also starting to see those new wind speeds. So again, we have a very strong Category 4 with a sustained winds 155 miles per hour right now, moving to the northeast at 9 miles per hour. So still moving pretty slowly there. And that's, again, what's going to be pushing up all of that water onto our shores. And that's what you were just talking about with that storm surge. But I want to get you a look outside. Not looking good out there right now. I've been seeing some really heavy rain bands pushing through Punta Gorda. But right now, look at those raindrops pushing across the camera into Naples, seeing some of those bands working through right now. So let's take a look at some of the wind speeds that we're taking a look at across southwest Florida. Punta Gorda seeing winds 30 miles per hour sustained. Some of us seeing even tropical storm force winds at this point. I think these are downplaying downplaying it just a little bit. So let's actually look at some of the peak wind gusts, close to 70 miles per hour into Naples, 59 also into Naples. Fort Myers seeing those wind gusts close to those hurricane strength as well. So I think some of these readings are a little bit off. I think they're downplaying it just a little bit with some of those stronger wind gusts that we've been seeing. Now, everybody, we're going to be seeing those tropical storm force winds as we head throughout really the next couple of hours, really starting up as we get into the next hour or so, pushing onshore with those hurricane force winds. Now, of course, we're going to be seeing those stronger winds where Ian exactly makes landfall. And really right now, that's still looking like Lee, Charlotte, and like what Lauren just said as well, just slightly to the north of southwest Florida. So yes, we are going to be seeing some of those hurricane force winds starting to make their way onshore. So let's take a look at that. Again, we're going to be seeing those storm force winds expanded not all the way across this storm. They're going to be closer confined into that eye wall. So let's take a look and time this out, what we're going to be seeing over the next couple of hours. Captiva going to start to see that eye wall start to push in those winds anywhere from the next really hour or so. Cayo Costa anywhere from 920, St. James City 920 as well. Flamingo Bay 934 going to start to see some of those hurricane force winds as well. Boca Grande right around 10 o'clock. Matt Lachey as well. Bokeelia 10:07. So you have to think about this. We're going to be seeing these winds sustained for several hours. So what do I want you to do right now? Find that safe spot in your home. That's going to be an interior room away from windows. I want you to put as much space as you can from yourself and those outside walls. So the smaller the better. If you can go out to your garage, if you have a helmet, that's going to be a good idea as well. You want to treat this like you would a tornado warning, but on top of that, we're going to be seeing those winds sustained for a long period of time. So again, let's take another look at the live radar. I want to just kind of show you what's going on outside like we were talking about before. This is going to be a storm surge and a wind threat. But yes, we are still going to be seeing some flooding out there. So I want to take a look at what we're seeing on the radar currently. So we still have that heavier downpour into DeSoto, Pine Level seeing some steady rain, also into Nocatee, also into Fort Ogden as well. Now we still have to watch some of these individual cells because we still have that chance for some spin-up tornadoes. The conditions are pretty good for these spin-up tornadoes. We saw them throughout the night into the morning as well. And we're going to be seeing these individual cells quickly spin up. There's already so much spin in the atmosphere with Ian. Now, the heaviest of bands I'm seeing right now pushing into our coastal communities, into Naples Park, Golden Gate, Naples down into Marco Island. Currently, you see all of that red and those orange colors. Those are going to be the heaviest downpours. On top of that, that's where we're already seeing some of these stronger winds pushing through. So if you live in some of these areas, this is where you're seeing those strong wind gusts and also seeing this ponding on the roadways. Driving in at 1 a.m., I already saw flooding in the roadways. So do not drive right now across Southwest Florida. It is not safe. We're seeing these heavy rains and also all of this strong wind. Flamingo Bay, Cape Coral, down into Iona, Fort Myers Beach, Estero, seeing those heavy rainfalls as well. And of course, into Punta Gorda, we just took a look at some of those cameras. We're seeing these winds and the rain pushing through the area. And we are not done. We are just now getting started. Again, if you're just now waking up, we have a strong Category 4 offshore. Ian is going to be making landfall later on today, and we're going to start to see those hurricane force winds as we get later on this morning into the afternoon. So flooding rain and storm surge, well, really flooding rain is going to start to drop as we head throughout the next couple of hours. Our main concern now is going to be that damaging wind and storm surge. But keep with us. We're going to be keeping you updated on air and online as we go throughout the next couple days.
Okay, thanks, Jesselyn. We just got an update that is not good news from the National Hurricane Center in terms of the storm surge threat for Southwest Florida. So I want to walk you through some of the new numbers, and they have increased the storm surge potential for Lee and Charlotte County now to 12 to 16 feet. Now, this is again, I want to stress this is the peak surge, not the forecast, but the numbers continue to not look good for Lee and Charlotte County. That's 12 to 16 feet of water above normally dry ground. And we're going to take a look at some of the maps here to show you exactly where that surge would go in just a minute. And also the numbers for Collier County, this is really important, have increased to 7 to 11 feet. This is a direct result of the fact that the storm has strengthened now with winds at 155 miles per hour, a high-end Category 4 hurricane. So this is the worst, most deadly aspect of the storm as it relates to storm surge. And these numbers are pretty startling to see, 12 to 16 foot of surge for Charlotte and Lee County. So one thing that's really important to look at is the timing of when that's going to happen. So as we look at the high tide times, we'll start with Lee County. And unfortunately, the times are not where you want them to be as the hurricane is making its approach along the coast of southwest Florida. So as we look at Pointe Belle, for example, the high tide at 3:11 this afternoon, that's when the winds will start coming in onshore. Little Hickory Island, the time is a little bit later at 5:56, and I know that the high tide along the Caloosahatchee there for Cape Coral near the Cape Coral Bridge is from 6 to 8 p.m. I'm looking at Jen Stacy because we were just, is that right?
Yeah. Okay. And right at Iona, at the buoy there at the mouth of the Caloosahatchee, a little bit before that.
So the times, as you head farther inland, up the rivers, those high tide times are going to be a little bit later compared to locations along the coast. But one of the biggest concerns, obviously, is Cape Coral. They're one of the most vulnerable places to storm surge. And so we're thinking about the late afternoon and evening hours for that peak surge for Cape Coral, which could, in a reasonable worst-case scenario, I'm not trying to scare anybody, just trying to relay the information as it comes to us from the National Hurricane Center. 12 to 16 feet of storm surge forecast in a reasonable worst-case scenario. What we're looking at now is a live shot. I believe this is from Cape Coral Parkway. I'm having a hard time actually seeing the video here from where I'm standing. But yeah, so we're not dealing with the storm surge threat right now. That's not going to come until later this afternoon. The reason why is because the winds are coming in offshore. It's when the winds start to come onshore that presents the problem, and it pushes and kind of piles that water up against the coastline, and it's got to go somewhere. So where does it go? It goes up into the canals, it goes up to the bays and the estuaries, up the Caloosahatchee River. Eventually, for those of you in Charlotte County, the water starts to move up the Peace River and up into Charlotte Harbor. So let's look at the Charlotte County tide times. High tide at Englewood Lemon Bay is at 4:01. Punta Gorda is at 6:04. So it makes sense that time's a little bit later because it's a little bit farther inland away from the Gulf of Mexico. This is a very bad time here for Punta Gorda because high tide is going to be when those winds are coming in around the circulation of Hurricane Ian, coming in from the Gulf and pushing onshore. Collier County, we've seen your surge increase to, I believe it was 7 to 11 feet. High tide times for you at 2:45 this afternoon. That's for the Naples outer coast, so that's right there along the beach. And then Big Marco River, that high tide time at 3:21 this afternoon. So the storm surge, I can't stress enough, and this is going to come in the second phase. So the first phase that we're going to have to deal with is those hurricane force winds. And so that part of it's going to be bad. The storm surge back behind it, that's going to be worse. And it looks like now we just got these updated maps from the National Hurricane Center. And I want to highlight this again. This is not a forecast, but what they call a worst case scenario. This is what we have to prepare for in the event in a situation like this, we have a strengthening hurricane that winds at 155 miles per hour. So you can see all of the colors on the map. What that represents is the height of the water level above the ground. So you can see what it corresponds to. The red, that's 9 feet above ground level. The orange is 6 feet above the ground. 3 feet is in the yellow. So it gets worse as you see those red colors popping up. So I want to go look sort of by street level and focus on the southern part of Cape Coral. And this is completely different than what we showed you just about an hour ago as the National Hurricane Center continues to fine-tune their storm surge models. So now we have the entire southern half of Cape Coral in the red. That would be over 9 feet of storm surge possible in this reasonable worst-case scenario. We hope that doesn't happen. I mean, we hope these numbers are lower. Usually they are. but this is not out of the realm of possibilities. Now let's go a little bit farther south. Here's the Cape Coral Bridge, and remember the high tide times there for Cape Coral and along the Caloosahatchee is from about 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock this evening as those winds are coming in on shore. And that's another reason, the timing aspect of it, why the National Hurricane Center has increased that storm surge threat. How far inland is going to go? I mean, look at some of these spots you might be familiar with. Here's Gladiolus and Summerlin Road, excuse me. This is Lakes Park right through here. So we're talking about water from the Caloosahatchee coming out and spilling over past US 41 all the way out to even 6 Mile Cypress. Let me expand the view here. Lehigh Acres is one of the least vulnerable places to storm surge. So this is about where the water stops in a worst case scenario for Lee County, and that's right around anywhere between US 41 and I-75. But the areas that stick out in red, those are the first to be evacuated in Zone A. That's why we evacuated Zone A, because this is where the water level rises happen. Most of Cape Coral dealing with that threat of storm surge. You can see the North Cape not quite as deep, about 3 or more feet of water above ground level. We also get a lot of questions about, you know, my house is at this elevation. Does that mean that I'm less susceptible to storm surge? Well, what these maps do, and it didn't used to be this way, but they've changed it since Hurricane Charlie back in the early 2000s, is now these maps take into account your elevation already. So this is already taking elevation into account. That's a popular question that we get, so I just wanted to address that. As we focus on some other parts of the area, South Fort Myers, again, we can see this come out of Estero Bay. Some of this Gulf water get pushed well inland. Another area of concern, and this is catastrophic storm surge for Southwest Florida. Unfortunately, I wish I had better news for you, but now with the storm strengthening, it looks like the water could come out of Charlotte Harbor and cover most of Punta Gorda with over 9 feet of storm surge. You can see how far it goes inland. So again, storm surge is not just along the coast, but also it goes up inland quite a ways, especially in a wetland like we're in here in Southwest Florida. So Port Charlotte looking at about 6 to 9 feet of storm surge. And then the Peace River. The Peace River in particular, as we zoom in here, this is one of the areas most prone to storm surge, you know, I would say across the entire U.S., right along the hurricane coast. So this is one of the spots we're most concerned about, especially if Hurricane Ian makes that close past the core of the storm near Charlotte County. Here's a closer look from Port Charlotte, and you can see some of these areas. Veterans Boulevard, here's Veterans Boulevard right here. It is possible that we could see water come up from Charlotte Harbor, the Myakka River, up past closer to the Murdoch area. There's the Myakka River. This is an area that's also prone to flooding, and I'm kind of taking this step by step because I know a lot of you folks, a lot of us are very much concerned with storm surge. It's the most serious problem that we have on our hands right now, so I'm just kind of taking my time to kind of show you. They've also upgraded and increased the storm surge values here for Collier County. So Everglades City, Marco Island, we could conceivably see 6 to 9 feet of storm surge, water above the ground. I just want to keep reminding you about that. And this all gets pushed in from the Gulf and even past, well past US 41. Most of this is the Everglades and swampland, but even up closer to I-75, we could see the potential for those water level rises. We're going to keep you updated here on the storm surge situation. We have our live cameras at the beaches. The threat will not start until this afternoon here for most of Southwest Florida. Could start a little bit earlier here in the day where we have this onshore wind starting sooner for those of us across Collier County. But if you're just joining us, the news is not good for Southwest Florida. Unfortunately, we're dealing with a high-end Category 4 hurricane in Ian, winds at 155 miles per hour, and the storm surge threat now increasing what looks to be potentially catastrophic storm surge for a good portion of our core counties, Charlotte County, Punta Gorda. You can see all that red here. We'll go again, look closer to Lee County, and then I'll send it over to my colleague meteorologist Jim Dickey, who is going to be tracking the core of the hurricane and show you when those winds are going to start to arrive. But most concerned areas right now, Cape Coral, North Fort Myers along the Caloosahatchee, and basically anywhere to the west of Highway 41. By the afternoon into the evening, it could be a very bad situation here for parts of Southwest Florida, and that's why we've issued those evacuations. Jim, I mean, what are you making now out of these updated storm surge values?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's tough to think of a storm that we would consider a worst case scenario than this one at this point. A high-end Category 4 taking that exact track that we've always talked about as far as storm surge potential. Now something I want to point out right now, if you're watching from Collier County, the center of Ian is off to the due west of Marco Island. Remember, those winds go counterclockwise around hurricanes. So now that the center is starting to lift to your north here in Marco and Naples, well, now our winds are starting to come out of the south. So this is the beginnings of the storm surge threat. And with that, I've been keeping a very close eye on the tidal gauge in the Naples area. I know this isn't a very TV-friendly graphic, I understand that, but right here, I don't know if you can make this out on your screen. This is the latest reading from right at Naples Pier, okay? We're just about to get to low tide. Low tide is going to be at 9 o'clock. Right now, we're seeing about a 3-foot water rise on top of that low tide in Naples Bay. So these are the signs of that storm surge, those water rises starting to occur. Note, where do we go from here? Once we get into the afternoon, 3, 4 o'clock, this is high tide. And the high tide is forecast to be about 3 feet anyway. If this were the only storm surge we were going to see in the Naples area, and I'm just focusing on Naples right now because that's where we have the gauge, you'd still be talking 5 feet of water. But those numbers are likely to be higher. So we're keeping a very close eye. This is one of the National Weather Service maintained gauges out there in the Naples area. It's going to be an early indication of what we are talking about, exactly what we are facing storm surge-wise, getting away from the models, getting to the actual values there as they work their way into Southwest Florida. As Jason alluded to, I also want to focus in on the winds here. You know, you've seen these updates coming in. 155 mile per hour winds now. As I look, I'll move this out for you a little bit. As I look at the radar presentation, you can see the eye closing itself off now. About an hour and a half ago, we had that sort of clear side on the southeast end. This is a well-defined hurricane now, as you would expect with those winds coming up. So we're going to track this core closely. That is where those 120 plus mile per hour winds will be possible as this moves to the north and the northeast. Some times for you here. Wolford, 1041. South Seas Island Resort, that's the northern end of Captiva. That is just before 11 o'clock this morning. Cayo Costa, 11 o'clock. Pointe Belle, 1121. Boca Grande, that's right by the lighthouse at 1141. Bokeelia at 1205. Matlacha, 1215. Cape Coral. Let's zoom in to make sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. Our model puts out Cape Coral north of Veterans. So for much of the Cape, we're talking 1230 is when those extreme winds are going to be on your doorstep. Northport, just before 2 o'clock. Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, just about 2 o'clock. Arcadia, this core will sustain itself far inland. Now, by the time we get to 5 o'clock, and the center is likely onshore, those winds will come down a little bit, but we're still going to be tracking extreme winds for you all the way into Arcadia. I've been hearing from those of you in DeSoto County all morning long saying, hey, don't forget about us. There you go, Arcadia, 5 o'clock. So as I told you, here's what we're going to be doing as this core, the core of the winds, and as I zoom back out, as this begins to make its way onshore, we will be telling you when it is you need to get into that safe place. And once again, I want you to look around your home right now. We still have an hour or two to go before these extreme winds begin to roll in. Look around your home. You want to find an interior room without any doors, any windows. Think a enclosed water closet, bathroom. Think an enclosed closet itself to close yourself off, to put as many walls between you and the winds as possible. That is your goal as you seek out your safe place. You want to hunker down there. Once we give you the call to be in that safe place, you want to hunker down there and stay there until the threat passes, and this could be a while. Bring your supplies with you. Bring some snacks in there. Bring water to drink in there. Bring your radio with you because you are liable to lose power here shortly in many of these locations. We will give you the all clear, but it's not going to be until, let me go ahead and do this for you too. It's not going to be until the back edge of the storm passes by. Remember, it's this ring. It's that eye wall that surrounds the entirety of the center. You have the intense winds on the front side. You clear things out if you get into the eye. You have the intense winds on the back side. As I track the back edge of the eye wall, and this would be when the threat for extreme winds will come to an end. Give me a moment here to make sure I get these times right. About a couple hours here, and I will make sure that is the right motion, north-northeast. There's some time, so this is what I'm talking about here. I want you to get to your safe place once these winds come up, and I want you to stay there. It could be a couple of hours, so I want you to plan for that as these winds begin to come in. This is going to be a slow mover as it moves its way in. Captiva, it's not until we get to 3:40, 4 o'clock, before the threat for those high-end winds winds down. St. James City by about 4 o'clock. Matlacha just before 5 p.m. Cape Coral, 5 o'clock this evening. That's when, and this is assuming we stay at a 9-mile-per-hour forward speed, that's when we'll start to see the wind threat wind down. Now, I've been tracking the path closely, and this is going to matter exactly where this storm goes. That's where the core of the strongest winds will go. I've been watching the track all morning long, which has, shown some wobbles, shown some deviations at times. But as we look at where the center line is right now, you're still seeing more of a northerly movement, other than the last sort of frame of the lapse, perhaps a little bit of a wobble to the east. Any wobbles to the east now, any turn to the north and east, brings more southwest Florida into that core of the stronger winds. Again, as I pause that, and I put that forward for you, puts us into the eastern side of the eye, which would be where those major hurricane force winds here. This area right here, if this stays on its current trajectory, that goes right up over Captiva. That goes right just west of 41 through Lee County. So we're talking the McGregor area, perhaps even downtown Fort Myers, getting into that eastern eye wall. The northern eye wall goes right through Captiva and Sanibel. And we'll keep those extreme winds in place as we go forward here. I believe I was told to toss somewhere. I don't know where. So I will toss that back to the NBC studio.
All right, thanks, Jim. And I'm here with Jen Stacy and Alan Campbell. The biggest concern right now is storm surge, and this is kind of that worst case scenario that we feared. I just want to reiterate some of these numbers that do look very, very scary, and it is a very scary situation. These numbers here, 12 to 16 feet, this is actually forecast storm surge. The maps I was showing earlier, sort of the reasonable worst case scenario, we won't get so much into that, but somewhere in this area, we will see 12 to 16 feet of storm surge for Lee and Charlotte County. Somewhere in this area here, we are forecasting 7 to 11 feet of storm surge. That is deadly. I mean, it is. I can't stress that enough. And some people have decided to stay.
Right. Right. I think the concerns are, for those of us that have been here for multiple storms, predictions of storm surge have been put out there, and then it didn't happen. And so it gave a false level of comfort. I think what's important here is our team of meteorologists are talking about the fact that those storms were not like this. This one, unfortunately, checks all the boxes for storm surge, where the other ones did not. And what are those criteria? What is the criteria?
Okay, yeah, and there's a lot of things that we look at with storm surge. We look at the strength. So we have a storm now that has strengthened with winds at 155 miles per hour, a high-end Category 4 hurricane. So the stronger the storm is, the more water it's going to be able to push onto shore.
And real quickly, too, when we're talking 12 to 16 feet, that can move cars, that can move houses?
Yes. I mean, and that can, the way some of these houses are built, that can take apart houses in some situations if you get the water levels up to 12 to 16 feet, okay? Picking up where we left off here with your question. So the power of the storm, the speed that the storm is moving is also another factor. the size of the storm, just the sheer size. And we're not talking about strength now. We're just talking about the width of the storm. And this is a very large storm. This is not a Charlie. Completely different from Charlie. Charlie was a very compact storm. This is not an Irma. And I understand with Hurricane Irma, had that storm gone to the west 20 or 30 miles, just a couple of tens of miles, then we would have seen this type of storm surge over Southwest Florida. We were lucky with Irma. And so I realize that folks are thinking, hey, it didn't happen with Irma. It's not going to happen with this storm. Every storm is different. As you mentioned, Irma moved in Marco Island, and it went basically up like this.
So we were not on the dirty side of the storm.
We were not. We never really had the winds coming in onshore with Irma. The winds were coming in offshore. And so remember that scene from Fort Myers Beach with Irma? You saw the water go back out to the pier. So that's the first stage is what's going to happen. We've already seen that in Charlotte Harbor. The water is going to go out first, reverse storm surge, and then it's going to come back in. And then that's going to happen, unfortunately. That's going to be coinciding with the higher tide cycles.
Tell us again when the surge is coming in, because as you were talking about, it's two different events here. We're talking high winds coming in first. The surge is second, and we were just talking off camera, it's right when the high tide is hitting. I mean, Cape Coral, you're talking 6 o'clock, 6 to 8 o'clock, and that's about the time the high surge would be coming in.
Yeah, that's about the time the storm is going to be here. And so when you have the storm here, winds are going counterclockwise around it, and so that's when you start to see the winds pushing the water onshore. So then you add on top of that the high tide, and so now you have to think about this. If you're there with your family, you look outside, determine, is the weather okay for me enough right now to get out of these areas? And in particular, we're talking about South Cape Coral. I mean, we'll just say all of Cape Coral, South Fort Myers, and we're going to look at some of those red zones here in a second. Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, the Cape Hayes Peninsula. If you haven't left, we don't have much time. We're talking about those hurricane force winds, and Jim was showing you this, arriving, let's see, what time is it now? 8 o'clock, but mid-morning, so around 9 to 10 o'clock.
So
you don't have to go far. You just have to go Lehigh Acres. We'll take a look at the map. Lehigh is not under any threat for storm surge.
So like the other side of 75.
East of I-75. If you stay, if you make that decision and you decide to stay, so then you got to think about evacuating vertically. Then you got to think about whatever you can do, tables, chairs, to get as high as you possibly can. And so that's kind of the situation we're in. The reason I'm holding a tape measure here, just because I wanted to drive the point home. This type of storm surge. These numbers have been going up since yesterday. So this is 3 feet. This would be 3 feet of storm surge right here. So that would come up to about my waist, okay? Let's keep going. Thank you. 7 feet of storm surge. So we're talking about for the coast of Collier County, 7 to 11 feet of storm surge. So this is just the baseline. Okay, so let's keep going. There's 10 feet of storm surge.
So imagine we put that vertically, that's higher than this monitor.
That is, can we zoom out just a little bit? I'm not sure if we're as wide as we possibly can be. But the top of this big monitor, just to give you some perspective, is 10 feet. So that would be well above our head. That would cover the tops of those houses. And keep in mind too that the water is moving. So you have these hurricane force winds pushing the water. So this is not just a slow rise of water. This is a rush of water. It's a surge of water, which is why they call it storm surge. 12 feet. I'm gonna keep going here.
Yeah, I mean, I go right off camera when we get to.
This is what we're talking about for the forecast storm surge. The peak surge, 16 feet, up to 16 feet of storm surge for portions of our coastline right there. If that doesn't get your attention, I don't know what will.
And it's going to come in fast. And again, folks, I've been there and I went, okay, I'm not worried about the surge. Now, there are some homes, I get it, that are high enough, but you might be an island then. But there's also a lot of homes, we're talking about the Cape Coral Yacht Club area, that flood during a normal whatever storm. Whiskey Creek, there's parts of that flood, you know, and there's a lot of people that live there. Those homes are not high enough.
Right.
And you don't want to be stranded.
We're also talking to that window, because I was just looking at my phone. I received a message from Josh, one of our viewers, asking if it's too late to leave. You know, and as you mentioned, Jason, that window, it's very small right now.
You have to decide based on what the weather is like right now where you are. It will only continue to get worse as we go through time, and you have to decide: do I want to deal with this? Cape Coral. I mean, you can see all the red here. These are maps that a lot of times we look at internally.
Right.
Emergency managers look at these to assess risk about, you know, where they're going to issue those evacuation zones. So you know, this is what they call a reasonable worst case scenario, but the National Hurricane Center now is forecasting peak surge at 12 to 16 feet. And the reason I'm showing this, because I just want to show you how far inland, because there's this preconception that the surge is right along the coast.
Right.
But that's not the case, because we have this. We have the Caloosahatchee River. We have Cape Coral with over 400 miles of canals. Now, not all of those are fed from the Gulf of Mexico, but you can see from Veterans Parkway South, red, 12 to 16 feet of storm surge. North of Veterans Parkway up through Pine Island Road, 6 to 10 feet of storm surge. In any of that would be, you know, if this plays out as forecast and things continue on the current trend, would be unsurvivable.
Right.
In some cases, storm surge is the #1 killer, not the wind.
Yeah.
You don't have to go far. Look, east of 75, right? You don't see those colors filling in.
Right. What would be the scenario in which this type of surge we wouldn't have to see? Is there any chance that this storm could wobble or change where we're not going to see this type of surge?
We are going to see, we're definitely going to see some surge.
Okay.
We would hope that it would be below those numbers that are being forecast by the National Hurricane Center. There's always a chance, but we are going to see somewhere in here, they're going to see some gauges reaching water level rises of 12 to 16 feet. Based on these are some of the most precise models that the National Hurricane Center has to estimate those water level rises. And we've talked about this scenario for years, the worst case scenario for Southwest Florida. But I just, you know, I want you to know that this is not Hurricane Irma.
Right.
If Hurricane Irma had moved west 20 to 30 miles, which you can't forecast 2 days out when you have to evacuate, right?
Right.
But this would have been a situation with Hurricane Irma, but this is not Irma, this is Hurricane Ian. This is not Charlie.
This is Ian.
Yeah, this is Ian. And so, I mean...
What about sorry, Jason, folks who live, you know, just west of 75, they're in this area right here, they're on the verge. Should they go east and go a little bit more towards Lehigh Acres just to get away? Because these numbers, they seem to be changing by, you know, the minute, by the hour. What should they do if they live, you know, in this area right here? Because a lot of folks, I mean, this is still, what, a foot of surge that they could get there, a foot of water? You know, and they might think, I've got some sandbags, I'm okay right here. But it seems like it's continuously going out a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I would say the areas in the reds and the oranges, that's Zone A, that's Zone B, which were the first to evacuate. Right. But even, I mean, you go into South Fort Myers and you look at the areas here in red around the villas, down through the forest, Island Park. Island Park.
Oh my gosh, floods all the time.
You remember Island Park back for Hurricane Irma. I mean, that's an area prone to flooding right there around Alico Road and US 41. So again, my intention here is to not try to scare anybody, but I'm telling you the forecast, the situation that we have been dealt with this hurricane, and now it's a high-end Category 4 hurricane. But again, this would be the second phase. This would not come until the afternoon. So the storm surge is not happening right now, but it's coming.
It's coming late this afternoon.
It's coming late this afternoon and into the evening. And I want to go up to Charlotte County here for a second, but just kind of give you an idea of all the areas here in red. And you can see right up there, over 9 foot of storm surge possible in some of these areas. Even, places like near the Caloosahatchee, Fort Myers Shores, Buckingham, that's an area where we're going to see some spillover from some of that storm surge that's just shoved up the Caloosahatchee River from those onshore winds, because the Caloosahatchee obviously is, goes to the Gulf of Mexico.
Sure. And how long would the surge be up? I mean, how long are we dealing with that, that depth of water?
So normally, it depends on the storm. Normally, if the storm moves quickly through an area, then the surge lets up in, let's say 8 hours to a day. I mean, that part of it too probably doesn't matter, because that's long enough.
Once it's up, it's up, right?
Once it's up, it's up. But then with this storm, the way it's kind of moving up to the northeast, you're going to continue to have the onshore flow. It's not going to be those hurricane force winds, but the water is going to be very, very slow to recede, because we're going to see those persistent onshore winds even throughout the day on Thursday.
The reason I ask is so when it came up, if you were on the one side of the eye, for example, the Caloosahatchee, the water went out. I mean, you could have almost walked across it. And then the water, the eye went through, backside the water came rushing back in. So, but it was pretty quick. And I think people are picturing that as well. And that is not the case with this. This is water going up and staying up for quite a while.
Yeah, because, it's all about, there's so many variables, and I don't want to get into the weeds too much about that, but it's all about the angle that it takes closer to the coast, and how long the winds are coming up, how big the storm is, size, and then also looking at the power of the storm as well.
So a real quick question, how fast will that storm surge come on shore? I mean, will you be able to see it quickly approaching you, or will it be rapidly approaching you wherever you live in, say, that zone?
It's quick. It happens. It happens quickly as the wind, especially as the tide is coming up. The winds are coming in from the west onshore. It's not a. I don't want to compare it to a tsunami in the sense, because it's not a tsunami, but it's kind of that rush, that surge of water. That is kind of similar, and that it's gonna overspread many of our populated areas, based on the way things are looking right now.
And there will be debris.
The water is going to pick up debris. It's going to pick up everything. So again, if you are there and you don't feel comfortable leaving, then you have to think about evacuating vertically. You have to get as high as you possibly can. That's the advice that I would say at this point.
That's a problem as well, because first responders, law enforcement have said right now they're not going to be able to respond to an emergency until winds are less than 45 miles per hour.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a problem.
It looks like the storm is moving. We were feared before that it was going to slow down a little bit, maybe stall out over southwest Florida. I'm going back here to the original graphic just so you can kind of see the overview. It looks like it will be moving faster along than we initially thought, so that's one positive aspect of it. But this is the most destructive part of a hurricane when you deal with surge. And I know it's hard because we haven't had to deal with a situation like this.
It's unprecedented. In our area.
It is. And we've dodged some bullets.
Yes.
And maybe got that false sense of
I'm afraid that we have
security.
many, so that's why we wanted to really hammer this home. It's very scary. And again, people say, "Oh, I have a boat." That's not a solution.
I mean, think the water is rushing. They call it surge. The water is surging inland. But this is the forecast. This is the actual forecast from the National Hurricane Center: 12 to 16 feet of storm surge for Lee and Charlotte County. And then they've increased the storm surge over Collier County to 7 to 11 feet. I know we've talked about this for a while. I know we've stayed here for a while and talked about this, but this really has me concerned.
Right, and for good reason. We want to keep our viewers safe. That's our #1 priority, is keeping families safe.
Yeah, okay. And we're, of course, going to monitor the whole storm surge situation. We have a hurricane approaching our coast. If I can just ask the producer where want to send to next? Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's go to Lisa in the Alert Center.
Yeah, so guys, I've been listening to you talk about the storm surge, the potential, the possibility of it catching people off guard. And as I was scrolling through social media, I came across several videos in Key West where the storm surge there certainly caught people off guard. Dylan Estevez is one of those people. He lives in an apartment in Key West. I'm going to step aside and take this video full, but I want you to see what he's having to deal with. So again, he lives in an apartment in Key West. You can see the water there, and it caught him off guard. You can see all the debris that Jen and Alan were referencing, and there they are evacuating with their pet. This is in Key West. You can see the water is up to his waist. And this is not the only video that I've seen like this of where that storm surge, they weren't completely ready for it. So again, we cannot emphasize enough that you need to have some kind of thought process on how you're going to go up in case that water does rush in, does surge in the potential worst case scenario. So I'm going to continue to look for videos for you to give you an idea of what Ian is capable of from the Alert Center. You can see the wind back there blowing the trees as well. And as I continue to gather these videos to be able to show you firsthand, I will be sure to send them to let you know about them. In the meantime, let's send it over to ABC7 meteorologist Jim Dickey. Jim?
Hey, thanks, Lisa. You know, we've been saying it all morning long. Every storm is different. And I know, the lead up to Irma, we kept talking about the threat for storm surge and it didn't pan out. But you can see the difference in these tracks. Irma moved in on Marco Island and tracked right up 75. Ian is about 60 miles west of that track right now. Ian is going to make landfall right along the Sarasota-Charlotte County line, in all likelihood. It's not going to matter as far as storm surge is concerned, exactly where this makes landfall here. It is going in the general direction of northern Charlotte County. You know, we've been showing you these numbers. I've been getting so many questions. Are these high-end levels going to play out? Here's the thing. We've been, all the science, all the research going into storm surge over the years, they tell us to look for this exact scenario for the storm surge threat. Now, are these high-end values going to play out? We haven't seen this since we've been developed in this way here in Southwest Florida. This is all new territory. Again, every storm is different, and this is the one we've been watching for as far as the storm surge threat. A slow-moving major hurricane making landfall to the north of Lee and Charlotte County, and that looks to be playing out here with this one. We can already see evidence of that surge arriving. Marco Island, which again is where Irma made landfall. So this speaks to the difference here in these two storms. It might not seem like much to you, the difference between a storm moving in on Marco Island or a storm moving in northern Charlotte County. But for our storm surge threat, it makes all the difference in the world. Right now, the center of Ian is about 60 miles off to the due west of Marco Island. That means in Collier County, South Collier County, you are now in southerly winds on the eastern side of Ian. Remember, winds are going counterclockwise around this storm. So once the center lifts north of you, now you have that onshore component. The 10,000 Islands, Everglades City, I'm sure those water levels are already coming up for you because you have that steady southerly wind. Once this gets a little further to the north, now the southwest winds come in, and now we start to see that surge increase. I've been watching this closely. I showed you this a few moments ago. Let me zoom in to get a better look. This is the tidal gauge right at the pier there in Naples. Okay, here's what I'm showing you. This is where the water level should be, down at low tide in the next few moments. This is where it is right now. We're nearly at a 3-foot water level rise over low tide. And this is with a southerly wind, right? So we're going to get a southwesterly wind, and that surge will increase. It'll increase as we're headed towards high tide. So this is why these numbers are as high as they are being forecasted here. And again, this is for the Naples area, which overall, Jason just took you through, is not going to see the highest of the storm surge values of the various areas across southwest Florida, but still a significant storm surge all the same. Along with that, I know there is a whole lot to unpack with this storm, but the highest winds are starting to bear down on our barrier islands. I want to get these times for you. And again, know what we're talking about. This here is the eye wall around Ian. You see those 155-mile-per-hour winds being reported in the latest advisory. You find those winds in that circle, in that donut. So we're going to be tracking this closely as it lifts towards the coastline, keeping it on its north-northeast trajectory at that 9-mile-per-hour forward speed. Here are the times that those extreme winds will start to arrive in your location. Wolford, 9:49, Captiva, 9:53, the northern end of Captiva, about 10 o'clock. Point Ebel, 10:19, Sanibel, 10:43. And that would be the eastern end of Sanibel Island, by the way, right along the lighthouse. Boca Grande, 10:44, Matlacha, 11:06, Punta Rasa by 11:01, Fort Myers Beach, 11:40, Cape Coral, and that's the center of Cape Coral, right along Veterans. That would be at 11:50. So in the lead up to this, what I want you to do is I want you to think about where you're going to go in your home as these extreme winds begin to move their way in. And again, this is a somewhat localized event. If you're watching from Immokalee, if you're watching from Naples right now, Marco Island, you're not going to get into that core of the stronger winds. This is going to go up through western Lee County and western Charlotte County. Generally speaking, west and south of 41 in Lee County and Charlotte County. That's where we're tracking the chance for the major hurricane winds in the next 3 hours. That's the arrival time. So again, go around your home, look around your home, and figure out where you're going to go when these winds pick up. What you want to look for, an interior room without doors and windows. Your goal is to put as many walls between you and these extreme winds as this begins to work its way in here. Now, the winds are going to stay strong throughout the day, even as the storm presses northward. We're seeing plenty of rainfall in these outer rain bands. In fact, as we zoom in, I'm going to keep the times of the winds up there for you. But while we're not getting into the core of the hurricane, if you're watching from Naples, Marco, Fort Myers Beach right now, the rain is absolutely ripping out there. In fact, if I go back to our camera at Naples Grand, take a look at that. Go ahead and take this full, guys, so they can get a closer look at what's going on there in the Naples area right now. The rain coming down in sheets, being blown by those strong winds. And this isn't the core of the storm. This is just an outer rain band. You can see the trees bending to meet the winds. We have been seeing wind gusts already near 70 miles per hour. There's a number of locations, by the way, in southwest Florida who never got up to a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust throughout the storm. So we're already starting to see those gusts tick up towards those levels. And of note, too, if you bring it back to me here, right there, and this is our Naples Grand Beach resort camera. We're looking southward toward downtown Naples. I'm already seeing some water there on the roads in these areas. You know, perhaps no surprise, surrounded by canals. Now, this could very well be from that rain coming down so heavily as it is right now. Like I said, even as we're at low tide, we're about 3 feet above where we should be with that storm surge. Those numbers only going to come up. The wind threat, the extreme wind threat, looks to be now through about 5, 6 o'clock, coastal Lee and Charlotte County. The storm surge threat only just beginning, and we're still tracking the extreme rain. Now I'll throw it over to meteorologist Jesslyn French. She's going to take you through the day, hour by hour, get a closer look at what you can expect.
Yeah, so Jim, like you were saying, I want to take you outside right now and take you a look at, or give you a look at what we're taking a look at right now. So like you were showing into Naples, seeing just sheets of rain being pushed across the area right now, seeing those tropical storm force winds, even hurricane force gusts across the area, even into Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, seeing some really heavy gusts upwards in Punta Gorda as well. Now, Jim, you just brought us through some of the timings of what we're going to be seeing, that eye wall starting to push onto some of our coastal communities here really in the next hour, 30 minutes or so, starting to see some of those showers pushing on shore with those heavier rain bands and some of those hurricane force winds. Now, again, we're going to be seeing this throughout the entire day. So I want to bring you hour by hour. So again, in the next hour, going to start to see some of those heavier winds start to push on shore. but then you have to think on the backside of the eye wall as well. Yes, we're going to start to see a little bit of calming once we get into the afternoon as it starts to push on shore, but then you get that second round. You still get some of those heavier wind gusts pushing across the area. Now, it is looking like it's going to start to calm down once we get into Thursday early morning through Thursday afternoon. But yeah, we're still going to be seeing gusts upwards of 40, 50 miles per hour, even into tomorrow. And you got to think, with all of that wind, it's pushing all of that water on shore. And that's what we've been talking about the last couple of days. That storm surge threat is going to be our biggest issue as we go throughout the day today. But for right now, the first round of threats is going to be all of this wind. So what do I want you to do right now? Talk it out with your family. Find that safe spot into your home. It's going to be that interior room, away from windows. Try to get as far away from the outside as you can. That's going to be that interior room, and a small spot is going to be better. It's going to be your bathroom. That's going to be a closet, a laundry room. I actually just texted my boyfriend to take the laundry, the washing machine, the dryer out of our laundry room so that could be his safe space when we go throughout the next couple of hours. So I want to talk about, yes, like what we were saying, the heavy winds, pushing all of that water on shore. Now, this is going to be later on this afternoon into the evening hours. That's when we're really going to start to see some of that storm surge threat starting to push on shore. So you see all of this red. That's upwards of 9 feet of storm surge into parts of southern Collier County, especially the 10,000 islands. That's going to go all the way past Tamiami and 41. So yes, we're going to be seeing all the way up there. Going to start to see some water on the roadways into Naples. Right now, we're already seeing those southern winds pushing that water on shore, heading up further north, Naples Park into Bonita Springs, still seeing that 9+ storm surge further inland. You see all those pockets of orange. That's going to be 3 to 6. So again, this is going to be pushing inland, and it's not just our coast. It's not just going to be the beaches. It's going to be up further into some of the canals, into the Caloosahatchee as well, all the way up into North Fort Myers, into Cape Coral as well. Going to be seeing that storm surge threat anywhere from 9 to 12 feet in some areas. So we're not talking about evacuating outside anymore. If you haven't evacuated, if you're starting to see the floodwaters starting to rise quickly, it's going to be evacuating up into some of those higher elevations into your home, because yes, this is going to be a serious situation as we head into the overnight hours tonight. And you got to think about this too. Yes, the flooding threat from rain is going to start to drop as we go throughout the next couple of hours. Not going to be seeing as much rainfall. It's going to be the wind and also the surge. That's going to be our major impact as we go throughout Ian now. But what's going to be the issue is we're going to have standing water for long periods of time. This water is going to be pushing up. And then you have all of the heavy rainfall that we saw yesterday and still seeing right now. That's trying to get down the rivers. So that's why we're saying we're just going to be seeing all of this flooding around all of those areas that I just showed you. Now let's take a look into Fort Myers Beach. Not seeing a whole lot right now, but still pretty far out. But just give it some time, you guys. That's when we're really going to start to see it, is later on this afternoon. I want to take a look at some of the rain bands because, like I mentioned, we're still going to be seeing some of that rainfall, but it's not our biggest concern right now, but still have that threat of some spin-up tornadoes as some of these feeder bands continue to push in. That's going to continue through the day today into tonight. Still going to be seeing some of the heaviest of rains, but notice the rainfall going to be more to the north and to the western side of that eye. Again, our biggest threat going forward, going to be that storm surge. The damaging wind could be seeing gusts upwards of 100+ miles per hour. And you got to remember that it's going to be closer to the center of Ian, where that eye wall is. So we're talking Lee, Charlotte, into DeSoto County. We have the best chance of seeing some of the strongest wind gusts. Now, Collier County, yeah, we are going to be seeing some wind gusts, but it's really going to be focusing on Lee and Charlotte County. But stick with us. We're going to be keeping you updated on air, online, as we track Hurricane Ian across Southwest Florida.
All right, Jesselyn, thank you so much. So we continue to watch this storm as it's moving closer to southwest Florida, but we're also looking at where it's been. We're tracking the destruction that the Hurricane Ian, is leaving behind. In the Keys right now, they are dealing with flooding. They've been dealing with wind and major weather events there.
Yeah, they've also had that fire that firefighters were working to put out a little earlier on. Alex Howard is in Key West right now. With that, what's left after that fire behind you, Alex, what's going on right now?
Well, it's been going on for several hours, and that wind, as you mentioned, has only made firefighters' job that much worse. We've seen flames pretty consistently over the course of the past 2 hours that we've been here. We talked to a number of people who lived in this. Part of it is apartment complexes, and part of it are storefronts. But as you can see here, it's pretty much just absolutely destroyed. We saw the roof caved in, just a few minutes ago. And it's still not out. The wind has just fueled this fire over time as firefighters have just kept a steady barrage of water on it. And it just will not go out. In fact, if you look on the left here, you'll still see the occasional flame popping up. Now, we managed to talk to a couple of people who live here or live nearby here, and they're just all staring in disbelief. I mean, a lot of people can't really imagine what's been going on here. Overnight, we saw some pretty significant storm surge, high tide at 11:30, and that left about 2 feet of water on a lot of major roadways. That's since gone down now, but we still have some very high winds that are just making taking care of this really difficult for first responders. And after this, we're going to go around Key West. We're going to try and take a look at other places that are dealing with issues caused by Hurricane Ian. But even though it's moved past Key West now, this is still a very dangerous situation, a very hazardous situation. So for right now, we're going to take it back to you, but definitely a scary situation here in Key West. Reporting live for NBC2, Alex Howard.
Yeah, we know that first responders have been very busy dealing with a lot of the damage left behind there by Hurricane Ian. As Lisa showed us earlier on from the alert center, some people evacuating from apartments in that storm surge that was way steep, and then firefighters responding to that fire there behind Alex at that apartment business complex there.
Some of the aftermath that you can expect to see from some of these storms, and of course now you can see behind us the track of Ian. Our team of meteorologists, NBC and ABC's meteorologists working together right now. They continue to track the storm. They're going to have another update for us on the other side of this break.
If your pets have turned your floors into an eyesore, we got some tricks in our tool belt. 54 now has the newest hardwood, tile, laminate, luxury vinyl, and carpet. 54 brings hundreds of samples to your home to see in your own light. 54 will do all the heavy lifting for you, and they can get most jobs done in a day. They'll even clean up afterwards. Call today to get free installation. 54 is home improvement done right.
Call 877-54. Pick up the phone, we'll be knocking at your door.
The City Mattress Fall Clearance event is on now, with savings up to 40% on mattresses, adjustable beds, and bedroom furniture throughout our stores and online. Purchase any in-stock Serta iComfort mattress and get a free sleep bundle. Or take advantage of Sealy Hybrid Mattress closeouts, with the largest selection of in-stock mattresses in every comfort and for every budget. City Mattress is your best source for sleeping better.
No one's ever prepared to be hurt in a car accident.
So we got prepared for you. Our team of attorneys, paralegals, specialists, and a team of investigators are ready to help.
Your free consultation, access to the right doctors, and our experienced legal team. We're here waiting for your call.
No one's ever ready for an accident. But if you're hurt, our safety net is here to catch you.
Farah and Farah, this is what we built.
As Ian approaches southwest Florida,
What will be a major storm surge event.
Count on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team to keep you ahead of the storm.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
With live updates on air, online, and on the NBC2 weather app. All powered by the NBC2 First Alert Live Radar.
We're going to be here tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
When dangerous weather threatens, count on NBC2.
If you are just now joining us, let's get you caught up on all things Hurricane Ian. The storm rapidly intensifying overnight from a Category 3 to a Category 4. And now this is new out of the 8 a.m. advisory. We have winds sustained at 155 miles per hour. That is nearing Category 5 hurricane strength here. So now this is an all cards at play situation. First, we'll be dealing with the outer feeder bands, but in a matter of hours, the catastrophic wind damage, especially for Lee and Charlotte counties. And then later today, once the winds are kind of starting to die down as well into tonight, we'll be watching for that storm surge threat. We've got the north-northeast movement at 10 miles per hour, so we expect to see landfall sometime by the late afternoon. On live Doppler radar, you can clearly depict the eye wall of Hurricane Ian. This is the worst of the wind, the worst of the rain, and it is just 30 miles southwest from Charlotte County's coastline here. So we are really closing in on landfall. In general, throughout the morning, we've seen reports of even some tornado damage, but so far winds sustained across land have been just nearing tropical storm force at this point. Again, a matter of hours before we see hurricane force winds along our coastal areas and the increasing threat for that across all of Southwest Florida. I want to take a couple live cameras for you. Let us be your eyes for this storm as you hunker down and ride this storm out. The live view from Fort Myers Beach. Notice that we're really not seeing that storm surge threat quite yet. Don't want you to let your guard down. We got new projections for up to 12 to 16 feet of storm surge for Lee County and Charlotte County. What's happening right now is we still are seeing, just like we have been over the past hour or two, that reverse storm surge. So we're seeing the water kind of going back out. It is going to be rushing back in. The live view down south in Collier County still dealing with, it looks like we're frozen on this shot here, but at times we're really just seeing a little bit of movement amongst the palm trees there. Again, tropical storm force winds to start out. I want to, if we can, take another live look from our media camera where we have a live look in Sanibel where we're already starting to see some flooding concerns. The Lee County barrier islands going to be an area where you really should have evacuated from Zone A, and this is on Lindgren and then East Gulf North Road where we're already, look at this, seeing the water piling up. Again, this is not storm surge. This is from the heavy rainfall that we've already seen overnight. We've accumulated anywhere from 4 to 6 inches of rain. We're already starting to see some gusts nearing hurricane force winds for the barrier islands there. Another live look for you for downtown Fort Myers. This is looking toward the Luminary Hotel there, just off of the Caloosahatchee River. You can see that we're not necessarily seeing street flooding in downtown quite yet. We're seeing slick spots, and we only continue for conditions to deteriorate from here on out heading into the next 12 hours. The live look further north for the Punta Gorda Airport, of course, we're seeing the heavy rain. We're seeing sheets of rain as outer feeder bands continue to whip through the region. We're talking about these bands moving at over 50 miles an hour. If you live inland, you are seeing a nice let up from these bands for now. This has been the area where we have seen numerous tornado warnings throughout the morning for Hendry and into even Glades, even into inland Collier County. We're seeing actually just some spotty showers. By far the worst impacts for the rain so far have been the coastal areas, some of our most populated communities as well. On live Doppler radar, we're seeing the heaviest bands filtering through Charlotte County. Again, this is when we expect the worst of the wind and the worst of the rain to filter on through. The eye of Hurricane Ian, that is the relatively calm part of this storm. It's the eye wall where you see those dark red colors popping up. We're also seeing that lightning within the core, the heart of the storm. That is where we're seeing some of the worst winds. So North Captiva by 10:29, South Seas Island Resort 10:33, Minnesota Key 11:23. 11:24, Placida, Rotunda West, 11:24, Rotunda, 11:26, Englewood, 11:35. Time now 8:37. So it's only just a matter of hours before we start to see those hurricane force conditions and at times major hurricane force winds. It will be catastrophic wind damage for those communities that experience landfall. So first we're dealing with the winds, then comes the storm surge, and the last thing I'm really concerned about in the coming days is going to be the flooding and the standing water. Doppler estimated rainfall totals, again, anywhere from 2 to 6 inches of rain. All of the Florida Peninsula is under a flash flood watch. In the coming days, I want you to remember it only takes a foot of moving water to float most vehicles. Let's take a look again at some of the latest rainfall projections, and then we're going to send things over to anchor Lisa Spooner in our alert center. Inland, you can expect 1 to 3 inches of rainfall. Along our coast, we're expecting for pockets of over 10 inches still to come. We got a lot to break down for you. I'm going to send things over to Lisa Spooner in our NBC2 First Alert Center.
Yeah, hey, Lauren. So we've been focusing particularly, of course, on Charlotte and Lee County because those are what's going to get hit hardest as of now with Hurricane Ian. But cannot forget that Carter County is certainly feeling the effects of this storm already. So viewer Adam Johnson posted this video to Twitter, and I want to go over here, take it full so you can see for yourself. He says, Ian bringing it down here in Naples. So it's going to go through and start over again, but you can see how heavy that rain is coming down in the Naples community. Here's another look at that. You can see the wind blowing, and this was taken about an hour ago. And so you can see that it's hard to see across that water right there, that lake. You can barely see the house on the other side, so you can certainly see that Collier County and Naples are feeling those bands from Ian, and it is certainly coming down heavy. I'm going to continue to scroll through social media, and a reminder that you as viewers are our eyes and ears. Around 9 o'clock this morning, we're going to be pulling our crews off the roads because it's no longer going to be safe, and this is why we need you. You are going to allow us to show people what you are seeing in your community. So if you can take video, if you can take pictures safely, please send it in. You can send it on our Facebook pages. You can email it to us. But we want you to help us tell the picture of Hurricane Ian as it comes ashore here in Southwest Florida. Alan and Jen, back over to you.
All right, Lisa, thank you so much. As we know, Ian is making its way towards Charlotte County as well, of course, bringing some of the deadly hurricane force winds. Concerns about storm surge and flooding also issues.
Yeah, Rachel Anderson has been there all morning long. Rachel, how are conditions looking where you are?
I wanted to give you guys one last update here at Lashley Park in Punta Gorda before we actually head back to hunker down at HQ this morning. We've been here since about 2 o'clock in the morning, seeing those bands of heavy wind and rain kind of rip through here. And the most interesting thing to me is back behind us out the window, the Peace River this morning when we got out here at about 2:30 in the morning was slamming up against the seawall and blowing water all over the place on land. Now look how far out that water is. We're in the car right now because the wind is so loud. It's almost like this storm is kind of like human-like in a way. It's growling out there and it's angry. There's at least one tree down here in Lashley Park that we've seen so far, but definitely lots of flying objects and limbs. Do not leave your house to try and drive around and see this for yourself. This storm is not a joke. It's going to bring lots of wind, lots of rain, as our meteorologists have been talking about all morning. But we just wanted to give you one last look in here. There's those sailboats just bobbing like bobbers out in the Peace River right now. Everyone stay indoors, stay safe. We're heading back to HQ now.
Yeah, and those conditions are only going to get worse as we continue to go through the day here. As meteorologists have been saying, those winds are expected to pick up. Take a look at this video right now. This was the Cape Coral Bridge earlier this morning.
We want to get to Chandler Blackman, who has been out there this morning driving along in our First Alert Storm Tracker. Chandler, what is it looking like?
Well, we're standing on this dock now, but by this time tomorrow, it may not be here. That's what the owner of this home is worried about after the previous dock was swept away by Hurricane Charlie back in 2004.
I think as it gets around and the surge comes up, we'll probably end up losing this decking, and you see how much, below the water is now. Yeah. So last Dear Charlie, all this decking came off.
Right now, you can see and I can feel the wind and rain working hand in hand. As the day progresses, we know it can only get worse. I'm in Cape Coral, Senator Blackman.
Yeah, and we're also hearing and seeing reports of those canals starting to kind of rise with those water levels as well.
Yeah, I just checked. I have a ring camera, and I was looking at it. I live on a canal and was watching. So right now, the levels are low.
Right.
But those levels are going to go up. If you live, for example, near the Cape Coral Bridge, high tide today is between 6 and 8 o'clock.
Right.
If you're in Iona, it's a little before that. Obviously, Fort Myers a little bit after, around 6:30. But unfortunately, that's right when we're expecting this surge to come in, as our meteorologists have been talking about. So that's a very real concern, especially for communities like the Cape that are so much are on the water. And many of those areas, Yacht Club, for example, low-lying.
Right.
Many of those areas flood on a normal day, and this is certainly not normal. So keep that in mind, and don't let this moment jade or impact what your decision is later, because family safety is our #1 priority.
Right.
And there are some real concerns. This storm is unprecedented, and I know a lot of us who have lived through many of them have heard about the storm surge. We went, but this one's real. This one is unlike anything this area has seen. It is not Irma. It is not Charlie. So keep that in mind, please. You might want, if you're still home, you might want to rethink that.
Right, and as our team of meteorologists, both on ABC7 and here on NBC2, have been saying, this storm surge is now between 12 and 16 feet. Worst case scenario in some of those low-lying areas, which there was that mandatory evacuation, and if you didn't evacuate, law enforcement, first responders have also said, because the winds are now over 45 miles per hour, that if you have some type of emergency, they will not be able to get to you. You will have to evacuate going up. That will be the way.
Vertically.
Yeah, vertically. So we are in the thick of things right now.
Yeah.
Our meteorologists are preparing you for what's to come. We want you to stay right here as ABC7 and NBC2 continue to keep you in front of Hurricane Ian. Stay with us.
I would describe myself as a fighter. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 30 years, my fights have been against giants. I fight the powerful for the powerless, and our results speak for themselves. We have recovered billions and billions and billions of dollars for our clients. $1.2 billion in one case alone. I risk millions of dollars of my own money in case costs fighting these wrongdoers. If you want a fighter, you can count on me. There's only one Morgan & Morgan for the people.
The City Mattress Fall Clearance event is on now, with savings up to 40% on mattresses, adjustable beds, and bedroom furniture throughout our stores and online. Purchase any in-stock Serta iComfort mattress and get a free sleep bundle. Or take advantage of Sealy Hybrid Mattress closeouts, with the largest selection of in-stock mattresses in every comfort and for every budget. City Mattress is your best source for sleeping better.
At Farrah & Farrah, we want you to know that if you suffered property damage from Hurricane Ian, we're ready to get to work on what you need right now. Insurance adjusters will tell you that they're there to help you. But make no mistake, their job is to help the insurance companies save money. They have zero incentive to find hidden damage like a ruined roof. Let us review your claim for free. Farrah & Farrah, we're ready to take action. Call us.
When storms hit, you don't want to be out on the roads unless you're the NBC2 First Alert Storm Tracker. With external mounted cameras and mobile storm tracking technology, it's made to drive into the heart of the storm, giving you a first-hand look of dangerous weather from the comfort of your home, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian, our simulcast here on ABC7 and NBC2. I'm meteorologist Jim Dickey. Let's sort of get a reset of where we stand with the stats on Hurricane Ian, a 155-mile-per-hour high-end Category 4 hurricane moving to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. These are the 8 o'clock stats. We've been getting updates every hour now from the Hurricane Center as they continue to update that position at the very least for us here. You see the eye, it's been wobbling at times, clearing out. Of note, getting into the last couple of frames here. Note how this sort of is starting to look like a flower. Those are little vortexes around the center of the storm. When you see that, it's an indication of a very intense center of circulation. You only see this in the most intense hurricanes. I can count 5 of them right now. They, if anything, enhance the winds as they move in. This is what we're watching for as this moves its way into the Lee County Islands. Again, we're talking, this is now already nearing the Lee County Islands as we speak. So I've been tracking the eye wall closely over the last couple of hours. Here are some times for you here. Again, that 155 mile per hour wind is likely in a very localized area. The hurricane hunters clock those winds on the western side of the eye. Let me move that up for you a little bit so you can get a better look. They clock those winds on the western side of the eye. I have noticed, once again, we sort of tracked this for you earlier on this morning, the southeastern side not looking quite as impressive, but there's still in all likelihood some fierce winds. We'll actually dive into the storm with radar in just a second to get an indication of what those winds will bring us. This is lifting with the general motion of the storm to the north and northeast at 9 miles per hour. So these times, and we're coming up here in just an hour or two, these times are the arrival times of the worst of these winds, the potential for major hurricane winds. This is going to be an extreme wind event for the Lee County Islands, for the western side at the very least of Cape Coral, and for everybody west of 41 in Charlotte County, especially true along the Cape Hayes Peninsula, Inglewood, Rotunda. That is where we face the threat for winds in that major hurricane range, 110 miles per hour plus in the coming hours. Some times for you here. They're on the side of the screen. Captiva by 10:45. Boca Grande, that's at the lighthouse, by 11:19. Bokeelia by 11:50. St. James City, 11:54. Matlacha, 12:29. Sanibel, 12:43. These are the times that I want you to have as a ballpark for when you will need to be in your safe place, your sort of little local hurricane shelter in your home that you will be in to ride through the worst of these winds. And what I mean by that, you want to find an interior room with as few windows and doors as you can manage. You want to hunker down and stay there until the winds pass. And actually, I want to go ahead and do this again for you. This is a common occurrence in these powerful hurricanes. There's a clear eye. So this eye is going to spread over parts of the Cape Hayes Peninsula. I think they could very much get in the clearing of the eye, and the winds might come down for a little bit. That doesn't mean you're in the clear just yet. I'm going to track the back end of that eye when you can expect the worst of the winds to end. So when you need to stay in your safe place until. Yeah, as you start to gather yourself and get ready to go into that interior room that you're going to stay in until these winds pass, bring snacks with you, bring the radio with you, bring water with you. You ran out and bought all that bottled water, bring it into the safe space with you because this is going to be quite a while before the worst of these winds pass through. I'm tracking the back end of the eye wall. Remember, it's a ring that surrounds the hurricane, and the intense winds are all around that ring. Let me go ahead and put that out forward in time, make sure I get the right forward motion so I can be as precise as possible for you. There you go. We'll go out through the afternoon. Might have to draw that again. There we go. Some times for you here when things will start to be winding down. The back end of the storm, when the worst of the winds will be over. Captiva by 2 o'clock. Cayo Costa by 3:07. Bokeelia 3:30. Boca Grande, again, that's by the lighthouse. Let me try to put this out a little bit further so we can get an idea in the Cape Hayes Peninsula. Inglewood, we're talking 12 noon till about 5 o'clock, a span of 4 or 5 hours where you will likely be seeing some extreme winds. And that tracks further northward on from there. Now, I've been watching the center of Ian closely throughout the morning. There's been, if you're just joining us for the first time, if you went to bed last night before the 11 o'clock advisory came out, or even as it did come out, you'll know that advisory was showing a landfall near Boca Grande. That has shifted a little bit to the north. You can sort of see why. The general motion the storm has taken has definitely been off to the west, or more due north than northeast, that's for sure. A north-northeast motion, and I've been watching to see how the motion of the center compares to the path forecast. And in fact, perhaps in this latest scan from our radar here, the center will be right about there. So it's definitely along that track forecast, but perhaps a little bit to the north and west. Now, these major hurricanes, they wobble back and forth when they're this intense. But the general motion generally follows that north-northeasterly course, taking this towards the Cape Hayes Peninsula, taking this towards the Charlotte and Sarasota County line. Now, something I have been watching, and the models, our model in particular, has been showing this. Let's go back to that radar real quick. Sort of that clearing side, or at least the least intense part of the eye wall, is this eastern quadrant. I've been looking at numerous radars to get an idea if that's just one radar reading the storm wrong, or if that is, in fact, a weaker part of the eye wall, and it does appear to be. Now, as I get the winds for you, though, they're still quite intense in around the entirety of the eye wall. And I want to preface, I'm going to show you the winds from Tampa's radar. So by the time the radar beam gets here, because of the curvature of the Earth, it's fairly far up there in the atmosphere, about 10,000 feet up. So these don't necessarily represent the surface winds that we'll be seeing coming up here in the next couple hours. You can maybe knock off about 10 to 20 from these numbers at the very least to get what we'll be experiencing. But there you go. On the northeastern side of the eye wall, there's a pixel there of 136 mile-per-hour winds. I know it's showing up bright white. It might be hard to read, but 130 mile-per-hour winds. Take some off, but at the very least, 100 mile-per-hour wind gusts in that northeastern end that will be clipping by the Lee County Islands. So again, I want to get those times for you. Once again, I'll draw those times out for you here again as we track the leading edge when you need to be sure you're getting ready to get into your safe place, your interior room, a room that has as few doors and windows as you can manage. Think a closet, think an interior bathroom, per se, that only has the one door into it, you know. I know many homes here in Southwest Florida have a water closet, a laundry room. You can go in that, and you want to sit tight and stay there until these winds subside. So I put this out in time one more time for you here. I know these times are a little bit different. I'm trying to give you ballparks. Every time I draw the different track on a slightly different location, it's going to change the time. So perhaps 20 minutes before we reach these times, that's when you should be sure you're ready for them. Captiva 1046, Bokeelia 1142, Venice 1226, Northport by 1253, Port Charlotte. Yes, Port Charlotte, you will be right on the edge of these strongest winds, and that will occur for you about 1:33. The winds, one of many impacts from this storm. Of course, the storm surge set to be historic with this. Still tracking plenty of rainfall with more on what you can expect timing-wise through the rest of the day. I'll send it back over to meteorologist Jesselyn Ferencz.
Yeah, Jim, like you were just mentioning, we're continuing to watch those conditions deteriorate across Southwest Florida. Now, I'm keeping an eye on some of our cameras across the area, and yeah, we're seeing those heavy rain bands continuing to push in. I'm watching all of these palm trees starting to bend and snap as we get some of those really strong wind gusts. And take a look down into downtown Fort Myers. Take a look at the palms there going crazy. We still have some of the palm fronds down there. The roads are just completely soaked across Southwest Florida because we've been seeing all of those heavy downpours really starting yesterday into today. Now, what we have been talking about the last really couple of hours, that the flooding chance is really starting to drop. It's going to be a wind and a storm surge event. Now, on top of that, we also still do have that chance for some spin-up tornadoes. I'm going to be watching these cells right in here. It's those feeder bands, those outer bands that are continuing to push in. Those have a really good chance for some quick spin-ups, and that's what we saw yesterday. That's what we saw overnight, and actually off to our north, we're starting to see some of those tornado warnings with some of these outer bands as well. So our tornado threat, not over, but it's going to be the wind threat. That's starting up really in the next hour or so when we start to see those hurricane force winds starting to work their way onshore. Now, taking a look at velocity, that's showing what our wind speeds are. This is all the way up in Tampa. This is where I got this information from. So it's not looking at the base winds. It's more looking a little bit more up into the storm. But we're seeing those winds anywhere 100+ miles per hour. So let's take you hour by hour. What are we going to be seeing? Well, again, like Jim was just talking through with you, we're going to start to see some of those eye wall bands starting to push in as we get into really 10 o'clock into some of the outer islands, into Lee and Charlotte County. But you might find that the winds are going to start to die down a little bit, start to get a little bit weaker, because we're starting to move into that eye, the center eye there. And then behind that, you get another round of those strong winds. So we are going to be continuing to see these gusty hurricane force winds, especially DeSoto, Charlotte, into Lee County as we head throughout the day. But once we get into the overnight hours, when Ian continues to start to push to our north, that's when we're finally going to start to calm things down. But I do want you to find and talk it out with your family. I want you to find that interior room of your house away from windows. But of course, we're going to be keeping you updated as we go throughout the rest of the morning here on air and online. But I'm going to be tossing it back to you guys in the other studio this morning.
If your pets have turned your floors into an eyesore, we got some tricks in our tool belt. 54 now has the newest hardwood, tile, laminate, luxury vinyl, and carpet. 54 brings hundreds of samples to your home to see in your own light. 54 will do all the heavy lifting for you, and they can get most jobs done in a day. They'll even clean up afterwards. Call today to get free installation. 54 is home improvement done right.
Call 777-54. Pick up the phone, we'll be knocking at your door.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the protection of Security Edge, and the most reliable 5G network. Whether your business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business.
Simplicity and savings, all from one provider. Get internet, advanced security, and voice for $40 a month for 12 months when you add Comcast Business Mobile. Plus, enjoy free installation. And ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call today.
Ready? It's happening right now at Rooms to Go. Pick from 100 beautiful rooms, each under $1,500. Picture it, your home, fully furnished in your style, with living rooms under $1,500, dining rooms under $1,500, bedrooms under $1,500. So many stylish options, each under $1,500. And it gets better. Finance for $30 or less per month, interest-free for 50 months. Furnish your home to perfection, now at Rooms to Go.
As Ian approaches Southwest Florida,
what will be a major storm surge event.
Count on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team to keep you ahead of the storm.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
With live updates on air, online, and on the NBC2 weather app. All powered by the NBC2 First Alert Live Radar.
We're going to be here tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
When dangerous weather threatens, count on NBC2.
All right, welcome back here at 9 o'clock, and we're at the point now with Hurricane Ian. We are, of course, getting those hourly advisories. The hurricane hunters have been inside the storm all night into this morning. We saw a big jump in strength with an advisory a few hours ago, and you can see the winds now. Let's show you that brand new advisory. Winds at 155 miles per hour, so we haven't seen really a change in strength. Let's go to the Doppler 1 source if we can, just for a second, because there's something else that I wanted to show on there real quick as we track some of those extreme winds around the eye wall of the system, and that is just closing in now on the coastline of Lee County. So there's the 9 o'clock update. Movement still to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. There was one point where it dipped down to around 9 miles per hour, so we want to keep this storm kind of moving along. The pressure at 937, so that's been holding kind of steady. But the big news is this is a major hurricane, a Category 4 storm, and also what I've done on there for you is I've put the history of the track, so you can see all those little wobbles that it's taken, but you want to kind of focus on the overall trend as it heads up in the general direction of Lee and Charlotte County, and will likely make landfall close to the coastline of Charlotte County later today as we get closer to the lunch hour and into the early afternoon. I want to give you a sense on the timeline, and here's an updated track, and meteorologist Jim Dickey and Jesselyn Ferencz have been giving you the times of when you can expect to see those extreme winds in your neighborhood. So just reading off some of these times here for you as you see Hurricane Ian continue to churn off in our Gulf waters. South Seas Island Resort about an hour from now, those are at least some of those peak winds around the eye wall, but you're likely going to see those hurricane gusts before then. Sanibel around 10:34, North Captiva, St. James City closer to 11:15, Bokeelia around 11:30, and then Rotunda and the coastline of Charlotte County closer to 11:50 and 12 o'clock. And of course, the big concern here is with storm surge. And we're going to talk more about that with the National Hurricane Center coming up in just a bit. But now I'm going to send it over to my colleague, meteorologist Lauren Hope, is also updating you on the track. And we're going to take a look at that as well. Lauren?
All right, let's pull up top 2. I'm going to walk over to the wall. Hurricane Ian, like we talked about. Latest information out of the 9 a.m. update is we still are seeing that movement off toward the northeast at 10 miles per hour. So there's not a lot of good news about this situation, but the one glimmer of light is that we're not seeing that slowing. We're hoping that we don't see that slowing forward speed as we continue into the next couple of hours. Hurricane Ian not showing any new strengthening, but rapidly intensified overnight. It was a Category 3 major hurricane, and now we're seeing those winds at 155 miles per hour. At this point, whether we have a strong and Category 4 or a weak and Category 5 storm, that is not going to make a difference. We are still looking at catastrophic wind damage for parts of Lee County up toward Charlotte County and then the Sarasota area as well. We expect a landfall by the early afternoon, and then we'll still see this maintaining Category 1 hurricane force winds into central Florida as this tracks up to the north as well. So this has a long road ahead of it, and we have a long stretch of impact still here in southwest Florida. So the one thing we're really still waiting on is the worst of the winds, and unfortunately we were able to see a remarkable intensification with Hurricane Ian this morning. One of the things that helps that storm do that is it went under an eye wall replacement cycle. So this is satellite imagery from yesterday, and you can see all of the flashing near the eye, the lightning showing that sign of intensification. So what happens when you see some of the most intense hurricanes is that eye wall does get replaced. As we take you into the rest of the day today, first it's the wind. That threat coming in a matter of hours. Jason just timed that out for you when you can expect those hurricane force winds to approach your community. After that threat passes, we're watching for storm surge. That concern only increases as we head into tonight. Overnight, we expect the storm surge threat to still persist. And as of right now, we are still seeing winds cranking up, but for the most part sustained around 40 miles per hour. We're expecting to see those hurricane force winds by around 10:30, 11:30 for some of our communities. Let's show you some live looks across the region. Live look from Lehigh Acres, and you can see the moving water. We're already starting to see some flooded areas, and we're not necessarily seeing a whole lot of movement quite yet amongst the palm trees. And live look from Punta Gorda. We're still dealing with some rounds of rain, and we've been dealing with very quick moving outer feeder bands moving at over 50 miles per hour. A live look from our coast, Fort Myers Beach from the Diamond Head Resort. We're still seeing that storm surge threat peaking for Fort Myers Beach associated with the high tide, which comes in at around 2:50 this afternoon. So around landfall, we're expecting that onshore wind threat. And when you've got those onshore winds, what's happening right now, we saw that a past couple of hours, that water actually being pulled back. That's called reverse surge, and then it'll actually surge forward as we take you into onshore winds later tonight. We are calling for that 12 to 16 feet of storm surge for parts of Lee County and Charlotte County. Another live view for you, somewhere that is still expecting to see significant storm surge tonight, up to 10 feet. Parts of Collier County, the live view from the Naples Grand Beach Resort, really not changing all too much. Conditions continually deteriorating, but we showed you this about 30 minutes back, and we really didn't see all too much movement either, but you can really see that conditions are very quickly falling apart, and we're actually still going to be watching for the worst of the winds in a matter of 2 to 3 hours. But this is an area as well where storm surge could be devastating heading into the afternoon when we expect Hurricane Ian to make landfall. That storm surge threat increases even late into tonight. The live view from the Punta Gorda airport as well. We're seeing a heavy rain coming down, and we're going to continue to watch for flash flooding. That's going to be a concern in the coming days, even long after the storm, with a lot of standing water. We've already picked up 4 to 6 inches of rain. Projections over the next 24 hours, upwards of over 10 inches. It's why all of the Florida Peninsula is under a flash flood watch. Inland spots getting away with not that much more rainfall, as we're seeing the bulk of that activity, the worst of the heavy rain right along our coastal areas and farther north. Rainfall projections still to come, going to be over 10 inches. That is over a month's worth of rainfall in less than 24 hours. If the producer could tell me where specifically we are going to send coverage to next, we're going to send things back to the desk with our anchors.
All right, thanks so much, Lauren. A lot to digest with all this information. We fully recognize that. If you're just tuning in, we don't think that's the case, but if you are just tuning in, you're going to notice that we have combined teams here at Waterman Broadcasting. So we have the ABC7 side, we have the NBC2 side, and we've combined our talents and our resources to bring you the most extensive and comprehensive coverage as Hurricane Ian bears down on Southwest Florida. The National Guard, they are getting ready to step in and help people impacted by the storm, and they're already doing that right now.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, they're in Lehigh Acres. Reporter Joshua Cole met up with them a little earlier to discuss their operations as we deal with Hurricane Ian. Joshua, good morning.
This morning, I want to show you what some of the National Guard is doing here in Lehigh Acres. They're getting all their equipment set up. That rain is coming down on us. We have lots of service members out. They're loading up different equipment into their trucks this morning, making sure they are all ready to go to head out to help anybody who might be in need. Now, when I talked with some officials earlier, they told me that they are expecting to kind of wait and see what happens with Hurricane Ian, how strong it gets, where its impacts are really going to affect people as they kind of determine their plans to be able to head out to help people later on today as that storm gets progressively worse and here in Southwest Florida.
And our team coverage continues. The Florida Keys saw some of the first parts of Hurricane Ian. High waves, the flooding there occurred before the sun even set yesterday.
Yeah, they kind of got the first punch. Reporter Alex Howard has been in the Keys for a couple days now tracking this storm. Alex, good morning. How are things looking as we're finally starting to get into a little bit of daylight here?
Good morning. Yes, and you know what? It hasn't really been raining much this morning, and the flood waters, the storm surge that we saw late last night into the early hours of the morning has gone down. Yet still, we're seeing a lot of standing water lingering here. In fact, I'm in about shin-deep water in some residential neighborhoods here in Key West. We've seen a lot of damage as a result of this storm. We've seen downed power lines, downed trees, fires as a result of this, and entire neighborhoods flooded. You can even see cars trying to get through some of these neighborhoods as this water is still really persisting. Winds, the speed we checked a few minutes ago, they're hovering right around 30 to 35 miles per hour. But, you know, it's those winds that are really affecting emergency crews' ability to fight fires and get out and help people. At this point, you know, we're just going around the city looking for signs of the damage done by Ian as it passed by just yesterday. But, you know, for the most part, Key West, a very well-designed city for hurricanes. They know what to do here. But we talked to a lot of folks who said they stayed away from their homes overnight because they were concerned about that storm surge. But I want to show you right now, and I'm not sure if it's going to continue, but this power line right here, we've been seeing flickering. We've been seeing sparks coming from some of these transformers. A definitely dangerous situation out here in Key West. even though the storm has moved away. And we're seeing people for the first time coming outside, having a look around their neighborhood, some even rolling up their pants and walking through these waters. You know, definitely a scary situation and something, you know, people want to avoid. But, you know, for now, we're seeing a lot of damage, a lot of flooding as a result of Hurricane Ian here in Key West. Reporting live for NBC2, Alex Howard.
All right, thanks so much, Alex. I want everyone to note something real quick. So Alex is down in Key West. The danger from Hurricane Ian has passed there. What you're going to notice is that our crews here in Southwest Florida had now been pulled off the roads. They are now hunkered down in safe places because it is not safe for our crews to be out. So this is a call for you at home. If you can safely get us video or pictures, we would love to see what you're seeing so that we can share those with our viewers. In the meantime, I want to show you this. This is our Earth Cam. This is the Naples Pier. I'm going to pull it up full. Maybe giving me some difficulties because it may be frozen because of all the wind down there. But this is a live look at the conditions at the Naples Pier. For those of you who have been to the Naples Pier, I'm sure a lot of you had, you know that those waves are normally not there. This is a very angry looking Gulf. And it's going to continue to be churned up.
Yeah.
And Collier County is getting kind of the first smack of Hurricane Ian, and Charlotte County and Lee County are going to be taking a bigger punch,
Yeah.
I guess is the only way to describe it.
For some time we've been seeing that kind of reverse
Yeah.
surge, as our meteorologists have been talking about. And now we're starting to see the after effects as the storm continues to move up to the northeast of it, with the real impacts of Ian starting to take place. As we've been talking about, Lisa, since about 1 o'clock this morning, we'd been expecting the major impacts to start mid-morning to late morning, and here we are, 9:15 a.m.
Right, and this is Shore Point Health in Punta Gorda. You can see that there seems to be a little bit of a lull in that rain. Yes, it's still raining. Yes, you can still see those trees blowing, but it's not. The worst is yet to come for this area of Southwest Florida. So again, if you have pictures, if you have videos that you are able to safely get us, please send them to either the ABC7 email or the NBC2 email. You can put them on our Facebook pages, send them to us in Messenger. There are lots of ways that we can show viewers what you're seeing in your community, and we need your help to do that.
Right, and as we say, these are the kind of days where everybody is a reporter.
Absolutely.
We anticipate footage coming from neighborhoods here locally. Lisa, you mentioned just a moment ago that it is now officially too dangerous to have our reporting team out and about. So they have been pulled back here to the TV station until it's safe for them to go out. So whenever we start showing their stories, just keep in mind those were pre-recorded before they were called back here to the TV station. So that being said, if you are safely able to go out and capture a little bit of footage in your front yard or from your lanai, please send it to us, NBC2, ABC7. We are going to show that here on air. This is a live look from one of our tower cams.
Right?
We're getting some heavy rainfall here at our TV station, and we have for the last hour or so.
Yeah.
So we anticipate more impacts, clearly, as we finally get into the later morning hours, now that we're 9:15. Now, multiple cities, of course, in Southwest Florida have halted their emergency services. This includes Lehigh Acres, as well as Cape Coral Police, and emergency services in Punta Gorda. Now, they will resume services once those tropical storm force winds stop. Now, keep in mind, that's 45 miles per hour. A lot of areas of Southwest Florida are expected to exceed 45 miles per hour. If it is a true emergency, they say you can call 911 and they'll direct you to help, but keep in mind, they're going to keep their services, or their personnel rather, in safety until it is safe for them to get out and about.
We've been talking about the water. I want you to see these pictures that came to us from Christine Bartz in Cape Coral. She lives on a 4th place off Santa Barbara Boulevard, and as you can see, still dark out there. So this was early this morning. These canals double as the city's draining system. They frequently do have flooding issues, but she sent these pictures in earlier this morning, certainly concerned already that, and as she put in her message, she's like, concerns me. The water is so high already, and I know we haven't seen the worst of it yet.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, you know, we know there are areas of Southwest Florida that have bad flooding, even just during rainy season.
Right.
And you factor in, you know, a strong Category 4 hurricane here, you know, that makes a significant difference. Let's get to this next footage if we can. This was sent to us from a viewer by the name of Scott Schilk. Video from the Marco Island area. This was about 2 hours ago or so. Right when things were starting to pick up in Collier County. He says winds are gusting so hard that it was really tough for him to stand up straight. Again, as we've been, you know, reiterating all throughout the morning, and even yesterday for that matter, as we were anticipating impacts today, it's just a reminder you should be staying inside until the storm passes.
We can, you know, check social media, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Facebook, so there are lots of ways for you to get us that video. Earlier this morning, Governor DeSantis held a press conference giving an update on Hurricane Ian. He says, and we've been saying this too, it is time to hunker down. It is too late to find a shelter. We've been reporting our shelters here that they close their doors once those winds hit, you know, tropical form stores. There are more than 200 shelters that were open throughout Southwest Florida. But he's adding the cleanup process is going to begin once the storm has passed. But for now, he needs all of you, all of the residents in Florida, to stay safe. Got some more video right now. This is a video of Malibu Lake in Naples. Look at that palm tree just kind of whipping around.
Yeah.
And again, you know, we say bracing for Ian because, you know, the real storm has not really gotten here yet. We keep talking about it is going to continue to get worse until it gets better, and that's going to be for a while.
Yeah, as we've been hearing from our meteorologists, St. James City, Captiva, Sanibel, I mean, these areas just in about an hour or so, maybe a little bit later, that's when they're really going to start feeling those winds. So again, just be safe, everybody, especially if you're going to maybe step out near your lanai to get footage. We want you to be safe first and foremost. Grocery stores, they've closed out of precaution, but we do have some updates as to when they might reopen. Again, none of this is set in stone. This is really all depending on what this storm is going to do and how long it's going to be around us. So Publix tells us they'll reopen about 7 o'clock on Friday morning. Target says they plan to open up noon tomorrow. I have a feeling that might be subject to change, but we'll keep an eye on it. And then Aldi reopens 9 a.m. tomorrow as well, according to them. But again, these were...
This is fluid.
Yes, this is all fluid, and I recall these are... this is information that they passed to us last night.
All right, this is what I was talking about just a few minutes ago. Charlotte County Emergency Management is going to close shelter doors, not allow people in because of those tropical storm-like winds. So again, get to a place in your home where it is now considered safe. So that is what you're going to need to do if you haven't already gotten to the shelter where you need to be.
I think we have meteorologist Jason Dunning on standby right now.
Yep. Jason, are you ready?
Yeah, no, so
Got a lot going on.
We were going over some of the latest information from the National Hurricane Center, and they again have increased the storm surge for Southwest Florida, for Lee and Charlotte County, and this is what they are forecasting for the peak storm surge. 12 to 18 feet now expected. So this upper number at one point was at 16 feet. Now they have increased it to 18 feet. So that is, again, catastrophic storm surge here for Lee County, Charlotte County, as the winds start to come in and push the water up in some of the bays and harbors and up into the Caloosahatchee River. And they have increased the numbers farther south for Collier County as well, 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. So that's the second phase of it that we're going to have to deal with. And obviously the worst part of the storm, it's always the aspect of it that's the worst is the water. And so we're going to deal with that here for the back half of the day. But first, I want to get to, if we can go to Doppler 1. Are we in Doppler 1 right now? Or maybe I just have a clicker that's not working. There we go. So there's Hurricane Ian as it continues to get closer and closer to our coastline. This is where those hurricane force winds are. And the hurricane hunters have been in there constantly sampling the winds and looking at maximum sustained winds at 155 miles per hour. We're going to get another update coming up at 10 o'clock with the strength, and hopefully they'll go down and don't level back up. But this is a high-end Category 4 storm. Movement to the north-northeast at 10. Now, I do have at least a little bit of good news for you as we track it moving to the north-northeast. If you were with us yesterday, one of the big concerns we had is that this storm is going to slow down and potentially stall out along our coast. And based on the evidence that we're seeing right now, it doesn't appear that that's going to be the case. Now, it is still going to be a terrible day here in Southwest Florida with respect to some of those extreme winds that we're going to see. And I want to track some of those wind speeds and right along the leading edge of the eye wall. So this is actually, remember, the calmest part of the storm right here in the center. There's no areas of rain in there. There's the area of low pressure, that center of circulation. So we're tracking from right here, the outer eye wall, as it continues on that trajectory up to the north and northeast. And we just want to give you a sense of when you're going to see the worst of the wind. So here's the timeline, and we'll be updating you on this constantly throughout the course in the morning and let you know when it's safe to go outside. North Captiva, at least with the wind threat, North Captiva here closer to 10:38, South Seas Island Resort, Sanibel, Placida, and up through Charlotte County closer to 11:30. So really for most of us, it's at the mid to late morning when the winds are really going to start to pick up. Rotunda closer to 11:38 around lunchtime. Bokeelia, Pine Island Center at 11:40, and there's another rotunda. We have Rotunda West and Rotunda at 11:47. So just sort of extrapolating from there, if you're watching in Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, even though you don't see your time here, this is going to happen closer to about 11 a.m. and around the lunch hour as this continues to the north and northeast, likely making landfall somewhere close to Charlotte County up around the Cape Hayes Peninsula. I want to kind of go through the futurecast with you as well and break down the timing of when things are going to start to get better and when things are going to start to get worse again. And by that I mean when we're going to have to start worrying about the storm surge. And unfortunately, the National Hurricane Center again has upped those storm surge expectations as high as 16 to 18 feet here for Lee and Charlotte County. So let's look at the latest Tropics Futurecast. And this is actually a brand new Futurecast that just came in. So it'll be interesting to see as we watch kind of for the first time here with you what this new model has in store. So there's that center of circulation. And as we get closer to around 12 o'clock today, as these extreme hurricane winds start to move onshore for Lee County, Charlotte County, there's the wind threat for us that will last through about the mid to late part of the afternoon. And then back on the southern side, that's the beginning of the storm surge threat. And you can see the wind direction coming in to Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, Naples, Marco Island. So as long as we have that onshore wind, that's going to push the water up along the coastline. And that will continue through the late afternoon and into the night tonight. And that's going to coincide with the high tide. So first, it's the wind, and that's going to be in the middle of the day, and then there's a storm surge by the late afternoon and into the evening. So here's 7 o'clock tonight. You can see that core of the storm, that center of circulation, moving off to the north-northeast. And it looks like we're going to get a break from the rain here on the backside, but that wind threat will still continue pushing that water up against the coast into Thursday morning. So it's going to be a long couple of days for us. There likely will be some extensive power outages across Southwest Florida as well. And we're going to keep tracking it, getting some new information with our latest Futurecast models. We're also working with the National Hurricane Center to talk to them to see what they're seeing as well. They have some brilliant people here when it comes to hurricanes, so we're going to talk to them specifically about the expectations in Southwest Florida coming up in just a little bit. But I'm going to send it to my colleague, meteorologist Jim Dickey in the ABC 7 Hurricane Tracking Center. Jim?
Morning, Jason. Yeah, of course, I've been tracking the center of Ian all morning here, especially how it lines up with the center line of the forecast. The latest forecast from the Hurricane Center on track right now. When you see the center right about there, on track to roll right on into the Cape Hayes Peninsula in the coming hours. Jason just alluded to it, and I want to get back to some times for you here. We are now entering the worst wind threat, in particular, where those 130, 140 mile per hour winds possible in this ring showing up on the screen. Let me move this up a little bit, get out of the way of the desk. In this ring here, that is the eye wall around the center of Ian. This is lifting to the north and northeast. So, hey, if there's one sort of saving grace, if we even want to possibly call it that, unlike, say, with Irma, when we had that entire core move right in Marco Island, we got both sides of it, just about the entirety of the area got into the core of the hurricane winds with Irma. This is going to clip along the coast of Lee County, where there will be extreme winds. Do not get me wrong. Sanibel, up through Captiva, clipping by Pine Island, as I'll show you in just a moment here, and into the Cape Hayes Peninsula. That is where we are going to see those extreme winds as this eye wall begins to lift its way northward. But as the western end stays offshore, less of us are going to get into that. In fact, it's looking close to, at least at this point, those 130 plus mile per hour winds will likely stay well to the west of 41. Let me get this track on again for you. I'll try to make this as accurate as I possibly can in the times, but I do want you to think of these less of a exact time the winds arrive and more of a ballpark, just so you can know when you have to get to that interior room. Let's put this out through the rest of the afternoon here. We are talking some times for you. Into Boca Grande by 12 o'clock, Northport by 1:50. Forward speed's a little fast. I want to back that off slightly. There you go, 9 miles per hour. Northport, 2 o'clock. And then further northward from there, likely the winds will be coming down as that tracks northward. Inglewood by 1 o'clock. So again, these are the times that you're going to want to be ready to get into that interior room in your home with as few doors and windows as you possibly can. Your goal, as you look around your house, figure out where it is you're going to hide from the winds, put as many walls between you and the winds as possible. Now, along with this, I'm also watching, let me go ahead and clear this out. I'm also watching this outer edge, this outer rain band that's sort of whipping out from the main eye wall. I suspect there's some high winds in there too. In fact, we can go in and sort of pixel these for you, sort of get some idea of what the winds are looking like on radar. Now, this is from Tampa's radar, so it's a ways away, and by the time the beam gets down here to Southwest Florida, that radar beam gets here to Southwest Florida, because of the curvature of the Earth, it's fairly high up in the air, so these aren't an exact representation of what the winds are going to be. But we are talking now right offshore, Tampa's radar, and as I look at how far away we are, we're talking, you know, about an 8,000-foot elevation. So this is way up in the air, but you take, you know, 20 miles off of that, there's your hurricane force winds arriving in Sanibel and Captiva as we speak. So if you've chosen to ride out the storm in Sanibel and Captiva, this is the wind threat now. The surge threat increases through the day, but this is the time for you that I want you to be sure you're getting in that safe space. So the Lee County Islands, Fort Myers Beach, Pine Island, I want you to get to that interior room as the winds are going to pick up here quite a bit in the next few minutes. I'll get back to my track and draw it again for you so we can get those times. I'll expand it a little bit to include that outer sort of rain band here too. Lifting off to the north and northeast as the motion has been all morning long with Ian. And I'll put that out in time forward here through the rest of the afternoon. And these times, again, are going to change a little bit every single time I draw this for you. And here you go. I'll push it back to the north-northeast movement. For some reason, wanted to jump eastward. These times are going to change a little bit every time I draw it. I know that. Use these as a ballpark for when you got to be in that safe place. Captiva, the worst of the winds will be arriving momentarily, at least the hurricane force winds starting to move in. Matt Lachey, 1044. Inglewood. I know I showed you the higher end winds before. That's the core of the major hurricane winds. This would just be winds in excess of 75 miles per hour. For Inglewood, that's about 12 noon. So bottom line, as we go through the next couple of hours, while we haven't seen the hurricane force winds to this point, they will start to come up. Myself and meteorologist Jesslyn Ferenc, we've been looking at our neighborhood weather network closely to try to get an indication of what the winds are so far. We do have gusts in the 70, 75 mile per hour range in and around the Naples area. Gusts at Southwest Florida International to 62 miles per hour. Cape Coral, Punta Gorda, 52. But so far, we're in that tropical storm force wind core. We haven't seen much in the way of hurricane winds. But again, the center is just now lifting towards us. That threat is only going to increase as it does. Look at a couple views for you here across Southwest Florida right now. Man, look at Fort Myers Beach. I'm going to try to grab that full view for you. And you can go ahead and take that full once I do bring that up. Go ahead, take that full. That's Fort Myers Beach, our camera. We're looking northward This is from Diamond Head Resort to get your bearings. We're looking northward towards the pier, and you are starting to see the transition from high tide, from low tide rather, to high tide. Again, this is a big part of the reason too why we're so concerned with these high-end storm surge values, because right now, as the numbers are just starting to come up, we are in low tide. That is what low tide looks like on Fort Myers Beach today. And on Fort Myers Beach, you are just now starting to get a southerly component to the wind. You can sort of see, look at the trees. Look at the trees around the condos. They're working out of the south and east. So the wind is still working against the waters there on Fort Myers Beach, and yet we're already, because there's even a slight southerly component, seeing those water rises. You know, even on a normal day, when the tides are a little higher than normal, the water goes all the way up to the restaurants there in Times Square on Fort Myers Beach. So it is not going to take much to put Estero Island underwater. And I believe I just saw a person walking there on the beach right now, which I would hope that that person or anybody on Fort Myers Beach, as we head through the next couple of hours here and these waters begin to climb, if you've decided to ride it out on Fort Myers Beach, you see those condos there? Get to the upper floors. The condos are built, notice, they have sort of some built-in space for storm surge to rise. Because as we build here and develop in Southwest Florida, we all know the threat for storm surge. We're all told what the threat is for storm surge, and that threat is coming to bear here today as Ian moves its way in. I want to show you this, and you can go ahead and bring it back to me here at the pod. This is from Naples. I've been watching this closely, and every time this refreshes, we get a higher water level. We're at 5 feet now. This is by the pier in Naples. We're at 5 feet now. We're supposed to be at low tide. This is high tide at 3 feet. We are already about 2 feet higher now than our normal high tide at low tide. And the winds have just started to turn out of the south and west in the Naples area. So we already have a 5-foot water rise in Naples, and we're only now heading into high tide, and we're only now starting to get the onshore winds. The storm surge is starting now in Collier County. It is only going to work its way up the coast as Ian lifts its way northward. So again, we're just starting to see the surge. We already have the winds starting to press their way into parts of Southwest Florida. Lee County Islands, if you're not there yet, Sanibel, Captiva, if you've chosen for whatever reason to ride out the storm on Sanibel and Captiva, I want you to get to your safe space now. I want you to stay there through the duration of the storm as these winds come up. I'm not sure where I'm tossing to from here, but I'll send it back to the NBC studio.
All right, Jim, thanks so much. Boy, I mean, looking at Fort Myers Beach really puts it in perspective.
Yeah, I mean,
at this time.
When you hear your meteorologist behind you, Jason was over there when he saw that image of Fort Myers Beach go,
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You know that it's a big deal, something to take seriously, and something that we don't, I mean, we haven't seen anything like that. We thought, we've talked about that Irma was going to do that.
Yeah.
And as Jason has been talking about, this one is what...
Yeah. Ian's kind of doing what we thought Irma was going to do.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that's not what we want. We breathed a sigh of relief 5 years ago with Irma. One area, though, that is getting really hard hit and is expected to get even harder hit is Charlotte County. And this morning, the winds were whipping so hard that trees are already down. Waves are already rushing over the seawalls.
And we want to remind you that we have pulled our crews off the roads for safety. But earlier this morning, our reporter Rachel Anderson was out there in Punta Gorda to show you what the conditions look like at that point.
I wanted to give you guys one last update here at Lashley Park in Punta Gorda before we actually head back to hunker down at HQ this morning. We've been here since about 2 o'clock in the morning, seeing those bands of heavy wind and rain kind of rip through here. And the most interesting thing to me is back behind us out the window, the Peace River this morning when we got out here at about 2:30 in the morning was slamming up against the seawall and blowing water all over the place on land. Now look how far out that water is. We're in the car right now because the wind is so loud. It's almost like this storm is kind of like human-like in a way. It's growling out there and it's angry. There's at least one tree down here in Lashley Lashley Park that we've seen so far, but definitely lots of flying objects and limbs. Do not leave your house to try and drive around and see this for yourself. This storm is not a joke. It's going to bring lots of wind, lots of rain, as our meteorologists have been talking about all morning. But we just wanted to give you one last look in here. There's the sailboats just bobbing like bobbers out in the Peace River right now. Everyone stay indoors, stay safe. We're heading back to HQ now.
All right, so we've been talking about Charlotte County. I want you to see this video from Marta Morgan in Englewood. You can see the wind starting to really whip around, that rain. And a reminder, as our crews have been pulled off the roads for safety, if you are able to safely give us video, give us pictures, we want to be able to show our viewers what you're seeing in your community. But again, as you can see, Marta here, it looks like she's inside a house and shooting out through a window. Or at least on a porch, on a patio before it got too bad. So again, if you can get that video or pictures for us safely, please send it in.
You know, by this time, they're still kind of getting some outer band stuff from when this video was sent. I mean, this video was sent about an hour ago or so. This is Marco Island, where Collier County, as expected, was starting to kind of get those first initial impacts from Ian. We had this video sent to us from Veronica Gallardo, and you're seeing the wind really intense. Starting to pick up there. Again, this video was sent to us not long ago, but as we have been discussing, Collier County expected to kind of get that that first hit, I should say, from Ian, and you're starting to see that here within this video with conditions expected to worsen as the storm continues to push its way northeast.
Well, and much of Collier County actually started experiencing those high winds and rain overnight. We had reporters down there talking about it was getting scary. A lot of people boarded up their windows, preparing for the worst.
They sure were. We have Claire Lavazorio. She spent earlier this morning near the pier. As she's safely back here with us, we want to reiterate that. But this morning, before she left, she recorded this for us, showing us how conditions were about a half hour ago or so.
Hi, everybody. Claire Lavazorio here, checking in from the Naples Pier. We are not standing on the pier itself, and there's good reason why. The pier is actually closed. There's a big red sign posted that says no trespassing. It's not safe to be out here on the pier during this storm. I can hear the Gulf just roaring, waves crashing into the sand this morning. I'm going to continue monitoring the latest from Naples as well as Collier County.
Okay.
All right, so you could certainly hear that wind and that rain. And again, that was early this morning in the overnight hours while it was still dark.
Yeah, for sure. We have Jason Snowboat.
Let's take AWS right now.
Okay.
Go back to
Jason's asking for AWS.
Yep, if we can just take this, I mean, Jim Dickey was showing this earlier, and we're just going to keep a close eye on Fort Myers Beach because that'll give you the sense of what we're going to have to deal with in terms of the water. Now, the winds over the next couple hours will just start to come on shore, and high tide is not until the middle of the afternoon. I think high tide is closer to about 3 o'clock for Fort Myers Beach, and then for Cape Coral up to Caloosahatchee, high tide around 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock.
Is what we're seeing post reverse storm surge as we've been talking about, because that was going on earlier this morning. So is what we're seeing now the opposite of that? Are we starting to see somewhat of the southwest side of these winds starting to bring more of these waves?
Yeah, so we're actually getting to the point where we're gonna start to get away from the reverse surge.
Okay.
Right now, there's just so much energy that's being stirred around in the Gulf of Mexico from Hurricane Ian. So you have this push of water, even though, I mean, we're close to low tide right now. I think the tide may be just starting to come in at Fort Myers Beach. We've all been out there at low tide, so imagine what it's going to look like at high tide as the hurricane force winds start to move on shore.
Well, and Jim was just showing us this live image minutes ago, and I'm just blown away at how quickly it has come in, even more.
Within minutes.
Within minutes.
And every time we take this shot, I mean, we'll take it 20, 30 minutes from now, and it's probably going to look a lot different. Can we take this full screen for a second? Because I just want to be able to get a close-up, and what I'm doing basically is looking at some of the trees, looking at some of the palm trees there, and And you can see that the water getting pushed on shore. I'm going to walk over to the I was going to walk over to the Doppler 1 computer. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take Doppler 1 if you can, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up some of the wind speeds just to give you a sense of the wind direction. So right now we're looking at the NBC2 First Alert Live Doppler radar on Doppler 1, but I'm going to switch over to a different mode, and what we're going to be able to see is basically the circulation around the storm. So this is a look at the current wind speeds, and you can see now Fort Myers Beach is looking at a due south wind. I'll actually walk over here to the weather wall that kind of explains what we have. And you can also see some of the wind speeds that we're looking at. So the hurricane force winds are right out here, but that swath is about to move on shore. Now, here is Fort Myers Beach right about here. So the winds are coming in from the south at this point, and I think we're just after low tide. Eventually, as the storm continues to gain latitude and head north, what's happening down here with the winds coming on shore will start to happen over Lee County, and that's going to happen again right around high tide. So there's a look at some of the wind speeds across the area right now. We have several live weather stations. Let's go back out to that shot from AWS at Fort Myers Beach. That'll just give me a second to reset something on my Doppler 1 computer, and I'll do some storm tracking for you and then get a better estimate. We can actually use our NBC2 First Alert Live Doppler radar to get an estimate of some of the rainfall totals, or rather some of the wind speeds that we're looking at. So let me just turn this on as we continue to look live at Fort Myers Beach. And again, as meteorologist Jim Dickey was telling you earlier, if you are on Fort Myers Beach, you are on one of those high rises, you want to get as high as possible. I can't overstate that enough. Get as high as you can as that water starts to come in at Fort Myers Beach. We're looking there from Diamond Head Resort. Okay, let's come back out to Doppler 1 here, and we're scanning from our live Doppler radar in Fort Myers. You can clearly see the eye, and what I want to do here is kind of measure the distance of the eye, just to give you an idea of how large this storm is. I mean, this is, I know it's been compared to Hurricane Charlie. This is not a Hurricane Charlie because, you know, Hurricane Charlie's eye was like a pinhole eye. It was 10 miles wide. This is about 33 to 35 miles wide in terms of the eye. So what does that mean with respect to the storm? What does a big eye mean? It means that the wind field, the extent of the tropical storm force winds and the extent of the hurricane force winds are much, much wider. Let's zoom in a little bit more because I want to focus on this eye wall, and then I want to switch over to a different mode here that you might not be used to looking at. So it's going to look kind of colorful here in just a moment. So I'm going to switch over to what we call velocity mode. Oh, okay, so one thing that gets my attention is you can see this little blip right through here. It looks like what the radar is picking up on is that it's beyond the color palette. There's no color palette here for the winds this strong. So that's what we're seeing here. There's some very powerful winds in this part of the hurricane. Let me go ahead and show you what some of the winds are. And this is, again, offshore. This has not reached the coast yet. So here's Cape Coral, North Fort Myers. And as we sample some of these winds, that's 133 miles per hour. And again, this is elevated in the atmosphere a little bit, so these are not surface winds, but I'm just going to go ahead around the eye, and this is the eye wall, as we call it, where we see some of the strongest winds, a little bit weaker there. And let me sample it right through there. So definitely some of the most powerful winds that we're looking at is on the western side of that eye wall and on the eastern side of the eye wall, and it's this section right through here. Those are the winds that we're going to have to deal with as this continues to roar ashore. It's moving again to the north-northeast at about 10 miles per hour. Let me zoom out just a little bit, and what I want to do is track, and I know this looks really colorful, but just bear with me here as I track basically the eye wall, and when some of this will start to push into sections of Lee County. So again, this is moving at about 10, so let's get this up to about 10 miles per hour. And here's some updated times here for you of when you can expect some of the highest winds. Okay, all right, thank you, Lauren. 10:25 Boachilia, 10:10 St. James City, Placida, closer to 10:38 this morning is when you're going to see those hurricane force winds. And then Rotunda, Cape Coral, just after 11 o'clock this morning. That's for the center part of the Cape Coral. We're going to see some higher winds, though, closer to the southwestern Cape before then, and then Burnt Storm Arena around 11:16. So I'm told that we actually have, okay, All right, so and when we come back in just a moment, we're going to speak to somebody from the National Hurricane Center. So first, I'm going to send it over to the Alert Center right now with some more new information.
Hey, Jason, so I'm walking over here to the Alert Center because if there is ever an image of what not to do, it is this. This is a live look at the Naples Pier. Let's take a look at this full so you can see. There are people out on that pier, and there were even more people out on that pier when I saw this live shot just minutes ago. You can see how angry the Gulf is. Please, 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 you need to stay home. That is why we are asking for your videos. This is why we're asking for your pictures. This is why we're able to take our live cameras that we have in our weather center so that we can show you what's going out in the community and you can see it from the safety of your home. A reminder, if you cannot see us because your electricity has gone out, we are streaming on several radio stations, so you can find that as well. But I want to send it over to you, Jason, because you have something important that you're going to do right now.
Yeah, I want to bring in Dr. Michael Brennan. He is at the National Hurricane Center. Good morning, Dr. Brennan. I had to check to see what time it is. We've been here for a while here in Fort Myers and Cape Coral and all across Southwest Florida as we continue to monitor this powerful beast of a hurricane. And the main concern on our mind is a storm surge. We've seen these values come up here throughout the course of the day, now up to 18 feet of peak surge possible for Lee and Charlotte County. And it kind of explained to our viewers why these numbers have come up so much through the course, well, just in a matter of hours.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've seen Ian strengthen overnight now with the high-end Category 4 hurricane, maximum winds of 155 miles per hour. And now because we're so close into, the landfall area, we're really able to hone in on the Lee, Charlotte County areas is where we expect those highest surge values. Like you said, 12 to 18 feet above ground level. And it's not just the surge, but it's going to be the waves on top of the surge that are driven by those 150 mile per hour plus winds that are really going to make that an unsurvivable environment on places like Sanibel Island, these barrier islands, and the open coastline of Charlotte and Lee counties in the next few hours.
Dr. Brennan, Cape Coral is our most populated city in Southwest Florida, and of course they're incredibly vulnerable to storm surge. What kind of surge are you expecting there across the Cape? I know it's kind of hard to pinpoint that, but we still have a lot of folks who stayed in Cape Coral.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's in that 12 to 18-foot range there. And everybody you see who lives in these areas shaded in pink, that's in that storm surge warning. And hopefully folks in Cape Coral, up the Caloosahatchee River, Fort Myers have heeded the evacuation orders they've been given because you're just about out of time to get out and, potentially save your life and get away from that life-threatening surge.
Would you say there's still time to take action right now? But what would you tell those
I think
folks?
so.
Yep.
I mean, it's not ideal. Try to get out of that storm surge zone. Try to find a place of safety, either a shelter or go stay with someone who lives, just far enough inland to get out of that storm surge zone, because the eye wall of Ian is going to be moving on shore here in the next few hours, and at some point the water is going to rise. The winds are going to be too strong for you to move around if it hasn't gotten that bad already. So we're really down to the last minutes maybe for people to try and save themselves.
And for those who have decided that they're going to ride out this storm, what advice do you have for them when we get to the phase where we're dealing with that potentially catastrophic storm surge?
Well, if you're in a multi-story house, get up high as you can. It's not impossible to say that you might have to, evacuate your home and get out on a roof or something. If the water starts to rise in your home, you have to do everything you can to potentially save your life. But unfortunately, you're going to be trying to take those protective actions in the face of potentially 150 mile-an-hour winds in the eye wall of this hurricane. So that's why we've asked people to try to get out before it gets this bad, because you're going to find yourself in an environment where nobody's going to be able to come help you if you get in trouble.
All right, Dr. Brennan, thank you. Not so good news here for Southwest Florida. And again, just to reiterate, you don't have to go far. You just have to get out of that flood zone. Let me ask you one final question, if you will. So when we start to see the water move up into the bays, the estuaries, and the waterways, and we see that peak storm surge, how long do you think the water will stay at those levels?
Well, as long as there's onshore flow, remember, Ian's going to move northeastward across the state of Florida, and so there's going to be a prolonged period of southerly or southwesterly flow that's going to keep that water bottled up into those bays and inlets and harbors that extend far inland from the Gulf. There's also going to be the exacerbating fact that you're going to have heavy rainfall, 5, 10, 15 inches of rain, and all that water is going to try to flow into that entire drainage system here in Southwest Florida, and that's going to leave those water levels very high, I would imagine, at least through much of the day on Thursday.
All right, Dr. Brennan, of course, we've got a live camera here from Fort Myers Beach that we're also looking at, and we're coming out of low tide, high tide coming this afternoon. Not a good time as the storm is pushing that water onshore right around the same time, and already it looks pretty violent at its Fort Myers Beach. So thank you for your advice for those still in those flood zones. We appreciate your time. That's Dr. Michael Brennan with the National Hurricane Center. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and send it back over to Lisa. Lisa?
All right, thanks so much, Jason. Certainly some sobering information when you're hearing it from the head of the National Hurricane Center. We're continuing. First of all, thank you so much for sending in your videos. We want to show you some more. Again, this is the way that we are the eyes and the ears of the community, is through the videos that you are sending in. This is Cape Coral. This is an area that Cape Coral we've been doing stories on that well, which one is it? Is it this one or the fast one? Producer, which video is this one?
So this is at Lucy, the back of Lucy John's condo. I guess this video here that we're looking at.
Yeah, this is the one in Port Charlotte. The other one was the one Green Boulevard and Santa Boulevard near Cape Coral.
So this clearly showing some flooding here in the yard and getting quite high.
Yeah.
When you consider the fact that you're just dealing with some of those outer bands. Up in the Charlotte County area, the storm hasn't even fully made its full impact up in the area.
All right, so now let's travel to Collier County. This is Immokalee Road. New video sent in again from one of our viewers, so thank you so much for continuing to send that in. Winds, you can see there, causing those trees to move around, and you can see that one particular palm tree is really dealing with a lot of the wind. But again, thank you so much for sending this in. This is Immokalee Road in Collier County.
We have some more videos sent from viewers. This from Linda Farrell, as you see here right from her lanai, showing some very strong winds and some very strong rain at this time. This is down in the Naples area. So again, the Collier County area kind of getting the first impacts from Hurricane Ian this morning, as we're now officially moving into that mid-morning, late morning hour where we've been expecting more impact from Ian.
Traveling now to Cape Coral, Kevin Banal sent us this video as the weather is worsening. You can see right there that little culvert. You can see that has water coming up. And again, the conditions there are going to continue to deteriorate. So Kevin sent us this video again in Cape Coral. Chandler Blackman was in Cape Coral this morning. This was near Cape Coral Parkway, where a man's dock was damaged by Charlie in 2004.
And he thinks it might happen again. Let's go ahead and check in with Chandler and what he had to say a short while ago. Chandler?
Well, we're standing on this dock now, but by this time tomorrow, it may not be here. That's what the owner of this home is worried about after the previous dock was swept away by Hurricane Charlie back in 2004.
I think as it gets around and the surge comes up, we'll probably end up losing this decking, and you see how much, below the water is now. Yeah. So during Charlie, all this decking came off.
Right now, you can see and I can feel the wind and rain working hand in hand. As the day progresses, we know it can only get worse. I'm in Cape Coral, Chandler Blackman.
And a reminder that our crews are no longer on the road. They are here with us, or they are safe in another location. At 9 o'clock, we pulled them off the road. So that should tell you something. If our crews are not out there, you should not be out there either. I want you to see this video. This was sent in from Northport, showing a squall that rolled through the area. You can see still dark, but that light gives you a good idea of how heavy that rain was at some point. And again, Northport is one of the areas that's going to see some of the heavier impacts later this afternoon.
Yeah, heavy wind speeds
Look
for
at
sure
that.
up there. Here's video sent from DeSoto County. This is right off the Peace River, which is known for flooding. It's known for flooding during rainy season, let alone the bigger storms, let alone the hurricanes. And there are many concerns about this specific area. Campers, of course, were moved out of that area last week. They closed things down, cutting some vacations quite short, but all for the safety of folks. And as you can see here, starting to really feel impacts from Hurricane Ian.
And again, we want to remind you, if you've got video, if you've got pictures, our crews are no longer on the road, so we want to make sure that you're able to get it to us safely. But if you've got anything you want us to see, we'd love to be the eyes and ears for people so they can see what's going on in your backyard.
Yeah, we've been checking our email. We've been getting
a lot. We love it. Thank you so much.
And our producers are doing everything they can to ingest, I should say, all of that footage into our servers. So as you continue to send it to us, we are going to put that in our system and make sure that we're showing it throughout the morning and throughout today. So we don't get to see every single angle, so with your help, we'll continue to do so. And I think we got somebody actually standing right in our
So our own Kyla Gaylor, showing you what our conditions are like here in Fort Myers, Kyla.
Yeah, I'm actually standing right outside the station, so I do want to preface I am safe. You know, we are right by shelter, and things are certainly picking up out here. You're feeling that wind, the rain is coming kind of in bands. Right now it's lighting up a little bit, but that's not going to stay the case for long. I do have this little device here that helps me measure the wind speeds. We're not seeing too crazy of winds just yet. Of course, it feels much more than a normal windy day, of course, but this device is telling me sustained winds just about 2 miles per hour, but then every now and then we will get one of those really big gusts. One thing I want to point out, so we are right here on the backside of Fowler Street, and I'm still seeing a lot of cars drive by, some of them going really fast. And this is the time that you guys need to start hunkering down at home. Stay home. That's going to be the safest spot for you at this point if you haven't already evacuated. We're already seeing a lot of downed branches, palm fronds covering all of the streets as I was driving here to work this morning. So your best bet is going to be to stay home, because this is just a tiny preview of what we are expecting over the next 24 hours. Hopefully everyone is listening to our warnings. You can feel and hear that wind really picking up here behind me. So again, just a preview of what we will experience over the next 24 hours. Lisa, Greg?
All right, thanks so much, Kyla. One of our team of meteorologists is also outside our station.
Maybe on the other side. Let's go to Justin Hobbs right now just to see how things are looking, perhaps from the Central Avenue location. Or are you still on Fowler right now? Just tell us where you are.
Yeah, we're right along Central Avenue right here. We're on the other side of the garage. Luckily, a little bit more so protected from the winds from the other side. I will say I've been kind of standing out here for the last 2 hours. The winds have been coming in kind of periods. Right now, you can see those winds. They've kind of lulled back just a little bit. Not too bad right now, but of course, we're just starting to see this thing really roll close. I was just taking a look at the radar and seeing those winds that are not even 20, 30 miles away from my exact position right here. Could possibly be anywhere from 110 to even 120 miles per hour. Of course, our extremely growing concern as we're continuing to watch this thing, it's still growing. I mean, if you take a look at the eye, we're still seeing lightning strikes right around that eye. That's been a good indicator of seeing the system still potentially strengthening. So again, we're maybe on the edge of a Category 5, but here's the thing, it doesn't matter what category it is. This is a dangerous storm that is heading in. And I heard reports just earlier, we had some folks who are out along a pier. Folks, you don't need to be out. Right now at this point, we need to be sheltering into place. Of course, that storm surge, a big fear for us all of what this is going to potentially look like. But again, as you can see right now here on the Central Avenue side of our building, winds have given us a little bit of a break. I know my cameraman can't quite move the camera right now, but just to my right, we're already seeing those drains fully all the way up and almost leveling with the road. Probably give it another about foot or two and it should be right level with the road. So obviously we've seen a lot of rain here in the last 30 days, over 200 to 300%, especially in our inland areas. So definitely a huge concern when it comes to flooding across Southwest Florida. So folks, If you're hearing us today, make sure that you are staying indoors, hunkering down. It is not time to go outside, see what's happening with the storm. It's the time to be inside, sheltering in place. Live outside of the studio, Justin Hobbs, NBC2.
Here we are at the top of the hour.
Yep.
New advisory as expected.
Yeah, so let's send it over to Jason and Lauren. We're not going to waste any time. Let's just get straight to it. What does this latest advisory show us this morning?
Yeah, just looking at some of the new information here from the National Hurricane Center. We haven't seen any change in strength. Let's go to Doppler 1 if we can, and we'll give you some of the new stats from the Hurricane Center. And we're in a situation now where they're updating this hourly. So let's take our Doppler 1 source. Winds at 155, movement to the north and northeast, still at 10 miles per hour. So the hurricane hunters are still in there. You can see the track of the storm as it inches closer and closer to Southwest Florida. We were hoping we would see maybe the drop in the overall wind speeds, but that's not going to be the case here. We've got a devastating, catastrophic here, a hurricane, a major hurricane, close to Cat 5 strength. And as we measure the distance from the eye to the Lee County Islands, it is about 50 miles away right now. You can just sort of get a sense of the movement as it heads up in the general direction of northern Lee County and Charlotte Harbor. And one more thing I wanted to show you, we're continuing to track where those hurricane force winds are. You can see it churning just off of our coast. And there's the estimated arrival times, just to give you a rough idea of when you can expect to experience some of those hurricane winds. So again, you want to get to the innermost part of your home, almost kind of treat it like a tornado, Lauren. I mean, this is like a big, massive tornado. You want to get away from windows, bathrooms a lot of times, maybe even your bathtub once you see those or hear those winds howling and picking up close to hurricane strength. And just look at some of those times there. 10:51, St. James City, Rotunda, 11:24, Bokeelia, Pine Island, Shell Point, as we get closer to 11:30 this morning. I want to also, Lauren and I were going to kind of walk you through some of the visuals. Look at that. I mean, that scene is, if you think it looks bad now, the afternoon is going to be a completely different situation.
And what's just incredible about this shot is we keep showing it, say, every 15 minutes or so, and it looks drastically different every single time. You continue to see what is eventually going to be that storm surge threat intensifying into the afternoon and increasingly so into tonight.
There's a view from the Westin Cape Coral Resort. This is on the southern side of Cape Coral, so we're looking at the Caloosahatchee. And this is an area that we're really, really concerned with storm surge. That threat has not begun yet. It's not going to be until the afternoon as the winds start to come on shore. I've got to walk over to the camera because I'm trying to determine if we actually, it looks like that camera is frozen, so we may have lost connection there. There might be some power outages. You know what, we'll probably check on power outages here in just a moment. But that shot is frozen. There's the view from downtown Fort Myers. You can definitely see some down palm fronds as we look sort of away from the Caloosahatchee River. And so that's right around the river district. We're going to get some more views from there here shortly. And this is the view from Shore Point Health in Punta Gorda. And if you're familiar with that area, if you live there, I'm sure you know exactly what we're talking about. This is right across Marion Avenue. Okay, I'm told by our producer we have a live look. Can you repeat the location? Okay, all right, so we're looking at the Peace River, and this is I-75. All right, so we're looking at I-75, and we do see one person out there driving by. I hope that they get to a safe place very, very soon because we're going to get to the point where those water level rises are going to get very, very dangerous and life-threatening, especially for the Peace River. That's an incredibly susceptible spot for storm surge, and we're expecting now up to 18 feet of storm surge for Lee and Charlotte County. All right, let's go back to some more of our cameras. We're just going to kind of do a round robin here. Look at some more of our cameras. We already saw that view at Fort Myers Beach. So I'll hand it over to meteorologist Lauren Hope, and she's going to do some more tracking here with Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, if we could take Doppler 2 as I walk over to the wall. The reality is that we're kind of only just in the beginning stages of impacts from Hurricane Ian. Let's take you into live Doppler radar, where we are still seeing, Jason had really shown you that the center, the eye, the relatively calm part of Hurricane Ian is still about 50 miles southwest of the Lee County Islands. But the worst of the rain, and then of course the worst of the winds, actually located just 20 miles off of the coast of Charlotte County. So if you notice, still many of our inland spots and then back toward the eastern side of the peninsula, actually still getting that nice break in those outer bands, but we continue to watch as the winds intensify and those outer feeder bands move at over 50, sometimes 60 miles per hour, whipping and lashing our coastline. At this point, winds are sustained at tropical storm force for many communities, and it's only going to get more intense in the coming hours. We talked about the hurricane force winds within a matter of an hour or two for many of our coastal communities. Out of the 10 a.m. advisory, Hurricane Ian just under Category 5 strength with winds sustained at 155 miles per hour. The storm went under an eyewall replacement cycle overnight, and that allowed it to rapidly intensify, the most impactful U.S. landfall of the Atlantic hurricane season so far. And we're seeing that movement. That hasn't changed. North-northeast at 10 miles per hour. That actually is some good news. We were fearful that the storm would slow as it neared landfall, and as of right now, the past couple of updates have kept up with that forward speed at 10 miles per hour. So let's time out when you could see the worst of the rain and those hurricane force winds. South Seas Island Resort is really just in a matter of minutes. Conditions continuing to deteriorate. 1027 North Captiva, Bokeelia 1113, Matlacha 1120, 1126, Placida, Rotunda West 1129, into Minnesota Key 1150. So what you want to be doing if you're in those locations, get away from those walls and windows and get to an interior room, things like a bathroom or a closet. All right, let's take a live view from Collier County from the Naples Grand Beach Resort. We are seeing an angry Gulf continuing to lash the coast. We're going to continue to watch as that storm surge threat presses in into the afternoon and evening, even after Hurricane Ian does make landfall. You can see the winds starting to take a toll on the palm trees over here as well. We're still seeing resilient vegetation across the area, but not going to last for long. We've already seen a few palm branches down, and this shot is telling. I want to show you again the live view from Fort Myers Beach, from the Diamond Head Resort, as we're really at this point just continuing to see those washout conditions. We're going to watch as more and more of the Gulf presses in as Hurricane Ian inches closer and closer to our coastline. Let's take you through the latest futurecast here so you can see what to expect as we take you into the afternoon, still dealing with those outer feeder bands inland into around noon. At that point, the eye of Hurricane Ian is going to be just off of our coast, and this is where we fear that we could see some slowing. From this point, we're going to see some strong onshore winds, and that threat is going to last all the way through tonight and overnight. I took this even into 2 o'clock, and notice the location of that eye does not drastically change, so that landfall could take a while as we get into the afternoon, and we're still going to be dealing with rounds of rain on top of already 4 to 6 inches of rain we've already seen from Hurricane Ian. And then into tonight, we're actually finally going to see the wind threat winding down overnight, but this is when a new impact emerges. That storm surge threat Jason talked about, 12 to 18 feet of storm surge, catastrophic and life-threatening storm surge, as well as wind damage is what we're going to experience today. Heading into tomorrow, let's talk about some good news when we finally start to see things winding back down. Tomorrow morning, we are going to see whatever's left of Hurricane Ian tracking up north, eventually near places like Orlando and up toward other parts of the southeast, bringing a flash flooding concern. But for us, this is the imminent threat. Our entire coast under a storm surge warning. That gets lifted to a high threat by 6, 9, 11 tonight, and then overnight as we continue to see those onshore winds battering our coast and drudging up a lot of water to push inland. And we're actually going to see along coastal areas 8 to 12 feet of storm surge for Collier County is what's projected, and 12 to 18 feet of storm surge for Lee and Charlotte County. Let's walk you through those Charlotte high tide times. All right, so high tide for Englewood, Lemon Bay, when we expect this to even enhance that storm surge concern. And the worst of this, high tide comes in at 4:01 tonight, 6:04 for Punta Gorda tonight for Charlotte County. Let's take you into Lee County, of course, a very populated community where we're seeing Point Ebell, Sanibel, 3:11 p.m. is high tide. Fort Myers Beach is around 2:50. Little Hickory Island, 5:56 into tonight. And then we'll take you farthest south, where a couple days ago, that storm surge that was not necessarily concerning, but within the past 24 hours, especially Collier County, those projections have really increased. We saw that up to 10 feet of storm surge now expected. 2:45 p.m. for the Naples outer coast is when you can expect high tide. 3:21 for Big Marco River. And so we'll be watching for those storm surge impacts overnight. All right, I'm going to recap one last time some of the main impacts you can expect over the next 24 hours. Storm surge, by far the biggest threat to your property and to your life. It is the deadliest part of a tropical system. Heavy rain and flooding will be a concern. We have projections of over 10 inches of rain still to come for the coast. Inland areas, not nearly as much, closer to around 2 to 5. And we'll see that high wind threat within a matter of hours, again, mainly for those coastal areas in Charlotte and Lee County, looking for the worst of Hurricane Ian. That tornado threat decreasing, that's the good news. That was a big threat overnight last night in power outages, which we are already seeing. All right, we're going to bring in a meteorologist, Jim Dickey, for more analysis. We'll send things over to you, Jim.
Hey, thank you, Lauren. Yeah, so we're tracking that core moving towards the coast right now. As we told you, we're going to start to tell you when you need to get into that safe place for the extreme wind threat. Now, the extreme wind threat in this case is going to be somewhat localized because the core remains very well organized. It's in this ring here. This is the eye wall. Let me move that a little bit. You can get a better view behind my desk of where exactly that ring is right now. We are sitting just off to the south and west of Captiva at this hour, and this is tracking to the north and northeast. So these times here, these are when you face the greatest chance of seeing major hurricane winds, 110+ mile-per-hour winds. Captiva, if you've made the choice to ride this out on Captiva, this is going to be your highest wind threat arriving here in the next few moments. I have it timed out to 10:45. The winds are likely already picking up for you right now. Boca Grande, 11:20. That's when the core will arrive on the southern end of Boca Grande. St. James City, by 11:48. You are going to get scraped by this eastern side of the eye wall of the core of Category 4, of high-end Category 4 Hurricane Ian. Bokeelia, so the northern end of Pine Island, by just before noon. Matlacha, just after noon. Inglewood, 12:34. These are the times where you need to get to that safe room we talked about. As you look around your home, you want to seek out that, of course, lowest level room, lowest level of your home, an interior room. You want to put as many walls between you and the hurricane winds as you possibly can. A interior closet, a laundry room, a bathroom. Again, you want to put as many walls, that is, between you and these winds that are really about to crank up. Again, you see the times on the side of your screen. And note, if you're not seeing your town listed here, spots like Naples, spots like Marco Island, spots like downtown Fort Myers, looking somewhat unlikely at this point, we get into that core of the major hurricane winds. Now, something I'll be watching if you want to bring it back out to me real quick. The very edge of the core, as this moves north and northeast, is going to clip by Cape Coral. The question is, how strong will the winds be on that eastern side to see how high the winds get in the Cape? I've been watching the winds on radar over the last hour. Let's go ahead and plot some of these out for you once again. So of note, too, and I don't even know if you can see with the bright white showing up on top of here, but I'm plotting 132 mile per hour winds sitting just offshore of Sanibel. Let me go ahead and measure that out for you. But remember, this is from Tampa's radar, so the beam, the radar beam, by the time it gets to these areas is about 10,000 feet up. So you're sampling the middle levels of the atmosphere here, not the surface. Take about 20 off, you still have 100+ mile per hour winds. But again, that eastern side, that's what we'll be watching, because that will determine what type of wind damage we see in areas like Cape Coral, the Iona-McGregor area, Fort Myers. This is, again, that western edge that we'll try to clip by. I want to try to draw a more specific track on that western side of the eye so we can include spots like Cape Coral when you need to be worried about that threat for hurricane force winds. Again, it's this ring you see, in particular, right around here. I'm going to watch this feature here, this rain band that's setting up. This likely contains strong winds as well, to say the very least, at least hurricane force. But it's that inner ring. That's where, if there's anywhere with 155 mile per hour sustained winds, it's within that ring. So I do want to track out the far eastern side of this. And this might look a little bit wonky here as I try to build this north, because everything sort of back builds on itself. But as I put that north to the north-northeast, 15-degree motion as the Hurricane Center has in their latest update, and I'll put this out for you over the next couple of hours. Again, I know this looks like a strange little line for you, but you can think of this as perhaps if you're east of this, the threat for the major hurricane winds remains fairly low at this time unless we see some unforeseen shift to the east. This is in a very steady course to the north-northeast here this morning, but this is going to be right on the razor's edge for Cape Coral. So you could easily, you will easily see sustained hurricane force winds, but you could very well get in those 100+ mile per hour winds as you work through the 3 o'clock hour as the center of Ian is passing by to your west. Now, as the hurricane hunters have been flying around, the worst of the winds have been on this northwestern side, which for the most part looks to stay off of our coastline, but the winds are still whipping there. Again, I just showed you 100 mile per hour winds from Tampa's radar. The winds will be plenty strong in those areas here too. So the Lee County Islands, you are in your safe place now. Captiva, Sanibel, and up through Boca Grande. In the next hour, you want to be thinking about that into Pine Island. And as we go towards the noontime hour, Cape Coral, you definitely want to be seeking out that safe spot too. Now, to this point, I've been watching for the peak wind gusts across the area, and I think this speaks to the fact that so far, the core has sort of stayed contained with Ian. No surprise with a high-end Category 4 hurricane, but we haven't really seen those hurricane force winds expanding all that much. We don't have sensors everywhere, of course. We have a pretty extensive network of sensors thanks to our partners there, WeatherBug. And the highest gust I've seen so far, unless Jesselyn, you see with the National Weather Service anything higher, a 77 mile per hour gust, Naples Beach Resort. So far, we haven't had much in the way of winds, but still, Jesselyn, if you want to pop up on Doppler 2, those power outages, they've been enough to cause power outages across the area already in the tens of thousands across many of the counties. Go ahead and take Doppler 2 full. You can get an idea of what we're facing already power outage-wise. 44,000 power outages so far in Collier County, 36 into Lee County. You can tell just by this map that the winds, the worst of the winds, have not yet arrived in Charlotte County. We're still hanging around 5,500 power outages. Those numbers are set to go way up as Ian works its way in. Something else I've been watching closely, the tidal gauge in Naples, something where we have a definite number. And we are at a 5.73 foot water height at Naples Pier. And again, we're still coming out of low tide here right now. This is one of the spots where the onshore winds have started to kick in as the circulation of Ian begins to lift its way northward. We're here at 5.8 feet, and that is where we should be. We're now well above, 2 to 3 feet above where the high tide was supposed to be today, and the high tide is still to arrive, so those numbers will keep coming up. I believe we have the live view on Fort Myers Beach right now. If we could take that, if not, I'll bring it up myself, but we're starting to see the impacts of the surge of the water working into the area. Here we go. There's the view from Fort Myers Beach. Take this full. Take this full right now and get a look at how the water is moving its way on shore. I can't quite tell from this zoomed out view if the water is over Estero Boulevard yet, but it appears to be. Certainly, you see the sort of brick patio that condo complex there, that condominium building right along the water, right in the front of your picture. The water is up to the stairs there. The water is streaming inland. Those houses right there on the beach, water now likely rushing up to their doorsteps. And again, I can't stress enough, this is low tide, and this has just begun. So if you're watching from Fort Myers Beach right now, if you decided to ride out from any of these condos here, you're going to need to make sure you're on the highest floor possible. These waters will just keep on rising as we go forward, as the onshore winds begin to take over. So the wind threat, I want to get back to leave you with the winds once again. I'll track that core for you one more time of the strongest winds, and when you will see those major hurricane force winds begin to arrive in your location.
Jim, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I don't know if you saw the same video we were looking
at 10 miles per hour. As I track that for you here, going out forward in time, this is going to scrape by the Lee County Islands. This will continue on that track up into parts of coastal Collier County. Let's correct that a little bit here, or coastal Charlotte County, rather. Captiva, again, the worst of the winds arriving right now into Flamingo Bay, 11:43. Sanibel, 11:48. In the next hours, when we face major hurricane winds, this extends a little further east. I drew this a little further east. You can think of this as your hurricane winds too. So Cape Coral by about 1 o'clock. Again, those winds will start to pick up for you. Let me toss it back to the NBC studio. And we'll take your coverage forward from there.
Yeah. Jim, I was trying to catch your attention here. I don't know if you can see this video, but again, what not to do. I don't know if you are. Look at this video that we're showing. This is a live look again from Fort Myers.
Right off the
this is crazy.
Pierside Grill.
Yeah.
And there they are.
You
That's
see those two people?
A tight wedge as it is between the pier and the restaurant.
And look at those waves.
Those waves have to be breaking at least 8 feet.
I mean, again.
This is deadly.
Yeah. Do not do this. You're looking at.
And they just got knocked back. I don't even see them resurface now. And you're thinking about how powerful these waves are. What's holding that pier up
over the roof for a minute there.
That's concrete. The pier itself is holding it up. It's concrete, and then that barrier, that seawall that kind of covers the outdoor eating area of the Pierside Grill is also concrete and rock. And I mean, they can easily be knocked out.
Right. Well, and then you think about,
sucked out.
Okay, exactly. If the water is coming in and rushing that hard towards the beach, it's going to be pulling them out that much as well. I mean, look at that wave.
It's lunacy.
Again, do not do what those two people, there they are.
There's two more.
There they are again. Oh, bringing their friends with them. Don't do that. Do not do that.
Unreal.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
And literally in between a rock and a hard place, too.
Yeah. Again.
I mean, in between concrete.
You're
getting swept up and thrown around at the ocean's mercy as we're expecting a strong Category 4 hurricane.
Right.
Look at that.
Do not do that. Again, now there's 3 people there, but you can see how powerful that water is because they're getting knocked back towards the shore.
These people just think, oh, it's not going to happen to us. You hear those worst case scenarios, oh, that won't happen to us. It can happen.
And a reminder, there are no emergency service personnel to come help them right now.
No, because, yeah, sustained winds, 45 mile per hour, law enforcement, EMT, they hold their personnel back because they have to keep their workers safe. I mean, who's going to respond to this situation if something dire happens?
Well, and I'm sitting there watching them. If they get slammed up against one of those concrete, look how far he got just pushed out.
He just got sucked out all the way to the north side of the pier.
This shows you how powerful, that guy hanging off the pier.
Wow. The moment speaks for itself, really.
Yeah. But you can see how quickly his 2 buddies there on the far side got swept all the way over. Again, you can see how powerful the water is here. So again,
what not to do.
What not to do. We keep telling people, don't go out there, don't go see what it looks like. And this is why. You can see how powerful that water is.
And if the hurricane doesn't get them, I'm sure their mothers will.
That's right.
If they see what's going on.
That's right.
Unreal.
Ryan Arbogast is down in Naples. He's outside of our Collier County Bureau. So Ryan, what are the conditions like out there right now? Is it deteriorating? Is there kind of a lull? Kind of walk us through what you're seeing.
Well, guys, I want to be clear that we are right outside the Bureau, which is right off of 41 and Tamiami Trail in that northern Naples area. So we are safe, and I want to show you exactly what it looks like. Because it is getting pretty bad out here, we have some pretty strong winds and a little gap in the rain actually right now. But you can see there's lots of standing water still, tons of palm trees that are being pushed around. I've actually seen a few of those trees snap all the way to the ground and go back up, along with a ton of debris on the roads and even a chair and a couple potted plants that have been thrown around here. Now, we expect some pretty serious weather in the next hour. We will continue to monitor that situation from right outside our Bureau here, and you can count on NBC2 and ABC7 to keep you updated in Collier County from right outside our Bureau for now. Reporting live in Naples, Ryan Arbogast. Back to you guys.
All right, Ryan, thanks so much. And again, he's standing outside close to where he's hunkered down, so clearly out of harm's way, technically speaking. And we can't emphasize enough how we've been putting our field reporter safety first. So just trying to make sure that our field reporters are safe, number one, and then number two, that's why we're asking for your videos and your pictures as well, so that you can be our eyes.
Yeah, and one of the cool tools that we have here at NBC2 is our Alert Center.
Right.
It allows us to also be the eyes and ears outside of Southwest Florida. So Brenna Wyke is standing by with that. So Brenna, what are you seeing in the Alert Center right now?
Unfortunately, a couple of bad decisions, Lisa.
More?
I mean,
More bad decisions.
I'm watching these live shots. That's where we first saw these people swimming on Fort Myers Beach. I don't see them right now, so I hope that they've gotten off the beach and that they're not underwater. But let's go ahead and look at INET 1. This is a look in Tampa, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. It is closed right now, and for good reason. As you can see, winds really picking up there, shaking that camera, and the water looks angry. Thankfully, we're not seeing any bad decisions in this live shot, and that's because the bridge is closed. When it got to about 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, they shut this down. I have only seen troopers driving over the bridge, so that's the good news. People are safe in this live shot that we're looking at now. I'll continue to monitor these live feeds, though, and let you know what I'm seeing both in our area. I am actually seeing those people again on Fort Myers Beach, unfortunately, on Sat 30. So, again, this is an example of what not to do. I'll keep tracking these live feeds. Hopefully, we will see more of people staying home and staying safe, and I'll keep you guys updated from here.
For us.
So this was from our own Alicia Alonso. There were some power lines, zapping. This was in Cape Coral, so we just saw those updated numbers. Was 36,000 in Cape Coral are currently without power. We saw Joshua Cole earlier this morning with FP&L. There you go. You see the power lines just zapping. And they're reminding people, you know, this is just one more reason to stay indoors. You're going to be seeing scenes like this as conditions continue to worsen throughout the day.
No question. And we already have tens of thousands of people without power, as you said, and it's only 10:30 in the morning here on a day that we've been anticipating to be a very strong day. Okay, real quick, this is a condo off of Chiquita, so thanks for those viewers for sending us this footage. I think we have Lauren Hope standing by right now with a little bit of an update here.
Yeah, if we could pull up AWS, we want to just show you a live look outside across our communities. The Fort Myers Beach camera to start off from the Diamond Head Resort. I mean, this has been such a telling shot over the past couple of hours. We could see lots of the beach this morning, and we have continued, especially now that we're starting to see more of that southerly, eventually southwest onshore wind. More and more of the Gulf continuing to press into those communities, and we're going to continue to watch for that storm surge threat. Another live look for you over Cape Coral. And this camera we may have lost connection to because it does seem to be frozen. This is from the Westin Cape Coral Resort, though. Another view from Collier County down in Naples. You can see those seas, those sets continuing to get greater. We saw those people giving you the perfect example of what exactly not to do. They were swimming out in the Gulf. This is a very dangerous, eventually catastrophic situation where we are going to watch as more and more water is pressed into some of these coastal communities. That storm surge threat is still on the low side for now. It's going to increase into the afternoon and into tonight. I want to take you even into other live looks we have for you. Punta Gorda, the live view there heading up towards Charlotte County. Charlotte County, you are in store for some of the worst of the wind, some of the worst of the rain, and we will be watching for that storm surge threat as of now projected to be up to 18 feet for some of these coastal communities. That same goes for Lee County. You can look on this camera here. We've got a ton of raindrops on the lens there, but those palm trees still showing resilience, but not for long as we continue to watch as of right now, tropical storm force winds in effect across the region, but hurricane force winds approaching within a matter of the next 2 hours. Here's a look at the Caloosahatchee near downtown Fort Myers. We're continuing to watch as we see rough inland waters as well. And again, I want to show you this shot from Fort Myers Beach, one of the most telling shots we have for you over from the Diamond Head Resort. I want to pull up another look for you. If we could take Meadow, I want to show you a shot that we have. It's getting harder and harder to see, but a shot from the Sanibel, the Lee County Barrier Islands, where we are seeing some flooding concerns along Lindgren and East Gulf North. Again, we're watching for this. You can hardly see the road anymore along Lindgren and East Gulf North as we continue to watch as that water rises. All right, I think we're going to have to send it back over to the desk right now as we wrap up our coverage of some of those live looks for now.
Okay, Lauren, thanks so much. And as we are seeing wind speeds up to 45 miles per hour and greater throughout Southwest Florida, it really comes as no surprise that Charlotte County Sheriff's Office has made the decision to no longer respond to emergency calls. The winds, again, have gotten too strong to put deputies on the road. They have to keep them safe. So 911, however, still in operation, but getting a response will be quite difficult at this time.
They're certainly not the only ones. Emergency services have also been suspended in Cape Coral. We've been talking about that 45-mile-per-hour wind threshold. It's certainly hit that. A prioritization list will be made for those who do call 911 during this time. Citywide services will resume once it's safe. Also, Lehigh Acres Fire Rescue Control District said they're not responding either. At this time, this is when we need to be sheltering in place.
And I think we have some more live looks to bring to us. Here's Bruno once again.
I do here. I'm tracking live feeds here. Usually we have 16, but we have even more than this back in our feed room. So I asked them to route live view 7 right now because we have a look at Punta Gorda, one of our viewing areas. If you want to see what's going on, I know a lot of people have hurricane shutters on, thankfully, so they're not able to see outside their windows. But this is the view from Fisherman's Village in Punta Gorda. As you can see, wind blowing in the breeze there, the palm trees. You can see it's a little bit rainy there. A lot of boats out there that, unfortunately, we'll see what happens with that as the water continues to rise. But it doesn't look like there's much flooding, as you can see there on the ground yet. So I'll keep tracking this live feed, both locally in Punta Gorda and our viewing area, as well as live feeds from Key West and Tampa. And I'll keep you guys updated.
All right, Brenna, thanks so much. And have a look at this, another reminder to stay off of the roads. You see most of Southwest Florida is heeding that warning. This video from earlier this morning, this is off the Edison Bridge. It links Fort Myers, of course, to North Fort Myers. Law enforcement will not close those bridges, but driving across them in those winds, 45 miles per hour or greater, is very dangerous.
Yeah. So let's give you a look now at what's going on outside of our station. We're right there, you know, in the heart of Fort Myers by the Edison Mall. NBC2's Kyla Gaylor is outside showing it. Kyla, the conditions behind you, I mean, we can see how much they've deteriorated since we checked in with you last time.
Yeah, I just spoke with you guys about 30 minutes ago, and things really have picked up by the minute. The wind gust is what I'm noticing the most. I just took a quick walk just right outside the gate of our studios, and I found a really big tree that was already knocked down. And this, again, is just a preview of the worst of the storm, and we are already seeing down trees just right outside of our NBC2 and ABC7 studios. So hopefully you guys at home are hunkering down. You adhered to all of our warnings so far, because this is not the time to be out on the roads. I'm still seeing some cars drive by here on Fowler. Obviously, it's slowed down a lot, which is good, but this is normally a very busy road. And the wind and the rain just really whipping around out here. I still have my wind meter. I'm going to step out here a little bit more towards the middle of it so we can see the wind and see if it's picked up since I last spoke with you. Let's see what it says here. Again, this measures the sustained winds. It's not the wind gusts. So you're probably mostly seeing and hearing those really big wind gusts, but we're trying to measure the average wind speed out here. It's coming in around 5.6, around 4.9, 5-ish. So again, really not too bad, but we're already seeing the effects of it. The fact that I just saw that big tree go down, you know, just a couple hundred feet away from our studios just goes to show you we are in for some serious damage here in Southwest Florida. You're also seeing a lot of palm fronds on the ground, lots of little trees. Those aren't the ones that are going to hurt us or our homes, but those big trees, down power lines, those are all of the things that we really have to be so aware of, because that is what can be very deadly to our families. So Lisa, Greg, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
All that rain really saturates the ground.
Yeah,
Makes
and it was already saturated.
Right.
We've seen a lot of rain. You know, our team of meteorologists have been talking about how much extra rain we've seen this rainy season in comparison to other years past. We're going to send it over now to ABC7 meteorologist Jim Dickey, who is using his tools over there in the ABC7 studio.
Yeah, I'm still tracking the core of the hurricane, guys, where the strongest winds are within Ian right now, where we could find those 155-mile-per-hour winds that the Hurricane Center has been reporting in their advisories. It's this ring around the center of Ian. In particular, I think the worst part, the strongest winds right now are on this northwestern side, which will thankfully spare our coast, but still in this northeastern side, I've been clocking winds around 100 miles per hour. Those are just now moving on shore, the western end of Sanibel into Captiva. Times for you with those strongest winds. And again, I know these are shifting a little bit each time I give these updates. It's just a little slight differences in the angle I draw the line, that's it. So think of these as ballparks. In fact, give yourself 20 minutes before these as to when these times, this is when you want to be in your safe place to protect yourself from these extreme winds. And I can't emphasize enough, extreme winds, 100+ miles per hour at least, into Boca Grande by the lighthouse at 11:44, Pineland by just before 12 noon, Bokeelia, 12:07, the Inglewood area around 1 o'clock is when the worst of the winds will be lifting in. Matlacha by 1:02. Now, why the difference? Why Inglewood, where you're so much further north, versus Matlacha further south? Why am I giving such different times there? That's because the northern eye wall is going to reach Inglewood, but for spots like Matlacha, it's the eastern side of the eye wall that will get your locations. In fact, that eastern side of the eye wall, that's something we'll be watching closely as we head through the next couple of hours, because this is going to lift its way right along and just west of the Caloosahatchee. That includes Cape Coral. So far, we haven't had much in the way of hurricane force winds reported. The windstorm is just beginning. This is the windstorm that's moving its way in. These are the hurricane winds, and in this area in particular, this is where those high-end winds that you've been hearing in all these advisories we've been bringing you, that's where they are. Now, I just got a viewer question asking, you know, you've been focusing so much on the coast. What's going on inland right now? And I understand that. And you know, part of me apologizes for focusing so much on the coastal areas. It's because as we've worked our way through the morning hours, and this trend, we picked up on it early this morning, just about all of the heavy rainfall has stayed on the northern and western side of Ian, and that has allowed the rainfall to sort of wind down. We still have those lingering bands Is this a extreme wind alert? Just got alert to my phone. It is time to shelter in place. It is no longer safe outside, on the bridges, on the roads. Yeah, absolutely. You probably just got that to your phone too. We've been telling you all morning long, it's time to shelter in place. Do not go out on the roads now. Like I said, this is the windstorm. I know it's been bad already this morning, but this is the core, this is the teeth of the hurricane. The winds are just now starting to pick up as this moves its way onto the coast. Yes, the center will skirt by Lee County, but for the Lee County Islands, for Pine Island, for Cape Coral in particular, Iona McGregor, Fort Myers Beach, in the next 2 to 3 hours, the winds are really, really going to pick up. And as this eastern side of the storm just sort of lingers along the coastline, just sort of spins its way up the coastline, it is going to take quite a while for the winds to die down, unfortunately. Again, as I was saying, our inland areas, the rainfall has more or less broken down. These rain bands aren't even that impressive any longer. We haven't had any rotation in these storms in quite a while. That makes sense as we're now getting into the bottom right quadrant as opposed to the top right quadrant of the hurricane, which is where you look for those tornadic storms. And I've been tracking with our model here the potential rainfall, the additional rainfall. Nothing we can't handle compared to what we've already been through, an additional 1 to 2 inches across our inland area. So you get in those rain bands, you'll get a gusty rain for a time, but especially if you're watching for from Ave Maria, from LaBelle, from Marco Island, as far as rain is concerned, the worst of the rain is done for you. You still want to stay inside. The winds are going to stay strong, and especially as you get into the surge zones, the storm surge threat is only beginning. I'm going to show you those times once more. Again, tracking the extreme wind threat. This is the threat for the major hurricane winds. I'm tracking the northern end of the core of Ian as it lifts northward. Captiva arriving momentarily. The winds are likely already picking up out there as that core moves in. Inglewood, about 1 o'clock. Matlacha, about 1 o'clock. Northport, that is, 1:45. Port Charlotte, 2 o'clock. Punta Gorda, 2 o'clock. You still have time in these locations, in Port Charlotte, in Punta Gorda, in Northport. Look around your home and think to yourself, what is the safest place I can be from the winds? And what that would be a room in the lowest level of your home, an interior room. You want to limit the number of doors, the number of windows. Your goal here, your strategy, is to put as many walls between you and the winds from the hurricane. Once we get to these times, in fact, like I said, I want you to give it 20 minutes before these times. I want you to get in that room and I want you to stay there. Bring your supplies with you. Have a little camp out. Bring your radio with you. Camp out and ride out the winds until they subside entirely. Again, this is only one of the many threats we're facing from Ian. The storm surge continues to increase. The storm surge threat continues to increase over the next couple of hours. And with that, I'll toss it back to the NBC studio.
All right, thanks so much, Jim. And as the increase in the speeds comes ashore, we're also going to start to see some power outages.
We've seen
even more power outages.
Already, yeah, tens of thousands already. Let's go to Brenna White right now in the Alert Center. Brenna, good morning.
Good morning. We're tracking these power outages here. I want to show you what our area is dealing with right now. If we can take this full, I'll go ahead and click so you can see, okay, we're going in Collier County, 27,000 people are without power right now. 27,000 homes, I should say, are without power. I'm going to take a look here now. Charlotte County, we've got 5,000 people without power. Of course, the storm, as it moves north, that could change quite a bit. And I'm going to try and click, Manatee County. Let me go ahead and use my mouse so that we can get a better look at what we're dealing with here. Sometimes those touch screens can be a little bit touchy, pardon the pun. Here you go, Lee County, 7,900 people are without power. So as of right now, it looks like Collier County is dealing with the worst of it in terms of power outages. Again, 27,000 people are in the dark at this hour, and of course, going to be heating up as their air conditioning doesn't work anymore. Hendry County, everybody's got power, so that's good news. Looks like in DeSoto County, 570 people are without power. Of course, this is going to change as the wind goes on. We have, it sounds like an update from Lee County from the Emergency Operations Center. Let's go ahead and listen to what they have to say.
Storm that we are now experiencing, it is, it is coming on shore as we speak. Wind velocities have picked up, and we are, approaching hurricane force winds. probably in the next hour or two. We're seeing some of the tidal surge come on shore. We were just looking at video down at Fort Myers Beach, and we're seeing wave action overwashing the roads. We're seeing some of that on Sanibel. So we would expect to see more of that in inland, between now 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock this afternoon. The storm continues to be a very slow-moving storm, as you all have, seen if you're paying attention, which means that, these effects they're going to be with us for a while yet. We've probably got another 15, 18 hours, maybe more, to deal with this storm. So we have taken some actions, and we have some advice we would like for you to help us disseminate to the public. So I'm going to ask Sandra Tapp-Fumine, who's our Emergency Management Director, to talk with you about that.
Okay, thank you, Roger. My name is Sandra Tapp-Fumine. I'm the Director for Public Safety and Emergency Management for Lee County. This is a life safety critical message. At this time, Lee County Emergency Management is urging Lee County residents to shelter in place immediately. It is no longer safe for you to be traveling out on the roads, and you need to shelter in place wherever that safe place is that is closest to where you are. Based on the current National Hurricane Center forecast, Hurricane Ian is predicted to hit Southwest Florida as a Category 4 or Category 5 hurricane early this afternoon, with the potential for 12 to 16 feet of storm surge above ground level along with destructive waves somewhere along the Southwest Florida coastline, and that can be anywhere from Englewood all the way down to Bonita Beach. The National Weather Service anticipates the following specific here for Lee County. Catastrophic wind damage is expected to begin in the next few hours. Structural damage to sturdy buildings with some complete roof and wall failures. Heavy rainfall will continue to spread throughout the county and will intensify, resulting in potentially life-threatening flooding. Large trees snapped or uprooted and many roads impassable from trees and debris. Destruction of mobile homes and manufactured homes. Widespread power outages and also tornadoes can be a possibility. The National Weather Service is recommending the following when sheltering in place. Take refuge in an interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level during the storm. Put as many walls between you and the outside that you can. Stay away from windows, skylights, and glass doors. In the eye of the storm, as it passes over, there will be a short period of calm. But at the other side of the eye, the wind speeds rapidly increase to hurricane force winds coming from the opposite direction. So it's very important not to go outside if we do experience the eye wall. Plan to remain inside even after the storm passes so that first responders can ensure conditions are safe. All responding agencies have stopped responses for the safety of our first responders at this time, but you can still call 911. Calls will be prioritized so that once conditions are safe enough, responses will resume. Response decisions will be made as Hurricane Ian continues to move through the area. I want to repeat, if you have an emergency, please still call 911. If you need more information, please go to our Lee County government website at www.leegov.com/storm. We have many more resources and information available at that website. Thank you.
I want to also
emphasizing the importance of staying put as we're now getting closer and closer to more of an impact here.
The governor about 45 minutes ago, and Commissioner, would you like to describe that conversation?
Sure. So the governor actually, with the chief financial officer, indicated that all assets will be deployed as soon as humanly possible. Whatever we need, he'll actually provide. So it was really comforting. Really talked about just the resources that are available and the resources he wants to have. The chief financial officer said that they anticipate having insurance companies open within 72 hours of it being safe and starting to issue checks as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we'll take some questions if you have them.
You know, Roger, we're seeing on our Facebook feeds people reporting situations in their neighborhoods.
They're answering some questions there, but the big takeaway, number one, all of Lee County personnel has now, emergency personnel has now been pulled from the roads.
It's hard at the moment to pinpoint.
There we go. I was about to say we could still hear
Some audio.
the city manager. County manager, excuse me, talking. But the big takeaway, all Lee County emergency personnel have now been pulled from the roads. It's not safe, and that's because of that wind speed. They've talked about once it hits that threshold of 45 miles per hour, they're going to pull everyone off. They said, absolutely, if there's a true emergency, you call 911. But the response time...
When will that happen?
Exactly.
That's the big question, because the wind speeds are too dangerous.